Chase me down. Chase me down. I ain't gonna fit up. It does shrink clean. Couple all the points in the one. Alright, Pikachu. Am I missing it? Shoot. All that matters. Couple all the points in the one. Coins. That's all that matters. Alright, go. Um, no. Tags. Get some tags. Alright, let's do all this now, so we're not do that one. Got time. Great. Yep, that's it. Okay. Go. Cut. There. Alright. Stuff more. Nice. That's much better. Blah 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 blah. All done. Dodge. Channel. Stream. Usually I do this all the time. Takes a toll after a while, but it is what it is. After done, it'll be done. Alright. In order.
He wasn't rich, nor powerful. He had nothing to offer him. Howard tells Robot 2003 that saving lives is the job of a hero. He had to stop fantasizing. Most people are not heroes. They can barely follow the rules of being a decent person. The robot, who had been listening, says,
"Once again, it's human language that I cannot understand."
Then the two finally find what they had gone looking for. Beasts. Mutant wolves. 2003 says these wolves are very fierce. Howard tells him not to worry. That's all he wanted. Now it was time to work.
"Howard, be careful. They have higher fight scores than you."
Howard says nothing, just pulls out his spear, and his heart races. We see him with his skin from the first season. The robot says the score is increasing. Our protag is going chest to chest against the mutant wolves, which come at him with everything they've got. But they are quickly struck by Howard's spears. 2003 just watches the fight from afar. Howard steps on the head of one of the wolves while another comes at him. The mutant wolf salivates, but Howard manages to grab it by the neck. The animal struggles to break free, but our protag squeezes the animal's neck with all his strength, making drops of blood from the animal splatter on his skin. After the fight was over, 2003 tells him not to touch the mutant creatures with his bare hands, because the liquid from the green pustules is also corrosive. Howard tells him that's part of the training. In real life, you can't always have knives by your side. In most cases, you fight with your own hands.
Hey, isn't that a tent from our shelter? Why would it be here?
Howard goes to the tent the robot found. He smells a horrible smell. This tent must have been occupied by wolves for a long time. This box also comes from the shelter. Howard asks what it is.
Wheat seeds. That's the symbol of our shelter.
Howard asks him if they were farmers or something like that, and the robot replies,
Yes, there used to be a gunpowder shelter, an armor shelter, and a plant shelter. We all had different manufacturing tasks and exchanged goods and materials with each other. As the waves of corrosion advanced, these shelters gradually turned into unproductive land.
Howard says that sounds quite familiar. Then he realizes that several monsters form a team and guard a box like this one. Apparently, this game wasn't just a typical survival game where players are forced to build things and explore around. He asks 2003 if this environment is suitable for agriculture.
Of course, every robot in the wheat shelter is equipped with the ability to cultivate land in different situations. Give me some stones and I will produce soil. I will make use of the beast's feces and ashes after burning the monsters. Then I can cook fertilizers.
Howard says he understands and asks the robot if there isn't a body of that bird he killed there in the shelter. Tells the robot that they will spend the day looking for more seeds, and at night they can start cultivating plants.
I would love to cultivate. However, when the corroded ocean comes, the plants will die.
Howard tells him that when humans return, they will find their work useful.
What? Will humans really return? How do you know that?
Our protag remembers the AI telling him that the main challenge of this game is to see how much the future of humans can be improved with the help of the players. Then he tells the robot that humans will be taken into account in the final evaluation. He is sure they will return, but he thinks he won't be able to witness their return. He has 180 to stay there. It's better to have some basic equipment.
You are right. You are right. As long as the shelter returns to what it was before, humans will return. Paradise is nothing compared to the old shelter. As humans used to say, the shelter was like something they wouldn't abandon.
Howard asks if he means a home, and 2003 agrees. It was his home. A few hours pass, and we see our protag fighting a giant mutant spider. The creature knocks him down, but he manages to grab a stone. He goes after the spider with everything and strikes its head with all his strength, and continues striking without stopping, even with the corrosive blood of the creature splashing on him, until he is sure the creature is dead.
Your fight score decreased by 20 points. Did you really practice during this period?
Howard asks him what this score is.
It is calculated based on the creature's physical strength and fight status. You had 90 points when you were at your peak and then dropped to 70.
Howard tells him that he has never lost a single battle. He doesn't understand what the robot is trying to say.
I meant that your desire to fight has decreased, and your focus is not on the fight. It's more like you're using your physical power to vent your anger.
Our protag finds it funny how the robot can understand what is going on inside him, and tells 2003 that he wonders how someone could be trained to be a fighting master in a dream. When he said that, it was just a joke. In real life, the real enemies are people, unexpected attacks, intangible pressure. In a civilized society, you can't fix everything with fists. He wonders if this training can really work.
Why should you go back to the other world you talked about? You can see this place as your home. Let's plant fruit trees, vegetables, and build our house together.
Howard tells him that he can't call this place home if his family isn't here, and that this was just a dream, but that his idea wasn't bad. He should make this place great again, use it as something to keep his hopes up. So they return to the shelter. Sharon greets him, saying it was a good harvest, and Howard asks her what happened to the body of the giant bird he killed. The woman says that monsters have many chemicals in their bodies, and their meat is not edible. She says that the body of that bird would attract other monsters, so she cleaned it up. Howard didn't expect that, but he tells himself it's okay. Tomorrow he'll kill other monsters and use them to make fertilizer. He tries to bite the dried meat but realizes something's wrong. It's like his jaw doesn't have the strength to chew. Maybe it's a side effect of using that robot's healing potion too many times, or from getting too much acid in the face. He decides to soak the meat in water for a while to soften it and be able to eat it, leaving the woman there without saying a word to her. She continues to find his behavior very strange, but anyway, he brought seeds for the shelter. Some time passes, and we see Howard asking 2003 if there's more of that healing potion somewhere because they only had one more. He replies that this medication was never a rare resource. Each shelter used to have many of them. He suggests they go to a relatively safe shelter for exploration. Maybe they'll find something useful. Howard says he liked the idea and says he has to prepare for it. Sharon comes with a bowl of noodles. She says he seemed to have trouble chewing the food at dinner, so she used the grains he brought to cook noodles, and that he should eat while it's hot. He asks if she's kidding, but she says some of them weren't used. She ground them into powder and saved it. Howard doesn't say anything, but inside, we know he must be mad. The robot was just there quietly listening to Mom and Dad argue. Sharon asks if he planned to plant those seeds, because this wasn't a suitable environment for plant cultivation. In half a year, everything will be flooded. There's no point in cultivating anything here. Howard says he didn't expect her to ruin the seeds so quickly, but he's used to having many problems before achieving something. He suggests she doesn't do anything on her own before consulting someone, and tells her to keep the noodles, just don't let the robot see it because otherwise he'll get mad. The woman starts to suspect that our protag is really going crazy, because one moment the guy goes out to adventure just because he felt like it, and now he wants to cultivate plants. She sees the robot and thinks that 2003 has been trying to win their sympathy. Is he the problem? The third day of the apocalypse arrives. We see Howard going out for a hunt. He tells the robot that 3 potions will be enough for him to save himself in case of an emergency.
It's the first time you've visited the deserted fields. Your safety comes first.
Sharon arrives, asking Howard if they can have a chat. He asks what she wants, and she says she was looking through the records of the people who lived there and found some installation instructions for robot upgrades, and that there are actually many new functions they can add to him. She says she knows a bit about electronics. Maybe she can try to refine 2003. He asks if this can really work. She replies that whether she succeeds or not doesn't matter. Robot 2003 is old and ruined. If she fails, at least they will still have his data to use as future reference. But if they let it get to the point where the internal chip is too broken, it will be too late to get anything useful from him. Howard says 2003 has always been loyal to humans. Doesn't she find it a bit rude to squeeze the maximum value out of him like this? And she responds that he's just a machine, like a computer or a cell phone. She's just trying to make the best of it. Then she asks if he really sees him as his friend. Howard says he hates that sarcastic tone. Does he become less of a man for showing sympathy? In the past, he even thought about making friends with a tiger. Does she have a problem with that? And he finishes by saying that a true machine is one that emphasizes only results and ignores the process. He tells her that they have very different opinions. It's better for them to talk less to avoid fights. I think I've seen this somewhere, folks. Well, at least we know where it's going to end, right? Sharon thought about how foolish he is when suddenly someone grabs her arm. The voices in her head keep happening more often. Some time passes, and we see another one of those mutant eagles. Our protag asks why they're okay there and haven't attacked them yet.
This is a scavenger. This type of animal is attracted to dying creatures or corpses. They don't get upset if you stay away from their nests.
Howard says they need to clean up that nest on top of the shelter once and for all.
Howard, the reason for the corrosive ocean spreading is that humans used to fight a lot. It's a valuable lesson for you to learn. Right now, you and Mrs. Yang have already shown signs of future fights. Could you stop having these disputes?
He finds it curious that there's a backstory to this dream. Asks why people fought.
People of different colors represented different powers. They negotiated and argued. They saw the reach of corrosion expand, but did nothing.
Howard says he didn't go that far. That's a much more complicated problem. But he admits he got a little carried away when talking to Sharon. He says that in real life, some people impose their opinions on others and try to label them. Those who obey are seen as high class, and the others are only categorized at lower levels. The root of people's disputes is the excessive emphasis on differences. He tells the robot not to worry. It's the second time time he's in a dream. He knows it's just a game. He won't hold a grudge against a virtual NPC. That would be very stupid. Some time passes, and we see the two lurking for something. The robot tells Howard that their task today is to explore the deserted fields. Howard says he's right, but he found something interesting. An abandoned truck with a creature that looks like some kind of mutant lizard sitting on top. Howard says that truck looks like it has something good inside. The robot asks if he's kidding, because the beast's fighting power is literally 100 times more than his.
This beast is of a dominant class, the class of the strongest predator in this land. You're going to need a tank to beat it.
Howard says he's not going to fight the beast alone. He's not that stupid. In this situation, they have to play like an experienced player. First, they're not going to leave this place now that they've arrived there. Second, he's supposed to press the F5 key. Basically, he made a joke that only gamers will get. Then he asks the robot if he trusts him. Then we see fire. Something caught the lizard's attention. It was 2003 breathing fire as he ran back and forth. The mutant lizard gets all agitated and goes after him, giving an opportunity to our protagonist. He goes to the truck and realizes he was right. The truck was full of loot. There was honey, a musical instrument, a weapon full of ammunition, a lot of alcohol that he could drink or even turn into bombs. And there was something that seemed special, a shiny red gem with some strange things around it. Howard says he would like to have a bag with him there, and he'll have to take only the most important things for now. So he grabs weapons, fertilizer, the red gem, and those things that seem to be frozen eggs. He thinks it's difficult to carry everything in that cloth. The container of the gem takes up too much space. It's better for him to get it out of there right away because 2003 could run out soon. When he goes to grab the gem, he feels something like dust around it, small particles floating around it, and then a chemical reaction happens. The stone is thrown forward with force, and Howard is thrown out of the truck along with all the loot. The stone was expelling so much energy that even the truck is thrown into the air. It even flips after flying away.
Howard, be careful.
The lizard had noticed his presence. Now, it's screwed. Our protagonist gathers the loot as quickly as possible and runs away, wondering why the hell that gem went crazy out of nowhere and flew like a rocket. Then he enters a crevice to protect himself. The animal wouldn't be able to reach him there, but that strange gem continued to be crazy, dragging the truck for meters until it crashes into the rocks. A massive explosion that drags the terrain and throws debris everywhere. Howard and the lizard are also thrown far away by the force of the explosion. He manages to hold on by a thread a little more, and he would fall into the corrosive ocean. But right in front of him was the lizard, looking at him. The mutant animal starts to inflate its green pustules around its head. They become more and more swollen with that disgusting corrosive liquid, until it shoots 2 jets of acid through its eyes straight at Howard. The liquid raised a curtain of smoke.
Howard, hang in there. I'm coming to rescue you.
He had released everything he had grabbed. The only thing Howard was still holding were the syringes with the healing potions. He had used 3 at once, while the extremely corrosive acid fell directly on his face. The animal, already considering itself the winner, turns its back and walks away. Today's video ends here, friends. If you want me to continue the story, comment below and subscribe to the channel. Goodbye. Ended with our protagonist being washed by a jet of sulfuric acid, but at the same time injecting 3 healing potions and then being left to die by the creature. But before continuing the story, over 95% of the people who watched the last video are not subscribed, which is insane. Help me change this by subscribing to the channel right now. It's free, and you will make me really happy. And now back to the story. The story continues. 4th day of the game begins. We see 2003 leaning against a rock next to a fire he made with scraps from a broken box. Until Howard wakes up. 2003 is happy that he has finally woken up. Says it's amazing he resisted that. He never met a human with so much willpower. Howard, with his long hair after using so much healing potion, says it was nothing special. He's an experienced player used to taking risks. He used to think being bitten by wolves was the most painful thing, something, but he was wrong. Apparently being washed by sulfuric acid is much worse. He asks 2003 what was that red stone that blew up the truck. He would have escaped if it weren't for it. The robot says it seems to have been an energy core, the most precious thing in the world. If you rub a little sand on it, it will gush energy, and if you hit it hard enough, it will explode. He says the energy core that powers their shelter is the same thing.
Howard, did you see any dust-proof device around it?
Howard remembers the container that protected the stone and he removed it. He shouldn't have done that. So he asks the robot if there are other important pieces of information like that he needs to know so he doesn't go around blowing things up. But the robot says there was something more dangerous he needed to tell. He says Howard was marked by the poisonous liquid of the ruling animal of the region, the giant lizard. Wherever he goes, he should be prepared to face unexpected attacks. Howard notices that indeed, the part of the skin that was most intensely hit by the acid had become corroded. His left arm is numb as if he had slept on it. From now on, he would have to throw things with the other arm. He tells the robot that he's being hunted in real life, and now in the game too, he's already used to it. Then he asks 2003 about that box with the eggs he had grabbed, what happened to it, and 2003 says they are fine. He's monitoring the temperature and the eggs are hatching. Then he opens up and the eggs come out of him. Howard asks if people raised chickens in the shelter, and the robot responds yes. Not only chickens, but ducks, geese, and pigs. He misses them. It was possible to see herds of sheep and cows in mountains and valleys. Howard says that when he was young, they used to raise birds at his house. When he heard roosters crowing, he knew he was close to home and felt happy. But after he grew up, he only heard crows around there, and all he feels now is fear when he approaches his house. The robot says it's strange. Fear and happiness are practically opposites. He doesn't understand how he can feel these two things at the same time when he thinks about his house. Howard says that there's a mix of feelings when it comes to his family. He would like to be able to go home and tell his father that he's getting old and doesn't need to work as a mason anymore. To be able to tell him that he's rich and paid off their family's debt. To tell him to just stay home and enjoy his life. He would like to be able to tell his mother not to blame herself. It's not her fault the family's in debt, that he never resented them for it, that he has a girlfriend and will start a new family, and that now she could rest. But he can't. He can't do any of that. After their family went into debt, his parents blamed themselves for every bad thing that happened. The very act of trying to calm them down makes them feel more guilty. Howard says that of all he's been through, what scares him the most is that his parents will open the door to the emergency room and see him all messed up in the house. In that situation, thinking about it is like sticking a sharp knife into his heart. They both stay silent for a while until the robot asks if he wants a hug. He doesn't know what hugs can do, but the children in the shelter would always hug him when they were sad. Howard says he's not a child. He's a resilient adult man. But screw it. The best part of this game is that there are no judgmental gossips pointing fingers. He just told a secret he kept deep in his heart to the robot. In real life, he would have been ashamed and humiliated if anyone else had heard it. In the real world, people are swallowing the pain. They all need a hug. Some time passes and Howard asks 2003 if the eggs can hatch inside him. The robot says yes, but he should put sand to prevent the eggs from breaking when he's walking. While doing this, our protagonist notices a sinister scratch on the back of the robot, and also that the iron he had welded onto him disappeared, so he asks him what happened. 2003 takes him outside the cave and shows him.
It was the scavengers who did this. They were attracted when you were in a coma. I had no choice but to extinguish the flames to fight them. I challenged them, but lost the iron shield.
Howard thanks him for that. It seems to have been a fierce fight, but 2003 says that he's the one who should be grateful. He can't believe what happened. A few days ago, his biggest wish was to see humans again. Howard had not only repaired him, but also planned to rebuild the shelter. Even though they encountered many problems, he still had hope.
Humans are liars. They said they would come back, but they didn't. They said they wouldn't save anyone again, and they saved me.
Howard is speechless. He tells the robot that what he's about to say may seem strange for an NPC, but he still wants to express himself. Then he says that the two of them have been through many life or death moments. 2003 can see him as his family.
family. Family? I never had a family.
Howard touches the robot to make him stop talking. Apparently, there was something nearby. It was a giant green gorilla, the same one that fought with Howard on the first day of this game. 2003 says that these giant monkeys are attracted by sound. He was probably attracted by the explosion. Howard finds it strange to have another ruler-level monster in this region and asks the robot what would happen if the two of them met, and the robot says that there would be a brawl. Our protagonist says it's a good strategy to take them both down at once, but they need to be careful. Then he asks if there's an energy core like the red one in their shelter. 2003 says,
yes, the energy core in the shelter is huge. It's as powerful as a nuclear weapon.
Howard, with his Kurt Cobain-like hair, says they're going to make a plan to solve all the problems at once. Some time passes and they're back at the shelter. However, mutant eagles are flying over the place. Howard notices that one of them is dead right at the entrance of the shelter. As he approaches the entrance, he sees not only that, but the nest on top of the shelter is also on fire. But at that moment, an arrow comes flying out of nowhere. It hits the wall next to our protagonist and then explodes, throwing Howard meters away. She appears. It was Sharon Yang who shot the arrow. Already inside the shelter, she tells him that he was out for 2 days. She thought he had had an accident and had to do something to protect herself. Howard tells her that if she had better aim, he would have dragged her up there. And he asks if she was the one who set fire to the nest and killed the scavenger outside. She says yes, many things happened. The giant hawks are hovering over the shelter, and she realized it was because of the nest. And after reading about the energy core, she realized she could cut them into small pieces with tools they have in the shelter, and then use those pieces to kill those creatures. She says she had archery lessons when she was a child, but got nervous shooting. Howard admits that even though they've fought a few times, she made him change his mind. She outsmarted him in terms of intelligence, and then asks her to make some of those little bombs for him because he needed to leave right away. But the woman grabs his arm and begs him to stay with her for a few days. She says she found some crucial clues about where the humans from there probably went. But Howard tells her he has to go because a lizard the size of a truck marked him, and now is coming after him wherever he is. He tells her to talk about her theories after he deals with this lizard. 2003, who was just listening, says he needs to recharge. Howard needs to get the eggs out of him. Howard tells the woman that they found fertilized eggs that will hatch, and asks her to take these eggs to the shelter's incubation shed and take care of them. She says yes, and at that moment her attitude changes. She ties her hair back, saying she loves animals and that he should leave them with her. Howard notices that she seems different and asks if something happened to her. The woman says it's just some trouble sleeping, nothing major, and Howard backs off. The sun rises. Howard admires Sharon's work. She made 4 spears equipped with those bombs. Now he had a real weapon. He asks 2003 if he found anything. The robot says there's still no discovery. Then Howard comments on the fact that the robot didn't mention it had a radar before, and 2003 replies that he didn't even know it could be useful.
This radar uses a lot of energy and only works in a small area. It was designed to help people find their lost pets.
At that moment, a tremor shakes the entire shelter. Something exploded. The electricity went out, and Howard wonders if the lizard found them. But 2003 says the radar didn't find anything. Just then, Sharon arrives running, telling them not to panic. It was her fault. The electricity generation room had an energy leak. She didn't do anything wrong. Something just suddenly malfunctioned. 2003 immediately remembers the eggs. They'll go bad without electricity. But as they try to save the eggs, they realize the path was blocked in the explosion. They needed to clear it. After some time, they managed to enter the room where the eggs were, but only one of them still had a green light. Sharon rushes in, saying the power system has been fixed, and asks about the eggs. Howard tells her that only one of them can still hatch. The other 7 are done for. She apologizes and promises not to mess with the energy core again. 2003 looks closely at the remaining egg. Howard notices the robot's concern for the egg, so he tells him to take this last egg with him. Sharon says to wait. There's only 1 egg left. It's risky to leave it with a robot. It was just a small accident. She swears she'll take good care of it, just put it back in the incubator. Howard tells her that if she really loves animals, he'll give her more in the future. But as for the last egg, it will be better in 2003's hands because for him, it's not just an egg, it's hope. The woman even grinds her teeth, and this time she can't hold back. She shouts, asking when he will stop this ridiculous game. Doesn't he find it strange to develop emotional bonds with a robot? Howard says it's a shame. He really thought they finally had something in common.
Don't argue with her, Howard.
2003's radar goes off. The giant lizard was close to the shelter. He warns Howard immediately, who tells him to stay in the shelter. If he goes out, the egg could break.
No, you're my family.
Howard says all right then, but he had to keep his distance, and they both head outside. Sharon finds it utterly crazy that the robot called him family, and as soon as she's alone again, the voices in her head come back stronger than ever.
Where do you think you can go, Sharon? I'll always be here for you.
Outside, Howard and 2003 gear up for the brawl. The giant mutant lizard charges towards them at full speed. Howard tells them to run in the opposite direction to avoid involving the shelter in the battle. The giant mutant lizard chases them over the rocks. Howard notices that the animal is being very cunning, not following them directly from behind, but it also seems different this time. He then throws the vial with the fragment of the energy core, but apparently misses. The explosion was strong, but behind the beast. 2003 says it's too far, but Howard says it was on purpose. It was just to delay the beast because if it touched between them, the explosion would hurt both of them too. But 2003 said it didn't help because the beast is still after them. As it got closer to them, it would be harder to kill it. 2003 asks what they should do, and Howard responds that they should make noise, and he starts throwing more vials and creating more explosions. In the distance, a scavenger seems to have noticed some commotion. The corrosive ocean was right in front of them. The giant lizard was getting closer. Howard says he still has a grenade. It was his last resort. He tells the robot to keep going, but at that moment, they are forced to stop. The one-eyed green giant gorilla had appeared, and it was right in front of them. Howard seems unafraid and says it's late. From behind them, the giant lizard joins the party. Our protagonist and the robot were trapped. Howard tells him to look at the mountain to their right. It was dry and seemed fragile. He tells the robot to follow him. The two animals roar as Howard throws his spear, telling the robot to run. The explosion creates a crater in the mountain wall, through which the two enter as the giant animals start fighting. Our protagonist and the robot hide in the crater, but Howard knows it's very dangerous. It could collapse at any moment. King Kong throws Godzilla away, but the animal stands up, already inflating its green pustules. The monkey doesn't let it charge its skill, and immediately hits the lizard's head. It continues to beat it mercilessly. It seemed like it was going to win, but at that moment, 2 jets of sulfuric acid are launched. Howard is shocked to realize that the jets went straight into the gorilla's open mouth. It staggers backward and begins to literally vomit sulfuric acid. Then it runs away, apparently accepting defeat. Our protagonist takes advantage of the distraction of Godzilla and throws an explosive spear at its face. When it comes to throwing the second one, his left hand, which was damaged by the acid, weakens and he ends up throwing his spear poorly. But instinctively, Howard grabs another spear and activates his throwing skill to the maximum capacity. He throws his spear equipped with a fragment of the energy core. The object cuts through the air swiftly and hits the other spear with full force. However, the impact was perfectly calculated by Howard, so that the previous spear corrects its trajectory and ends up directly inside the lizard's mouth. The animal stops for a second to understand what happened, but its head explodes violently, shattering completely and releasing those pustules everywhere. 2003 congratulates his friend for the beautiful throw. He has just defeated the ruling beast of the region. Howard thanks him, saying that indeed, that throw was epic. He could be a great basketball player. But at that moment, 2003 feels something strange. The egg inside him was cracking, about to hatch at any moment. But at the same time, the weather starts to deteriorate, with strong winds and lightning out of nowhere. Howard asks the robot what's happening with the weather. Something is wrong. 2003 tells him that it's the typhoon that happens once a year. In the next 48 hours, there will be heavy rain and sandstorms, and they have about 10 minutes until it starts. Howard says that not even Usain Bolt could reach the shelter so quickly and suggests opening a cave using the last fragment of the core he had. But at that moment, he begins to hear a beeping sound. He asks 2003 if he hears it too, but the wind was already too strong. Not to mention that inside him, the chicken egg was hatching at that exact moment. Our robot is fascinated by this. He thought he would never see a live chicken again, but Howard keeps hearing the beep, louder and louder, even over the sound of the wind. There's something wrong. It's like a sound of danger. He knows he's heard it before. Of course, it's the sound of a bomb, a ticking bomb. Automatically, he looks at the dead body of the lizard. Yes, that's where the sound is coming from. But it's too late. The sound has reached its end. The only thing our protagonist can do is push 2003 away The animal's body explodes, throwing pieces of meat, bones, and acid everywhere.
Whoa!
Howard is thrown against a stone wall, completely bathed in sulfuric acid. His right eye is completely corroded this time. He screams in unbearable pain. A flock of scavengers is attracted by the explosion. Howard manages to inject himself with 3 healing potions, which give him enough strength to stand up. From his torn bag, the vial with the last fragment of the energy core falls. Howard notices this. The scavengers were practically on top of him now. He needed to act quickly, so he kicks the fragment as best as he can, the vial hitting the wall with force, breaking and creating another explosion that throws our protagonist away. Today, he's really taking a beating, folks, but hold on because there's more. What he tried to do somehow worked. He managed to create an opening to the cave inside the mountain. If he could get there, he had a chance of saving himself. So he uses his last strength to stand up, but quickly a mutant eagle attacks him with its extremely sharp claws. Another eagle hits him almost instantly after the first one, leaving our protagonist on the ground, covered in deep cuts and completely corroded by sulfuric acid. He sees another scavenger coming at him at full speed and understands he messed up. He should have been smarter, and now he's going to pay the price for it. The scavenger comes with its extremely sharp claws to deliver the final blow, but at the last second, 2003 manages to pull Howard away, telling him to hold on. He gives him another injection of that healing potion, while Howard says he should have stayed away. 2003 doesn't respond. He simply drags him as fast as he can into the cave, and then starts trying to close it. Howard tells him to forget about it. He couldn't even feel his own body anymore. Even if he doesn't die now, he won't be a complete dead weight. He played poorly, and now the game was over for him. But 2003 says he will survive. He would take care of him. Inside the robot, a little chick was already walking back and forth. 2003 had managed to close the entrance of the cave. They were apparently safe for now. Howard, still being corroded by acid, tells 2003 he should leave. This game has a wonderful backstory. He's glad he can leave him with the little chick to survive, thanking God for being able to leave some hope for him.
I'm not going anywhere. You're my family.
Our protagonist tells the robot to stop reading the programmed script in him. The game is over. He had tried his best, but lost. Any attempt to prolong this would be pure suffering. The birds aren't interested in a piece of metal so he could get out of there with the chick, but he himself was already condemned. Now he would wake up in the real world and face his destiny. At that moment, a giant beak pierces the entrance of the cave. The scavengers were trying to invade. 2003 stands in front, saying he can offer him safety. He says he can offer loyalty, warmth, light, healing for everything. Howard realizes the robot is repeating the words he once said. A giant beak pierces through 2003's body. Howard watches the scene, unable to do anything. 2003 had a huge hole right in the middle of its body, and worst of all, the little chick, which was his hope, had been killed. But the robot continues undeterred, using its body to protect the cave entrance. He begs Howard not to die, saying he can offer him a place cleaner than paradise. And then, the beak pierces through its head, throwing away 2003's visor. The pecking continues, the robot's body being completely pierced. Howard slowly loses consciousness. The last thing he sees before passing out is 2003's destroyed body, still blocking the cave entrance. The 6th day of the game begins. Yes, my friends, it's only the 6th day of the game, and our protagonist has practically died 3 times already. However, he's still alive. We see 2003 failing apart, dragging its body through a desert covered in mist. Howard regains consciousness and wonders if this is the end of the world. The battered robot says this is the world after a sandstorm. The storm scared off the scavengers, and he managed to survive. His radar is still working. Before dying, he would take Howard back to the shelter. Howard says he can't feel any part of his body, asking if he's paralyzed. But the robot replies he took too many of those healing injections. When the anesthetic wears off, he'll return to normal. Our protagonist says that when he can move again, he'll fix him. And indeed, he needed it. The little robot was falling apart. He only had one arm left. His head was almost gone. His body was full of holes with wires everywhere. A little more, and he'd be thrown away. Still, 2003 2003 manages to speak. He asks Howard how he's going to rebuild the shelter. Please tell him. Howard takes a deep breath and then agrees to the robot's request. He says he'll first pave the path leading to the shelter. He'll put cement on it and get it done. He says he'll plant poplar trees along both sides. They are tall and straight. On the left side of the shelter, he wants to create an open field where he'll plant wheat, maybe also cultivate soybeans and corn. On the right side, he wants to plant rapeseed flowers. When spring comes, they'll bloom and create a beautiful scene. At the end of the road, he will plant a big tree so that every time he leaves, he'll see it. Whenever he feels lost and confused, when he no longer knows where to go, at that moment, we see memories of him struggling, probably after leaving home and starting his life alone in a new city. He keeps saying that in those moments, he would stop and look back. The tree would always be there for him. The same tree from when he started his journey. 2003 says that's great. With that tree, humans won't get lost anymore. Howard agrees, saying he's been lost for a long time. They finally find the shelter. 2003 mentions that it detected a barrier just before the entrance, so it releases Howard's body to try to figure out what it is. He starts walking towards this barrier, and Howard turns to look. Then he sees it. There really was something in the way. It was a warning from Sharon saying she filled that area with landmines. They should take a detour. Howard immediately shouts for 2003 to get out of there, but it's too late. The little robot, already without its display to identify the message, explodes violently. Howard is thrown back again. He tries to get up, but he's too weak. The robot's pieces fly everywhere. The disc with 2003 written on it falls right in front of Howard, who wonders why the world had to be so cruel to him. He reaches out to touch the disc, but at that moment, another hand grabs the object. Sharon Yang, with wide eyes, snatches the metal disc from our protagonist's hand. He becomes enraged, but can't do anything except watch the woman run away while losing consciousness once again. The story continues, and now we're on the 8th day of the game. Our protagonist has been out for 2 days. He wakes up suddenly in a room, with water and dried meat waiting for him. Being famished and without food or drink for about 4 days straight, he immediately drinks the water without thinking much. But soon he remembers what had happened. Sharon Yang. He starts screaming her name, leaving the room calling out for her, asking her to show up, questioning why she's against him and demanding an explanation. Meanwhile, we see Sharon nervously holding a screwdriver. Howard finds her, but before he can say anything,
Rebooting.
our protagonist doesn't understand.
System memory recovery.
2003, as good as new, is right in front of him, not only with its 2 arms, but also with 2 wheels. He regains his memory and asks what happened. Was he repaired? Howard wonders how this is possible. Sharon explains that the metallic ring is the central controller of the robot. As long as this controller is intact, the robot is repairable. 2003 is amazed by the fact that he now has hands and is completely clean. All his parts are new from the inside out. Moreover, he received upgrades, like a combat system, and the best part, a rice cooking system. He can't believe that after all this time, he has become an elite robot. Howard is also impressed, asking the woman how she did it. She replies that she had told him before that the robot could be improved, but he simply ignored her. There are many robot bodies in the maintenance room that could be used for 2003, but he ignored her to stick with those junky iron parts. She continues, saying that he doesn't want to listen to anything she says. It's much easier for him to vent his anger on her. Howard doesn't know what to say until he mentions that she said 2003 could be destroyed in the improvement process. She starts to get irritated and says that scientific tests never guarantee success. There's always a small percentage of things not going as planned. She asks how old he is. She tells him he doesn't know how foolish he's been. If she hadn't managed to fix the robot in time, she would have been killed by him and not by the apocalypse. Then she takes a breath and says they need to have a conversation. She can't take it anymore. She mentions that while he was out for days, she had to take measures to protect herself, but she put up the warning, and yet he stepped on the landmines. Whenever she talks about science with him, he responds with a silly speech about feelings and emotions. When she tries to devise a plan with him, he leaves her alone and works on his own. Every time something goes wrong, he always finds excuses to blame her. She really doesn't know what she did so wrong to him. Tears start rolling down her face as she says she just wants to survive. She's not evil. Howard apologizes, saying he hadn't thought much about it. But the woman leaves crying, telling him that the mere charge won't meet the robot's needs. Only the energy core will work. However, she promised not to touch the energy core again after what she did with the chicken eggs, so he'll have to handle it on his own. Then she finally leaves, leaving him there thinking that he needs to change his attitude towards her. Sharon walks through the shelter corridors, thinking that Howard is stubborn and can't stand it when others are being tough on him. She ties up her hair, telling herself that if he wants to play, then they'll play. Today's video ends here, guys. If you enjoyed it, subscribe to the channel and hit... Hey guys, Suriyashi here. The last video ended with Sharon fixing 2003 after it blew up, and unloading all her frustration on Howard, who stood there looking dumbfounded, realizing he needed to change the way he treated her. The story continues, and we see Howard happy because his in-game family is back, and now he had regained hope in this mess. 2003 asks him how he's doing, if he'll be able to keep fighting the beasts after taking so much acid to the face. Howard pauses to think about it, and realizes he can still move like before, but his hands keep trembling uncontrollably. He probably won't be able to throw anything anymore. But the robot says it's okay. From now on, he can chill because it'll fight for him. With this fighting chip installed in him, he now knows practically every fighting style from ancient times to the most recent ones. At this moment, his fighting power was 300. Howard tells him not to be so confident because his own score was only 90. There's no way the robots could be 300. But 2003 says the fighting chip contains information from 400 years ago, when human civilization was at its peak, and says it'll show him. Then he starts doing some crazy moves in the air, showing boxing, judo, karate, kung fu, tai chi, Bruce Lee's style. In short, the robot was now a martial arts master. Howard is speechless. That robot was too wild. Some time passes, and we see Howard has traded his hands for a pair of boxing gloves, and he asks why the robot didn't tell him he could become so badass before, and the robot tells him not everyone can turn a task robot into a fighting robot. And also, Howard himself said there were no engineers around. Howard thought Sharon was just a snobby businesswoman, but apparently, there are people who are proud, rich, and freaking smart at the same time. But anyway, now it's time to change plans. From now on, they'll train. Howard wants to learn as much as he can from the fighting styles the robot has on its chip, until when he's practiced enough, he'll go outside and beat up the beasts. The robot is amazed by the protagonist's excitement, saying he loved this new surprise. He tells the robot he'll get the energy core it needs, and later he'll give it a nice paint job to make it look like a transformer. But 2003 tells him he wants the shelter logo on him, which is that wheat or something like that.
Howard, I don't want to look like a factory-made robot.
Howard agrees. He'll paint the wheat logo everywhere, even in the bathroom if he wants. Some time passes, and we see Howard looking at the giant energy core. He remembers the robot telling him that the explosion of that thing would be as powerful as a nuclear bomb. But out of nowhere, a female voice asks why he's so late, and on the main monitor appears that scientist who created the game, saying that the energy core is the most precious source in this game. Usually, players will take a look. Howard asks if she's the developer of this game, and she says yes, but tells them to get to the point. Then she says he needs to destroy this game. Howard squeezes the button when he hears this. He says he's not prepared for that. How can she ask him for such a thing at this moment? He hasn't even brushed his teeth yet. The woman doesn't understand. Did he forget her warning? He can't be guided by his desires. Howard says he knows that. It's not so hard to distinguish the real world from the virtual one. He can control himself just fine. The woman says then they'll talk about a more realistic problem. Is the legal system ready to support the results of this game's launch? Howard doesn't understand what she meant. She asks if he thinks this game will remain in testing phase forever. When the game is open to the public, millions of players will have all kinds of skills they gained in the game in real life, just like him. Who can guarantee that they'll continue being normal citizens who abide by the laws? Who can guarantee they won't use this to commit any kind of atrocity? Who can guarantee that society's order will be maintained? Howard says he doesn't know. He's just a regular worker. He can't guarantee anything. That's something the game controllers have to do. They have to remove the harmful elements from the game. So the developer tells him the truth. The main reward of this game is that the player establishes the limit of their cell division, meaning for those who missed biology class, if they want, the player can live forever. She asks Howard how many people will resist this temptation. When did he realize that he had unlocked the skill of throwing things accurately? At no point did he stop to think how crazy that really was. She says they can put an end to all of this. Even in times of peace, the world is never at peace. There's always someone sacrificing themselves for the greater good. So she asks what he chooses to be, an unnamed hero or one of history's sinners. prisoners. Howard tells the woman he never thought about being a hero. He's just an ordinary citizen, doesn't want any trouble, and asks how he can help. The woman says it's simple. He just needs to send that energy core to the place she'll send him. She'll use the system's loopholes to break this game. The tricky part is that the place he'll have to take this thing is in a dangerous area with many monsters around. He better bring as many weapons as he can and preferably get a truck. Howard asks if he can wait until the last month of the 180 days he has in the game to do this, because in real life, he's kinda screwed. And here in the game, he can use the time to learn things that will be very useful. The game developer says she has some things there that can help him too, but she can't give him 6 months. The maximum time she can wait is 3 months. In 3 months, he has to take the energy core to the designated place. She says if he does that, she'll solidify his memory base, so that when he wakes up in the real world, he remembers everything he experienced in the dream, especially the things he learned. That's all she can offer. Sometime later, we see that Howard really painted 2003, and he was very happy with it. Howard takes a vial containing a fragment of the core and connects it to the robot's battery, because now that it had been tuned, this robot would need a lot more energy. We see the game developer saying that Sharon Yang used the energy core too much, so she gave her a lesson. It was she who cut the power at that moment when things went sour. 2003 notices Howard lost in thought and asks what's up, but Howard says it's all good. It's time for them to make the most of being alive. He says he wants to see how good a robot with 300 fighting points can be.
Okay.
The robot stretches its body to about 3 meters tall, and from up there, it throws a bomb in Howard's face, causing him to fall back on his knees.
Howard, are you okay?
Howard says compared to sulfuric acid burning in his face, this is nothing, and that punch really felt like a boxer's. He finds it interesting. That's how training should be. Let's get on with it. Then the robot starts beating him up, sweeping his legs, punching him in the face, headbutting. Dude, imagine taking a headbutt from a robot. 2003 tells Howard that the points don't lie. Unarmed, he has a fighting score of 50 points, at the level of an ordinary man. Howard finds this score curious. It even reminded him of someone. He asks the robot to try to estimate the score of that person he remembered using the description he'll give.
Description. I'll give a few opinions.
So Howard begins to tell 2003 the story that the woman who went after Josh Ty in his apartment told. That on a rainy and windy night, this guy went to a gang. There were at least 20 people there. They were armed drug dealers who were used to killing while laughing. Josh Ty beat them all up, 20 armed criminals to death with his own hands. The woman said he did it to save her because they grew up together. After hearing this story, 2003 says that person's score is at least 3,000 points. If he has weapons, that score can double or even more. Howard asks if he's joking. In that case, he could defeat a ruler-level monster alone. And the robot says yes. The person in that story he told has unbelievable strategies, skills, and physical strength. 99% of ruler-level creatures can't withstand the power of 20 weapons. Not to mention that these monsters are usually kinda dumb. The person in his story could probably beat them. Then he asks if this story he told is a myth because he's never heard of it, and wants to know what happens next. But he realizes that this question made Howard tense because what was going to happen next was that he had threatened Howard that if he didn't leave town, change his name, and disappear completely, he would kill everyone he knew. His parents, his friends. Howard sees a tree in front of him and himself as a child. Then he asks the robot, if he can conquer all this desert, will his fighting score reach 3,000? The robot does a quick calculation based on the scores of the most powerful monsters there. Then it tells Howard that he survived an ocean of acid falling on his face. What else couldn't he do? And it says it will be with him even if he's fighting against God. Howard asks when it got so bold like a human, and says he doesn't need to worry so much about him anymore. The moment he talked about planting that tree in the shelter's path, he wouldn't go back on his word like Naruto. Now, the game has only just begun. While the two train, we see Howard's memories. Him as a child coming home from school, talking to people in the neighborhood. A kebab seller gives him a kebab and asks if he already knows what he wants to be when he grows up. The woman says that at worst, he could take over his parents' shop, but Howard says he wants to drive boats. They ask why, and he says it's for nothing. He just wants to feel free. He can go wherever he wants, laugh and scream that he's in the middle of the waves. People find it funny. Then the scene cuts again to Howard's parents talking in the kitchen. They seem disappointed about something. Apparently, someone ran off with their money, leaving them completely broke. Little Howard tells them it's okay. He doesn't need allowance. He asks them to please get up, but both his father and mother were completely devastated, and our dude doesn't understand what's going on. So we see that since he was a little kid, he had to work to help his parents, doing all kinds of things things like pasting flyers around, cutting grass. All of this made him do poorly in school, sleeping in class. Over time, he started working as a part-time mason's assistant while still in school. Because he couldn't do well in school, he wouldn't get anything better than that for his life. Knowing this, Howard always knew he would need to start his own business if he wanted to change his life, which got him into trouble with a supposed friend who scammed him. His parents always tried to tell him that they were poor, he shouldn't get involved with others, and work hard. We see Howard apologizing to his friend Donald, who didn't understand why he apologized for everything. Howard just didn't want to cause more trouble. Donald tells him about a big company that's hiring new employees, and they could try. But Howard says he would definitely fail. Donald asks why he keeps denying himself, and he says everyone knows his place is working as a mason's assistant. Donald asks if he defines himself based on what other people think of him, and why he doesn't ask himself who he really is. But he just shakes his head in denial. People pretend to be happy, and the world lives fast. He was still ambitious, but just pretended to be happy. Gradually, he buried himself under a mask of a normal person, but deep down, he lived completely frustrated and in constant agony. We see child Howard under the tree. He looks at the path that would become his life and sees all the torment and frustration he'll have to go through. But at the other end, at the end of the path, someone is standing. It's Howard now, looking directly at his past, seeing everything clearly. His inner child smiles, but at that moment 2003 calls for him, asks where he's looking. Our protagonist, while dropping a dead mutant wolf on the ground, says it's nothing. He just wanted to see if he wasn't on the wrong path. Now that he was 100% motivated, Howard was hunting beasts like crazy and making sure to defeat them all with his own hands. The robot is worried, constantly saying they're still in training, but Howard is completely focused on increasing his fighting skills. He wants to be great at hand-to-hand combat, but still fails, right? In one of those, he tried to do a backflip and fell headfirst on the ground. 2003 tells him not to be fancy. It doesn't make sense to play around in a fight. It says he needs to make good use of his body, even finger strength. If he gives a quick and precise attack in a vital point, it's enough for the opponent to lose the ability to fight. With this instruction from the robot, Howard starts to get smarter and focus on the beast's vital points. He strikes the throat of a mutant bear, which seems to lose strength but actually regains balance and goes after him even fiercer. But 2003 cuts the beast's head off without even thinking twice. While killing the animal, he tells Howard that his current limit is 100 points in a life or death fight. If he encounters a monster with a score above 100 points, simply focusing on a vital point won't work. Howard agrees. His physical conditioning is still not the best. He needs to strengthen his body, especially now that he can't throw things at the beasts like he used to. The best part of this whole story of killing beasts to get stronger is that he managed to pick up a lot of wheat seeds scattered around the map, and with that, he can start rebuilding the shelter. He asks 2003 to explain to him exactly how they were going to plant things and such, since agriculture was his specialty. The robot agrees and begins to give him an agriculture lesson. He really explains to Howard the whole process in detail, but I won't mention it here because it's quite extensive. In summary, he says that he can leave it to him to do whatever is needed. Howard says he wants to help, but 2003 says that agriculture is his job. Howard has to keep improving. The main character accepts it. They agree that during the day he will fight, and at night he will exercise. Some time passes, and we see Sharon Yang walking through the shelter, hearing some sounds like groans. It was Howard doing some push-ups to get an inexplicable shape. Sharon sees this scene and finds it somewhat pathetic because he couldn't even do a single push-up. She notices his arms all corroded from the acid, trembling incessantly, and wonders if it's because of the corrosion. He seems very weak. This wasn't good. It could disrupt her plans. The 9th day of the game begins with Howard lying on the shelter floor. He had fallen asleep there out of exhaustion, but Sharon wakes him up. He wakes up quickly and sees the woman there. She tells him to follow her because she wanted to show him something. Some time passes, and we see Howard with his jaw dropped at what she showed him, a very cool exoskeleton. Howard finds it amazing and asks if it can do anything. She says it's simply an individual exoskeleton, much simpler than making a whole robot, and there aren't enough materials to make something more complete. The maximum punching power is 300 pounds, but the power can be adjusted as needed. Of course, a fragment of the energy core is needed as fuel. Howard is really impressed with these metal arms. He would be able not only to deliver much stronger attacks, but also to defend himself from the animal's teeth now. Sharon says she knows it's impossible to stop him, so it's better to make something he can use. Then she asks him to bring her something. He asks what it is, and she says for him to go to these places marked on the map. She wants the loot that's in those places. Howard asks if she wants to kill him. There are some beasts there with a fighting power of 10K. He analyzes the map better and sees that it's a map from 10 years ago. It seems that there used to be several shelters there. Sharon says that the details about these shelters could not be found in the records. Howard takes a closer look at the map and sees that there are monsters with up to 100K fighting points there, guys. He wonders if there really are monsters with 100K fighting power. In that case, hand-to-hand combat is totally impossible, even with these metal arms. The only way to beat this game is to start from the bottom and pick up weapons along the way. It's the only way to fight a monster at this level. Howard tells Sharon that it's safe. He would have to explore these places anyway. Today, they would start with the simplest one. She says she will do whatever she can to help him, and that the most important task now is to gather information. And also, it would be great if he could bring back an animal. Well, some time passes, guys, and we see Howard sprucing up his appearance. He cut his hair to the default style and put on an eye patch. Now he was ready to start the morning training, and in the afternoon, they would go to the ruins.
Hey, Howard, look. Now you're like me. You only have one eye.
And Howard says that Sharon told him it was better to cover it because otherwise it could cause trouble later. And as she is smarter than he is, it's better to listen. But anyway, it wasn't a big deal. Some more time passes, and now we see a starry sky, a headset with the logo of a wheat. It was Sharon Yang trying to communicate with someone by radio signals, but getting no response. She gives up, but says that the text-to-speech conversion was finally completed. She wouldn't need to try to decipher that strange language anymore. It was time to see what was written in the diaries of this place. She presses play, and then hears a voice saying that today was the annual festival of the Guardians. The voice says they will sing the great cause of the ancestors from 400 years ago, light a bonfire, look at the stars, and raise their hands. The voice continues, saying that when their ancestors find a new home among the stars, they will return and lead them out of this sea of suffering. They were the fearless Guardians. At this point, we see a logo written Museum of the Guardians. Howard arrives at what seems to be the ruin of the Museum of the Guardians. The beast in this place was a group of hyenas with a fighting power of 100 points. He could handle it. Howard says he never imagined he would one day see a ruined museum and asks 2003 if he doesn't want to take the opportunity to tell the story of this place. The mutant hyenas appear, but they don't seem worried. In fact, 2003 simply begins to tell the story of the place. He recounts that it all began when a radioactive meteorite hit the Earth 400 years ago. Humanity's ancestors saw the meteorite coming before it happened and knew that this catastrophe would kill most of the Earth's species, so they stopped fighting and united. This caused all science and technology to advance by leaps and bounds to build spaceships. Shortly before the meteorite hit the Earth, human civilization flew into space, but the spaceships couldn't accommodate everyone. Some people had to be sacrificed. The last survivors of this cataclysm joined forces and formed a nation. These are the Guardians. Dedication and bravery were passed down from generation to generation. It was said that when the ancestors found a new home in the universe, they would return to retrieve those who were left behind. But those who stayed waited for centuries, and only abnormal radioactive creatures arrived. The warrior Guardians easily defeated them because, despite everything, they had the technology left behind by the ancestors when they departed 400 years ago. Their military power could crush any beast. However, archaeological discoveries indicated that the ancestors of the Guardians, those people who stayed on Earth to die, were only sacrificed because they were all criminals. This was like a bomb to the morale of the Guardians, discovering that all of them, all of humanity's descendants, came from criminals. That pride and dedication suddenly became a joke. Everything they believed in was a lie. No one would ever come back for them. What was left of humanity was left to die. This discussion was very profound, and many people thought differently. Hostility began to intensify, and the Guardians became increasingly divided, until the country split into regional autonomies, and people began to pay attention only to their own groups. Corrosion spread across the ocean, and as each group only cared about themselves, no one did anything to stop it. The voice continues, saying that this was the last time the wheat shelter would celebrate the Guardians Festival. They prayed to the ancestors, but the ancestors didn't respond. The last soldier died on the way to explore the shelter shelter under the moon. Now it was his turn. The voice says it left a loyal robot in the shelter called 2003. He is there to protect the shelter and save the soldiers who return injured. Then it concludes by saying that when people are safe, he will come back to get him. It's a promise. After listening to and noting all this, Sharon says it's no wonder they have hand-drawn maps, even though they have satellites. The first group of people were all criminals. Maybe there were a few engineers. Finally, she says she hopes Howard finds something good in the ruins. If he's as useless as the people in this story, she'll have to remove him from her life. Speaking of him, Howard is down there beating up the mutant hyenas, testing his new exoskeleton. He kicks a hyena with all his strength, making it fall near a dormant robot in the middle of the ruins. The robot lights up instantly, and 2003 warns Howard that it's a level C security robot. He tells him to be careful because this robot doesn't have an artificial intelligence. It will simply attack anyone who tries to invade. Howard thanks God for bringing an iron gauntlet. Otherwise, he would have to fight a steel robot with his bare hands, which would be tough. The robot lunges at our protagonist, who remembers Sharon saying that the metal ring is the robot's CPU, while seeing a metal ring on the robot's chest. The machine tries to hit him, but he dodges. Then he quickly uses his metal hands to pull the ring from the robot's chest. He raises his metal arm, and with all the strength of his exoskeleton, strikes the robot in the chest, while using his other hand to pull out the ring. He uses his leg to push the already deactivated robot away. At that moment, a door behind him falls. 2003 tells Howard that he has become much smarter. With this armor, his fighting power is now 200. Howard thinks it's very little. It's increasing too slowly. He needs to fight some tougher creatures, so he tells them to see what's behind that door that opened. The two enter the room, and when they see what's there, Howard asks if the game couldn't be more pleasant to him. A skeleton. After going through so much trouble, he is greeted by a skeleton. 2003 says he recognizes that outfit.
He is the museum's curator, but it's strange that his robe is all in shape.
The skeleton was upright and seemed not to have been broken in any part.
Why didn't he leave with the others and even sent a security robot to block the entrance?
Howard replies that he wanted to die with the culture. The room was full of books, all clean and tidy. They were well protected. But he says that this is unnecessary. If he had left, he could have had the chance to come back and revive this place. Dead, he couldn't save any culture. But when he opens the book, Howard is surprised. They were the flags of all countries. Look, there's Brazil, Neymar, Ronaldo, Ronaldinho. 2003 says that these were the flags of the ancestors, 400 years ago. He tells him to look around. The things in this room all belonged to the ancestors. Then we see several magnificent paintings on the wall from various places around the world by various authors. Howard says he withdraws the observations he made about the curator. He had a limited vision, but the robot warns him that these paintings are fake. The real ones were all dragged up when the meteor arrived. The shelters used to have a heated discussion about how to restore these works. Howard quickly realizes that there were some counterfeit items, such as a samurai carrying a Gatling gun. Some time passes, and we see that while digging a grave to bury the museum curator, Howard finally told the robot 2003 where he came from. The robot can't believe that our protagonist is one of the humans who lived there 400 years ago. He always assumed that he was an amnesiac soldier. This means that he is one of the ancestors. But Howard says he hasn't gotten married yet. It's a little inappropriate to call him an ancestor.
Wow! Have you ever seen cute animals like cats, dogs, and birds?
And Howard asks, what do you mean? There are no cats or dogs in this world? 2003 says no.
400 years ago, when the meteor was approaching, humans were busy fleeing, killing each other, having orgies. Anyway, most of the pets were abandoned. Then the globe's temperature dropped, and disastrous typhoons and snowstorms came. Before the meteor's arrival, those cute little animals had already been almost extinct.
Howard tells him to wait. This sounds familiar. It was what happened in his last dream. Then he picks up the book with the history of the Guardians and can't believe what he read. The nearby star Centauri C had exploded, and its fragments would hit the Earth in approximately a year. This caused absurd social chaos. All electricity was used for spaceship construction. Electric power was cut off shortly afterward. We see a plane full of people that stopped working in mid-flight. Next, we see Howard, on his first day of his first dream, looking around and realizing he was alone, and the moment the plane hit the building near him, he finally understands. It was a Ceres dream. While he was living all that story of hunting the wolves, people were making spaceships. He remembers the AI-63 telling him that the ultimate goal of this game was to find out how much better the future of humans would be with the player's help. This means that what he does now affects how this world develops. So it means he can try to change the history of this world. Today's video ends here, folks. If you enjoyed it, leave a like and subscribe to the channel to receive the continuation of this story when it comes out. Thank you. See ya.
Recaps. Spoilers ahead, watch out, and take care. The manhwa starts off with us being brought into a noble's room, and a man reading a note about him being removed from the family register. He says it feels like the god of fate is ridiculing him. The man's name is Ed Roth Taylor, and his life was over. Some students talk about him, and say there's no point in being afraid of him anymore since he was disowned and kicked out of his dorm. They say he shouldn't have rigged the entrance exam. We see Ed sitting on a bench, saying this is unfair. Because the Ed they are talking about isn't even him. He entered a game that is based in a magic school called Sylvania Academy. The game was called The Failed Swordsman of the Sylvania, and usually in webtoons when someone goes into a game, they either get to be a genius ruffian, or an SSS rank. Out of all of the possibilities, he ended up as a third-rate villain that is kicked out at the start. He possessed the worst character at the worst time. Ed says this is hella unfair. He's always lived frugal and without greed. Some other students call him shameless for saying these things, since he's lived that way. They walk away from him. Ed watches them leave, and looks at his stats in a mirror. He starts to flame the stats, but says it makes sense, as he was only briefly in the story. Then he remembers what happens to him after, and how in the end credits he was begging like a bum. But it makes sense as he was suddenly thrown into the streets, so he's lucky to be alive. He wonders why he possessed the body, but decides since he knows how Ed meets his end, he won't allow himself the same fate. He explains how rather than a school, the academy is closer to a city inside the mountains. He makes his way to the forest northeast of the academy, and that he's walked half a day to get here just to avoid the prying eyes of the other students. Which is plenty of time for him to understand the situation he's in. At this point when Ed was disowned, it was the starting point of the scenario. But it's important to note he wasn't expelled from school, which is very important as the setting is a top-notch academy. So if you graduate from it, you're guaranteed a good future. And as long as the game's set in the academy, he can use the information from being a player to make sure he does. So he can live a comfortable life, better than the one he left on Earth. The main goal now is graduation, but it comes with the issue of a giant tuition fee. This semester is paid for, but he needs to get a scholarship for the next semester. But his stats are straight booty cheeks. He needs to figure out how he's going to survive first. He needs food, clothing and shelter. He looks at the items he brought with his suitcases, and asks how he can get out of this. He has enough clothes, but food and shelter nope. He doesn't even have anywhere to stay tonight, given his reputation getting a job as a nope, and he can't go back to the dorm. So he is stuck in the woods for now. He's got a stream nearby which is good, and he has 10 days until school starts. So he plans to make himself suitable for attending school. We hear him chanting a spell called Windblade, and he's using it to cut some trees, but he's hella gassed out. He wonders why he's so gassed out after gassing 15 trunks, and it only made him hungrier. His stomach begins to growl, and he says he remembers his grandpa telling him when he was a kid that their food supply hit an all-time low, and he ate tree bark in the mountains. He puts it in a cup with water, and begins to boil it using the ignition spell. He says it kinda looks edible now. He munches on it and looks happy. Then starts to vomit out of pure excitement. It jumps to day 3 and he's looking mad healthy while holding a bundle of food. He says after starving for a day, and vomiting for the other one, he's learned wood should only be used to build a house. He starts to explain the building process, saying first you need to raise the frame that supports the wood. He struggles saying there are 4 supports, and it's not an easy job. Then he falls face first into the ground. He lifts it back up, then ties it all together, saying his frame is finally complete. He looks tired saying still a long way to go. He puts his clothes on the floor saying he has no choice. He falls asleep, and then the next day we see that he's made substantial progress on his little shelter. And he looks up to see a window saying his crafting proficiency has increased, and some other stuff about the shelter. Just general life skill information and games. He's still hungry as hell though. Since the actual Ed lived his life as a noble, he wasn't aware he was more talented with his hands than with magic. He has handiness level 4, but he needs it to survive. He makes a simple harpoon, by tying a dagger onto a stick. Ed shouts saying time to get some food. He wildly stabs into a river saying he's running on 2 days with an empty stomach, so this is pure desperation. He actually manages to get a few fish, then starts to cast ignition and uses a rock as a pan to fry it up. He has a week until school starts, so he just needs to hold on until then. He goes to take a bite, until a woman appears. He is surprised to see her, and she calls out to him. He says he didn't think he'd run into her out in the forest, as she's the one who got him kicked out of the dorms. Princess Fenia, she asks why he's still here. Episode 1 of the Failed Swordsman of the Sylvania. It's called Stop Bothering Aelia, and Ed appeared instantly in the game. He used his status as a noble to hit on the main character's childhood friend, but ended up being hit. But since he's vengeful and malicious, he messed with the main character's entrance exam, only to be caught by the princess who was hiding her identity. Phoenicia Elias Clowell. She has an ability called Insight, that detects when someone is lying, and she used all of this to expose Ed. Which got him out of the dorms, and made everyone hate Ed. She asks him again what he's doing here, asking why he isn't expelled. He says that he was only kicked out of the dorms. She says that she'll keep it short, telling him to leave. She can't stand seeing someone so shameless around the school. She'll request his expulsion personally. While she yaps, he realizes that his food is burning, and he says this whole situation is a crisis. Since she's a princess, she truly has the power to get him expelled. He says he has a plan. He tells her the sun will set soon, and aren't the royals meant to be guarded? So to think a princess would come to this isolated forest all by herself. She says if he's trying to threaten her, he'll regret it. He says it's not a threat. He starts to kneel, saying he's just thanking her. She uses insight, and asks what he means. But instantly sees that he's telling the truth. She's surprised. He says good, while explaining to us viewers that the Rothtailers are influential, but by using that name to exploit the citizens and doing human experiments for eternal life, they get hated by the main character. And they all end up being imprisoned or executed, but he's disowned now. His fish is burnt now, and he says it's better to eat that than to starve. But it's a good chance to convince Fenia. Since if he doesn't, it'll be game over for him. He says that since there's a week until school, there's only one reason Fenia is out in the woods. He tells her that since she's here without her guards, it must be for the class placement test. It's a test from Professor Glast, which tasks those who accept it to find magic beads in the forest. Ed says that it's a rough one, and since it's Fenia, she'll for sure be aiming for Class A. She asks if he's trying to flatter her, saying he hasn't changed one bit, and she'll go get him expelled now. He tells her that without his help, she'll never be able to enter Class A. If his words are a lie, he'll accept the expulsion. He tells her to go to the lake at the southeast of the forest. She'll find a small grassy island with a giant tree in the middle of the island. The tree is called Marilda's guardian tree. Underneath in the roots, there will be a present that he's left for her. We see her holding a bead, and says that the Ed from a few days ago was definitely lying scum. However, the Ed just now is the complete opposite, and she's lost for words. It jumps to the class placement test finally being over, and Glass tells everyone to take out the beads they've acquired. We see some beads that do not belong in this manhwa. And he tells them all they'll start in Class F. The test isn't about finding any magic bead. And those who found beads lacking in magic power are the only ones to make Class A. Only 3 people found them. A man named Zix, a woman named Loratel, and lastly the one who found a bead with the highest magic power. None other than Fenia, who is declared the top of the class. It jumps back to Ed Hernfish saying he doesn't have the strength to hold a spear anymore. We see he's made a crude fishing rod, and he's using a small nail as bait. He explains how since she was young, Fenia has seen through flattery and sophistry, which led to her insight skill being developed. Which nobody can lie through, so he had no choice but to be honest with her. Which in turn will create a bigger problem, the reason why Fenia will come to be called the Princess of Love. After being placed in F class. But now she won't end up in F class, since she found the bead. So the original story will begin to collapse. Even if he manages to avoid being expelled, all the information he has would become useless. We got roped along. Turns out that Fenia isn't top of her class, it's a sleeping girl named Lucy Mayerl, so the future might not change. Fenia starts to think about the situation, and how Ed didn't lie about the bead. But it isn't a present, she hid her identity since she didn't want special treatment. She wanted to prove herself. She knew the bead would give good results, but she didn't want to take it. Since it isn't something she'd have accomplished on her own, and the title Princess of Love isn't a skill or a stat, but a title she'd gained from walking a righteous path, he threw the bead out as bait. Whether it was the truth or not didn't matter, Fina could tell anyways. He believed that she'd fail, and she thought she'd succeed and rub it into his face. But Ed didn't lie to her about her not being able to enter A class, and Fina was left unable to do anything. Ed pulls his line out of the river, showing that he's actually managed to catch a fish. So he won't be starving today. It cuts to later, with him running in the woods. He says that he may be living far from school, and has to leave really early in the morning to get to school on time. But that's fine with him, as he's still in the academy. The school opening ceremony begins, and while a teacher is giving a speech, some of the other students start to whisper about Ed, asking how dare he show his face here. But we see him absolutely munching away, saying he plans to enjoy every minute of it. Some girls start to talk about how he looks like a noble as he eats, but they stop gossiping and head off to go find some desserts. One of the girls says that's strange, saying that Ed feels like a different person now. It jumps again to the dean's office, and Ed looks ghostly pale, saying he almost got expelled. He didn't think that Fina would tell the dean about him, though seeing how the dean was smiling, it must have not been bad. He sighs in relief, saying he needs to make sure the story doesn't stray from the original. Ed explains how his skills are focused towards survival currently, and to pair that with the magic he's training, there's no better weapon than a bow. As he domes a rabbit, he explains he'll be able to craft good quality arrows, and put magic formulas on them. While he's looking at the rabbit he caught, he's surprised when he sees the girl from earlier reading under a tree. We're introduced to her, she's Yannicka Failover, and she's a genius spirit sorcerer. She looks over at him, and says it seems like he's the amusing one that Marilda was talking about. She quickly hops over, and introduces herself to him. She asks if he's surprised that she knows about him, and she explains that the forest is the territory of Marilda, a high-ranking spirit, and she talked about him. He asks what she said, and Yannicka says that Marilda is nosy, so she's been keeping an eye on Ed. He looks awkwardly at the rabbit he's holding, and doesn't know what to say. Yannicka reassures him it's fine, since natural order is for creatures in the forest to eat one another, Marilda doesn't mind. Ed says it looks like even a giant wolf has a tender heart, and Yannicka looks curiously, saying that's unexpected, and laughs. Then she says she has something to show him. She holds her hands out, saying that she signed a contract with this little guy yesterday. She asks if he wants to touch it, and he says if he wants to befriend her he needs to chime in at the right time, but quickly sighs, telling her he cannot see spirits. She's surprised that he can't, and he tells her yeah, and he only came for some food, so he'll be going. He decides it's best to try and keep the story just like the original, and Yannicka, someone who is very important to the storyline, is someone he must not get close to. She watches him walk away. She recalls him mentioning the wolf thing. Then pets Mardila, who is a wolf, saying it's interesting since it really seemed like he couldn't see her at all. So how'd he know she's a wolf? She jumps into Maridla's fur, saying she tried so hard to be nice to him, but he just answered with yep and yep over and over. She says geez. But it's not like they won't see each other again, so she'll just take it slow. Ed explains how the distance between his shelter and the academy isn't close at all. He barely makes it running at full speed, leaving at dawn. But it increases his stats, and if he wants the scholarship he has to study more diligently. He writes on a stone slab using a burned stick. On his way home he washes his clothes, then he checks if he has enough firewood and food for tomorrow. Which means he only sleeps for 4 hours. But that's not what is bothering him. He asks Yannicka how long she's going to keep following him. She's surprised he knew, and he says it'd be stranger if he didn't. He asks if she doesn't know who he is, saying he's the delinquent Ed, so why is she here? She says that's just what others think of him, and she smiles, saying she doesn't even know him yet. He says this is the type of character Yannicka is. She may look naive, but she's a really independent thinker. However, knowing what's in store for her in the future, he can't just respond with a blank smile on his face. Because Yannicka is the final boss of the first act. Even though she's the only character who smiles and is nice to him, he didn't want to do this. He says since destiny brought them together, can she do him a favor? She asks what all excited, and he says surely she can see that he's a mess. And that he's having a hard time. Then he asks her for some money. She turns into stone. He says he'll pay her back, and this is what friends are for. Asking how much money she has. He lets us viewers know that she's always the top of her class, so she has a scholarship. But her background is extremely poor, So without the scholarship she can't enroll or advance to a higher class in school. Being the daughter of a small ranch, her biggest weakness is money. She blankly stares at him, then says sorry while fading out. He looks guilty, and 3 days go by without her coming back. He says he feels bad about it, but he doesn't want to get entangled with the important characters. So he'll be careful so the story does not stray. He heads back into his shelter, then drops his basket out of surprise. Since someone even more important to the story than Yannicka just arrived, she's a rare genius and the most powerful character in the game, it's Lucy Mayerl, who is sleeping in his shelter.
Like all the
She
girls
wakes
on
up,
that's
and
fine.
he wonders why she's here,
By you.
saying he's too loud and she can't sleep. He says he wasn't saying anything, and she says not him. But the wolf behind him won't stop talking to him. Of course it's Marilda, who is asking him to someday save Yannicka at all costs. A few days later, Ed says Lucy has only been here for a few days. So surely it won't lead to anything, but of course that was just a complacent thought. It jumps to a joint combat training quest, with a ring and students cheering. It's a mock one-on-one combat exercise, to minimize the lethality students use fake weapons. Which will of course have the most important people in the game being put on the stage, and even the protagonist, who is the failed swordmaster, Taylor. Ed looks excited wondering if his match is next. He says he knows the results so he wasn't paying attention too much. Since the winners are first-year students like Taylor. Except for Yannicka, who tries to talk to Ed again. Who says he can't believe she's so nice even after he asked her for money. He says if Lucy is like a cat, Yannicka is closer to a dog. He tells her he doesn't care for the matches, and she asks what about his. He then starts to sweat nervously, asking if he has to fight. He says Ed would be expelled by now, so who is he even going to fight? Taylor gets on stage, saying he will perform to the best of his abilities. Ed says he just needs to focus on watching the match, since even if it was from a screen. He lived as Taylor for so long, from the miserable endings, to the true endings. He was there for it all, he did it countless times. There wasn't a single route that wasn't arduous and difficult, so he's cheering Taylor on to his fullest ability. Then the announcement asks for Lucy to appear on stage, and he wonders where the hell she went. He spots her feet sticking out while she sleeps, and he yells telling her to finish the duel first. It's Taylor fighting Lucy, and while Taylor has never held a sword before in his life, the first swing he does cuts through Lucy's lightning magic, which caught her off guard. He took the chance to close the gap, so she shot out another lighting spell, which overpowers Taylor, but Lucy gets disqualified for using intermediate magic. Making Taylor the first one to defeat Lucy, it was such a cool scene in the game. He watches as the match is finally underway, and Taylor charges in, to just instantly be deleted by Lucy. Taylor is knocked out, and Ed is completely silent. Lucy yawns, and the other students say nobody expected him to beat the top of the class after all. Taylor's life was always full of trials. He was a country bumpkin, and a failure of a student. He hadn't gotten a single decent grade since starting. He was a failure unacknowledged by anyone. We see Taylor slowly standing back up, as Ed says he's never lost hope ever. And he cheers him on in his head. Taylor charges back into Lucy, and as he gets close, Ed says now she'll use lightning magic, but he's surprised when he sees that she doesn't. She blocks Taylor's weapon with a wind spell, and he tries to break through it, but a beast made of wind roars at him, knocking him out of the stage, and into the wall past Ed. Brother's face is implanted into that shit, then falls down. Ed says this isn't how it was meant to happen. Lucy is declared the winner. And Taylor looks defeated. Ed is surprised since Taylor wasn't meant to lose. Ed watches Taylor walk away, and says this is a big problem. He cannot leave him alone. The magic used is due to forming a contract with Marilda. She approaches Ed, asking if he'll give her jerky. He ignores her, and Fina tries to talk to him too, but he ignores her as well. Which surprises her, since he looks pissed. He calls out to Taylor, saying he doesn't know if this will matter, but it's better than just sitting still. Taylor stops walking and Ed tells him not to give up on his efforts. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. He tells Taylor he did great, and to be proud. It was just an unlucky matchup. He tells him not to let this get him down. He just really doesn't want to be the one to have to deal with all of the problems if Taylor isn't around. We don't get to see what Taylor said if anything, and instead the Emperor Cloel is telling Fina she's got a god's blessing, though her ability wasn't given by God, but rather as we know it's something developed from how she lived her life. Which is how she's so confident. The rest of the Imperial family looked up to Fina, though it was empty remarks. She pretended not to know about it. We see Ed telling her to go easy on him, and she says the same thing to him. Some students mention how Ed was yelling at Taylor. One of them asks why he's making fun of someone who got bodied. Another suggests he's just trying to seem like a nice guy by cheering him on. Phineas says they are right about how Ed acts. In the past he was definitely someone who was shameless. But there's got to be more to him now. Since earlier that was desperation when he was shouting to Taylor, and his words were all the truth. The match is called to start, and Phineas says his actions confuse her. She says she'll come to a conclusion with this duel, and starts to cast magic. He says she'll shoot this as a test, and launches an aqua ball at him. She wonders how he'll react, and watches intently, but he doesn't do anything. And she's lost by this. He falls to the floor, and says he lost. She starts to panic, and says she watched him track the trajectory. The students watching begin to laugh, saying he's worse than Taylor, and it's a joke he got one hit. Ed tells Phineas he learned a lot, and she asks what he's planning. And then she realizes he's not even made eye contact with her a single time. She's declared the winner. She realizes he had no interest in the duel, and that's because Ed doesn't think there's any reason to. He needs to focus on making sure the story doesn't get changed, since Phineas is important to the story, but Taylor, the protagonist of the world, is arguably more important. He looks flustered, trying to figure out where he is. And Phineas calls out to him. He sees her panting. And he asks what she's doing here. She barks at him saying that's her question. And he says he learned a lot from the duel. She chews him out saying my ass. He didn't even intend to win. And he just wanted off the stage fast. She says she's already having a hard time with the fox-like merchant. She means Loratel, and how Glast is just a pile of grumpiness. All of this and the servants won't shut up about living like a noble. She has enough to deal with, so why is he complicating her mind even more? He's surprised she has this much frustration. He grabs her shoulders, telling her to take a deep breath and to calm down. Saying there's no need to get worked up, he guides her on breathing properly. And after a few deep breaths, she covers her face asking what just happened. She looks flushed, saying to please forget about this. He starts to sneak off, and she says she's got a bad habit. She starts talking about how she's always trying to predict what's in people's heads, and Ed just wants to go. She says she'll ask bluntly, and that he cut his ties with his family since he knows about their dark side, right? The reason he picked on Taylor is because he needed a reason to be expelled. He says it's a sharp deduction, but it's mostly wrong. The dark side was correct. But he looks down and plays clueless. She says there's no way she is wrong, and asks what those words he yelled at Taylor were about. Asking if he never disliked him from the start, Ed says no and he just wanted to make fun of him. And since everyone hates him he thought cheering on Taylor would be good. She says anyone can tell he's lying, and to look her in the eyes while he says it. He says he's telling the truth, and her insight detects it as a lie. He says he's telling the truth, and she starts stomping her feet. She starts to get hella mad, but calms herself down. Saying she can't say anything since she has no evidence. So she'll let him go, and he's been staring at the door for a while, right? He thanks her as he leaves, and he says this is the first time she's shown this side of herself. And it's his fault for being a new addition to the story. He says it may be a bit out of line, but she looks really worn out and it's important to pay attention to the complicated politics. But she should relax a bit, as she shouldn't worry too much, especially while being in the academy. She's lived her entire life seeing through others, but this is the first time someone has saw through her. He begins to run, saying he's lost too much time. If Taylor gives up his comfortable life, no, even the entire world might end. He finally sees him, but doesn't know what to say. But we hear a woman's voice saying to stop, and it's Alia, Taylor's childhood friend. She says he's already having a hard time without him, so please don't harass Taylor. Taylor stands up saying so you're still in school, and Ed sees that he's revived. A fighting spirit that never falters no matter how strong his enemy is, he sees now. While he was dueling Phineas, his biggest cheerleader Alia ran to him and consoled him. Taylor asks what business he has with him. Ed is hesitant then says he saw he's great with the blade. Taylor wonders what he's scheming, but Ed turns around saying he's not planning anything. He treated him like a pushover, but in reality he doesn't need to. Which relieves him, since he's obviously the main character. But since Taylor is fine, that's all he needed. Taylor and Alia wonder why he's trying to act cool. He walks outside then hears a loud sound. He looks over to see a giant fire pillar from the arena. He says everyone originally witnessed this while in their seats at the Nail building, as a giant fire spirit, and Lortelle casts some kind of ice spell, which freezes the beast. The ice starts to crack, As we see Yannicka riding atop the spirit's head, she's smiling and Ed explains how he's sure Taylor and Alia are watching this. Taylor looks surprised. He hopes Taylor is paying attention, as one of his very first trials is about to start. Which will be the final boss of this act, Yannicka. It cuts to her being congratulated by the students, and she thanks them while laughing. Then she looks over to see Lortelle being carried out by a stretcher. She feels nothing but guilt, but the students around her won't stop saying how she's their pride. We see a whole group trying to praise her. And Ed says that Yannicka already had friends, but this incident stirs a lot of trouble for her. But it's for the better as he won't be seeing her at the camp. 2 weeks later, he says without having to worry about the main characters he could focus on survival. So he made a fishing net, and we see that his stats have increased a lot too, or he just wanted to flex. He steps out of the river, and we see Yannicka trying not to stare. She asks if he enjoys being naked. He asks what the hell she's doing here, and he asks why she keeps coming back. She says it's like a top secret base, so it makes her excited. Also, she wanted to talk to him more. And she needs some advice. He asks what it is. She says he left early so he might have not seen it, but at the combat training a few weeks ago she hurt Lortelle. He recalls that Lortelle should have used intermediate magic, but it wouldn't be important for Yannicka to know. She says she keeps trying to forget the incident, but she can't help but thinking she overreacted. She asks if she should apologize, but her friends won't stop saying Lortelle was in the wrong. Ed says to apologize then, if she thinks she's right. He explains how Yannicka is lovely, and kind to everyone. So if she ever felt guilty or self-critical, but everyone would just blindly take her side. So Yannicka probably came to him, specifically because she knew he wouldn't follow suit. She stretches saying she's glad he doesn't blindly take her side. He apologizes if it offends her. She says that's not it. She doesn't feel offended at all. She says Ed wasn't like this last year. She may be a bubbly person, but she is very observant. Even when he asked her for money, she could tell it was just him trying to chase her away. She says she finds him reassuring. She wishes everyone was more like Ed, and she laughs. The night continued. Then the next day we see Ed walking down a hallway, saying this is hella bad. While The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania is considered a masterpiece, only a few people have seen the ending. Since most people get bad endings early on, if you save a girl during an ambush in a kobold's test you'll witness the secret of the Golden Daughter Lortelle, then the Detective Conan guy would kill you. In another episode, if you skip partying with Alia, and form a unit with Lortelle, Alia will fall off a cliff and die. If you protect Lortelle from the fire spirit Tarkan that Yannicka summons, you die. We hear Lortelle talking to Ed, and he says he needs to go quickly since she's nothing but bad endings. He asks how long she'll follow him, and she says she didn't think he'd ignore her for so long. He says of course he would. She's the fourth main heroine, and the business magnate Elt Kesheln's only daughter. She smiles saying she'd like to buy 2 hours of his time. He explains how she's designated as a hidden hero. Unlike Fina, Lortelle is treated like a villain from the start. And her true colors are only revealed later on into the story. When players finally learn her true nature, they are given a crossroad between Fina and Lortelle. She calls out to him again, and he ignores her saying he can't fall for it, since if he does he'll lose his advantage. She says surely he can just hear her out, saying she just wants to help a little. She stops in front of him, saying that seeing him is an inspiration to her. Even under difficult circumstances he continues learning. Of course he's known for being arrogant and self-centered. She doesn't care about that. So listen to her offer. She says she'll give 3 gold coins as down payment. And she asks him to help her befriend Yannicka. He says those gold coins are some people's monthly earnings. He gets in her face, asking if she always buys connections with money. She puts the gold into his pocket, saying to keep it for now. And in regards to his question, she knows the more people on her side the better. He says she surely knows she's going to be in a political fight with Fina over control of the academy. So she's starting to gain allies. He smiles saying fine. And she smiles back, and they shake hands. He says that normally people who fall for this end up getting addicted, and some even sell their families away. So preying on that desperateness is simple. Sadly that's how it should have been. We see the gold coins in her hand, and she smiles saying that's amusing. As she watches Ed leave, he grits his teeth saying he really needed the money. But he can't get in between Yannicka and Lortelle. Later that night, we hear Lortelle call out to Yannicka. She says that she didn't expect to see her here. Yannicka says she looks really different with her hair down. Lortelle looks very intent on making Yannicka one of her people. She tells Yannicka there was a lot of fuss about her using intermediate magic, and she wanted to apologize if given the chance. Yannicka says she can see her wounds haven't healed yet. Lortel says she's sure it'll heal quickly, so don't worry about it. Yannicka says her talk with Ed must have gone well. Lortel asks what she's suddenly saying. Yannicka says she usually tells them to restrain themselves, but the spirits sure do love to chatter. She tells her she sometimes catches on conversations. Lortel realizes that she must have heard her trying to pay Ed to befriend Yannicka. Yannicka walks beside her, saying you can't buy sincerity with money. And to her, the way Ed acts is much more approachable. Janix awkwardly laughs, asking if she acted too smug, saying she's quite embarrassed. But she heads off, saying she needs to get going now, and it takes a lot of preparation to form a contract with a high-rank spirit. She's been getting more support, so she needs to work hard. Tells Lortel there's one more thing, and that she's sorry about the other day. Saying she hopes she gets well soon. Lortel quickly realizes that she is very different than she imagined originally. But she says that Yannicka looks strangely on the edge. We see Yannicka in her dark room, saying she has to work harder because when people expect good things from you. IIT jumps to morning, and we see Ed's clothes all being hung to dry, and Lucy says it reeks. And his clothes get instantly knocked off as she flies off. We hear a woman asking who is there. He looks over to find the senior maid of the finest dorm, the Awfulest Hall. Her name is Belle Maya, and she's the one who kicked him out. He quickly explains to her the situation, but she looks around saying Jancia already told her. But she didn't think he'd be living like this, and it's good to see a good change for him. Sadly, her words fell on deaf ears, as he was staring elsewhere. He explains how the Awfulest maids are all pretty much Olympic Giga Chad maids, and they are all forklift certified. He's staring at the basket she's carrying, saying it must be the best ingredients she could find in this forest. He starts to think if she'd affect the story, and she says he doesn't need to be so respectful. She can talk to her like when he was in the dorm. He says nah. She's surprised and he asks how he could talk down to a maid who is always hard-working. And he decides since she's not crucial to the plot, he should befriend her. She tells him about the stuff inside of the basket. It cuts to later and we see he upgrades his fishing net farm. He's got plenty of meat now, so his dietary needs are almost taken care of. He puts his cup on the campfire, then ignites the bottom to boil the water. We see that his wind and fire spells are both level 10 now, and he says he's been using them too damn much. He ended up making herbal tea due to the info Belle told him about. He takes a sip, saying he's done with his work now. Yet the sun hasn't set, and he has to admit how much fun he's having. He spots something flying in from overhead, and he says of course something would happen. It crashes into his camp, completely knocking him down, and in the dust he wonders what the hell is going on. Since his camp just got wiped out, he hears someone panting. Lucy says that just about killed her. He asks what she's talking about, and she shakes in fear saying Belle Maya. He says she's a good person though. She says that she was really moody and came to her with her fist clenched. So she teleported out of there suddenly. She says she thought she was going to be hurt. Ed is pissed, and Lucy asks for food. He smacks her saying she ruined everything. She says ow, and he quickly realizes she isn't using any protective spells. She tells him she ran out of magic. He laughs, saying that's a good thing, and this is for his house she destroyed. He flicks her forehead, then says this is for Miss Belle Maya, and flicks her again. He says he needs a sturdier house, so he needs to build a house out of real wood. But being as busy as he is, it's a big plus to gain knowledge in the library. He says he figured most of it out, now he just needs to figure out how to smoothen the wood and finish the roof. A girl tells him it's closing time, and says he's studying hard. He asks if it's been a while, and apologizes. She says it's fine, and seeing someone work so hard boosts her motivation. She introduces herself as Elka Island. He says it's like she's using her puppy dog eyes to tell her his name. He reluctantly tells her his name, and she instantly makes an oh shit face. He says it's a familiar face. But it's fine, since he's used to the discrimination now. She says he's hella different from the rumors. He's been reading all the books that are even too hard for her to understand, and he's read 6 of them easily. They all say he's arrogant, but they don't know him, and it seems like rumors aren't to be trusted after all. She says she knows someone who is just as sincere as he is. She says she'll be cheering for him, and he says, thanks. She tells him to have a safe trip back, and she's going to clean up and head back to her dorm. Then a loud rumbling begins to shake the entire library. Elka looks up to see a shadow, as a bookshelf and all of its books begin to fly toward her. As it's time for the episode 1 final showdown, the Glaskin Showdown. A large purple beam can be seen from the academy. We learn that, thanks to Taylor and his friends' efforts, many students gathered at the main square. It's been 2 hours since the disaster started. Aelia says she's seen this once. It's a summoning rune to summon the highest ranked spirit of darkness, Glaskin. Fenia says this is bad news, as only one person can summon this many spirits. And it's highly likely that the person behind all of this went berserk due to Glaskin, and that it's Yannicka Faylover. The students are speechless. Taylor says this isn't the time for this. If Aelia is right, then the barrier around the students will only buy some time. If Glaskin is summoned, then there will be casualties, so they need to head inside the student center. The captain of the Royal Guard, Claire, says people outside the barrier will notice in no time, so if they deal with it soon. Alvira, an alchemy student, cuts him off, saying it's not a problem that can be dealt with outside. Even the principal Obel is out of town too. But if everyone here were to join hands, they might be able to take down a high-ranked spirit. A man named Klebias says he's against it. Not only does she want them to get through the intermediate level spirits, but then they'll have to deal with 2 high-ranking spirits, Tarkan and Velosfer. He says that's suicide, and he's not doing it. Lortel asks if she did this all on her own, saying this is way too much power. Aelia says it's most likely Velosfer's power, and it's using her as a medium to manifest it. And that spirits of darkness are the natural enemies of spirit sorcerers. Their enormous power is simply beyond a spirit sorcerer's control, and the demons take control of the spirit sorcerer, which is what all spirit sorcerers know. Yet how Yannicka was able to manage to command Velosfer isn't known to anyone. Zix says none of this matters, and the best thing to do is decide their course of action, and only one person can do that. So he asks Fenia about it. She's hesitant and everyone looks to her awaiting for her order. And then she recalls Ed's words to her, about having some peace of mind. She says if only it were that easy. She says they'll enter in an hour. But only her guard Claire, and the top students from each year in class. So make preparations and ready yourselves. She'll take responsibility for it all. Some random appears, saying they are done assessing the teaching area. The Audrey Hall and Potion Archives are in the middle of a strike. So they won't join. She says then it's all up to them then. The random says there's no other students, until a woman appears saying there is one. She just came from the library, and in there is her friend, an apprentice librarian, with a sophomore student. Fenia asks for her friend's name. She says it's Elka Island. Zix asks if she's really talking about Elka. She says yes. And he says he needs to rescue her now, since she's powerless. Lortel tells him to calm down, saying that Yannicka is their priority. Fenia says that's right, and she said Elka was with another student. So believe in the student for now. Fenia asks who the other student is, but the girl is scared. Zix grabs her, saying to spit it out. She mumbles Ed, saying it's Ed Roth Taylor. Zix looks furious. She apologizes to him, saying he was there until way late tonight. She was annoyed, so she left it to Elka, and they all know what type of man Ed is, right? But Elka doesn't care about rumors. The other students start to say it's not good if she's stuck with someone so shameless. Zix starts to get pissed, and Fenia and Lortel quickly try to stop him from leaving. Fenia tries to convince him to have faith in Ed. Everyone else is lost, as hell, and even she's a bit worried about what she said. Zix is silent, then leaps past them all. But he sees some spirits in front of him. He instantly defeats them, saying if he touches even a single hair on her head, he will rip his off. We finally get some backstory on Zix. We see him tracking something in the woods, and he says he's found it. While he watches a deer from the bushes, we see a knife, and the deer is surprised, as it sees Zix flying at him from overhead, and he kills it. Zix was a descendant of the tribes in the north, but he was abandoned way before any of this. We see people looking at him with fear and disgust while he drags the deer in the street. They recognized him as a descendant of the northern grasslands, a barbarian, and see him as a beast. A girl asks for his name. It's Elka, and he tells her. She laughs, saying he's like a wolf in a human's body. She is surprised, and he drops the deer. She asks if he is okay. He begins to cry, realizing how lonely his life has been. Elka and her father welcomed him into their family. Chasing after the fast-paced life of civilization, his savage life became a distant memory at some point, and the wolf became a man. He says he's heard of the rumors about Ed, so he knows his reputation. He cheated on the test, insulted the princess, and harassed a woman. We see Zix hauling straight cheeks down the hallway, then he spots Ed, who is bloodied up. He asks who he is, but Zix ignores him, asking where Elka is, and asks why he's here. He tells him where she is. He runs over him on his way to Elka. Then opens the door, asking if she's okay, but he sees her asleep, and Ed's jacket covering her legs. He starts to shake, saying, "Thank God," and that he's genuinely grateful. He looks around, saying these bookcases are huge, and would be hard for a fully grown man to lift. Yet they are all places as if they're trying to protect her, along with the curtains to block the spirit's vision. Then he sees on a chalkboard, it says not to panic when you wake up and to wait here. Everything will be solved before dawn, so block the entrance, and not to act rashly. Zix realizes someone protected Elka, then he notices blood on the jacket, and that it isn't hers. And he starts to piece it together, that the blood leads outside to where Ed was laying. So Ed is the one who saved her, but why? Ed thinks that he was so close, and 3 hours ago when the bookcases started to collapse he saved Elka, and says he's glad he did some strength training. And based on the rune in the sky, it's the Glaskin showdown. He's sure Taylor will do it, and he should actively avoid the area with the main characters, since he cannot let the future change. Even so, he cannot sit idly, and he began to block everything off for Elka, and he says he'll just study more until it's over. Then he says that what makes Yannika's power so special is her strong command of spirit understanding and spirit connection. Since meeting spirits itself is part of Yannika's talent, and Ed can't see spirits, so raising his spirit stat is close to impossible. He sees a group of spirits charging at him, but prepares a wind spell. He thanks the event for the free meal, and his ignition leveled a few times, but his spirit connection and understanding both went to level 7. He says if only he got it to one more level, flashback ends. And he says one more level would have made it possible to contract a spirit. Zix comes out asking what he's doing here. Ed wonders why he's asking, and tells him training, saying he doesn't need to lie. Zix sighs, and thinks to himself only naive people would believe he's here training. It's true though. Zix says he understands what kind of person he is now, and that it seems like this is who he has always been. He bows his head saying he truly owes him a big one in the future. And when the time comes, he'll repay this debt to him. Ed thinks to himself saying he forgot Elka and Zix were lovers, since she barely came into the story. But Zix is Taylor's friend who followed him from the start of the story, so he's important. Ed says he must have left the student center to come here, right? If he's confirmed Elka's safety, then to go back and finish what he's meant to at the student center. He says to go help Taylor and do what he says. Zix asks if he means Taylor McClure. Ed says yes, and Zix says he doesn't know why Ed thinks so highly of Taylor, saying he's never talked to him. Ed says it's more complicated than that, but since the shell of Tarkan can only be harmed by element slash, it means Taylor has to be the one to defeat it. Zix thanks him again for the advice, and Ed says to move quickly. Ed sighs watching him leave, saying he hopes it goes like the original story did. Then he says wait a minute, wondering why Zix isn't friends with Taylor yet. Since they were meant to have sparred, and Taylor uses element slash to cut through Zix's magic, but still loses. They became friends, then he realizes since this whole scene happened so early, they never got the chance to meet. But this means Taylor doesn't know element slash either, so nobody in the raid team can deal any damage to Tarkan. He didn't even realize how much the plot has begun to fall apart from it. Back at the student center, Zix comes back saying he apologizes for how he acted. Fina says to forget it, even with him here they'd have lost. They failed their first attempt. Claire says if they want to make another attempt, they need reinforcements, and he'll join once the pain in his leg is gone. Fina tells him to just rest, since he can't even walk. He tells her that if she cares about him to rescind her order. She says that she has a heart too. She says it's unfortunate, but Claire is out. And Clabias is also injured. She wonders if there's a way out. She says they just need to eliminate Tarkan, but we hear Ed saying there's not enough time to get to him. Some of them are afraid to see him, and he says judging from the ritual progress it'll be complete soon. He says to split the groups into two, he'll take care of one side. He's being forced to intervene in the story. There's a whole strategy displayed if any of you are curious. You can pause to read it. They are still lost on why Ed is here, and Clabias asks if this looks like a joke. Zix tells him to hear him out first. Ed says they need to get through Tarkan, and deal with Velos for who's overpowered Yannika, but they've surely seen that Tarkan cannot be damaged due to his shell. The best bet is getting one team to take Tarkan's attention, and the other group goes to subdue Yannika. Lortel says there's no way, and they only manage to escape due to luck, and what'll happen if the luring group fails, and Tarkan starts to chase the other group, or if the luring group wipes out. It's too much of a risk. Ed says you can only weigh the risk when there are other options. The most important objective is to take down Yannicka, that way Tarkan is powerless. Zix asks who would be in the luring group. Alvira says that's just asking people to die. Taylor raises his hand, saying that he'll do it. Ed says no, and don't act up and get back since he's going to be in the subjugation group. Taylor says he's quick, but if someone should do it, he should be the one. Ed says they are wrong, and they aren't picking sacrificial lambs. They don't exactly need to split in half either. He says that he, Clabias and Lortel are enough to lure Tarkan. They both say they don't wanna. Ed tries to tell them there's a wind to bind his feet, but they aren't interested. Fina speaks up, saying she doesn't see anything wrong with what he's saying. But she doesn't understand his intentions. She sighs and says this is her order as the third princess, and they'll split into 2 raid groups like Ed's requested. And that the subdue group will have Taylor, Zix, Alia, herself and Alvira. And the rest minus Claire will be in the other group. She says she'll keep it short, so just don't die and stay safe at all costs. In the Nail Hall corridor we see Tarkan, and Lortel asks how he's planning to do this. He tells her to just do what he says, and they'll definitely win if they do. He tells Clabias not to worry, and explains how he lacks confidence. He tells him he'll definitely be able to do it. Clabias says Ed looks full of confidence, and wonders if he has a way. Tarkan begins to get up from laying down. He only came here because he was convinced by Fina. He smiles, saying since he isn't alone he might be able to muster some courage. He runs at Tarkan, who begins to roar. Clabias asks Ed how the hell he's meant to lure him out, but when he turns around he sees both Ed and Lortel aren't there anymore. And he starts to nervously sweat, while Tarkan is behind him. Then he starts to breathe down his neck. He starts to run yelling that he's been tricked. He yells, and we see Lortel outside. She exhales, then recalls the plan. Ed told her to get out of here, while Clabias lures it. She asks if his plan is just to sacrifice him, saying he won't evade moral criticism. He says it isn't a sacrifice, and despite how Clabias looks, he's a top student. So he's pretty strong. Also the most important role will be Lortel's. Outside of the hall we see her channeling a spell, and we learn her job is to land a critical attack on Tarkan. She talks to herself, saying you really can't trust rumors. He tells Ed that everyone is going to hesitate and doubt themselves, but Lortel is good at this stuff. She launches her icicles at the side of the nail hall. We see a massive explosion, and the wall begins to collapse, as she's now created a gap for the subjugation team to enter with. She asks them all what they are doing standing there, and tells them to go in. She says she broke the hall last time during the duel, and this must be why he left it to her. She says Ed is an amusing guy, and this is all set up. She looks over, and sees Clabias running away from Tarkan. She starts to prepare for her next attack, while Clabias keeps hauling Cheeks away. While she recalls Ed saying they can't defeat Tarkan inside the hall, and apprehending it will be touch. She tries to tell Ed she lost to Tarkan once in the practice duels already. And he has a bag saying this'll take care of Tarkan's shell. We see Ed making it upstairs, and Lortel shoots an attack off at Tarkan, then makes an ice wall to block it off. But Tarkan breaks through it, and he says that she's right, without element / nobody can damage it. He kicks a door open for roof access, saying they just need overwhelming firepower. And he finds Lucy slumped out, and he recalls the guide saying that Lucy is asleep on the Oval Hall, but he's done this so many times already. He picks her up, and he wonders how the hell she considers this a nap. He says she's here since the camp was destroyed, and since she's scared of Bel Maya she'd always use her magic power to run away, then fall asleep. She wakes up saying she smells jerky, and she sees it in Ed's hand. He shoves it into her mouth. Then gets ready to launch her. He wonders if he'll get the distance right and yeets her, telling the rest to hide. Tarkan goes for a breath attack, and Lucy starts to cry saying he's so mean. She lands right in the middle of them, then begins to prepare an attack. She uses high-rank magic, called Divine Punishment. And a giant purple cluster of lightning begins to streak down towards Tarkan, illuminating the entire courtyard as if the sun was out. Lortel shields herself and Clabias, and Ed has to hold onto the railing of the roof. He says this is important. Since Tarkan's shell is starting to break down, now all attacks will land. He starts to run downstairs, saying the last hit will be his for the experience. It cuts to Yannicka, recalling a memory with her mother saying she's proud of her. Then she starts to recall a bunch of empty words of people saying the same shit to her over and over, just singing her praises. And as if she's stepping on glass to avoid doing anything to make them dislike her. We see another explosion, and Yannicka says it looks like everyone is here. She says she should smile, and welcomes them all. and behind her is Velosfer, who has her chained up. He begins to float into the air while looking down on the students. It jumps to Ed, who wonders if they've started yet. He says it should end by the break of dawn, but he's not too late either. As he's made it to Tarkan, Ed asks Lortel where Lucy is. She says she's rolling around a corner. He says it'd be great if she finished the job, as Klebias runs from Tarkan. We see her slumped out. Ed says they need to cut Tarkan's throat, but magic won't be precise enough, so he'll do it. She tries to tell him to let Klebias do it since Ed is in the magic department, but he's afraid. He tells her he'll take responsibility and end this, so stop Tarkan's movement once. And he's betting on her with his life on the line. She sighs, saying he says this way too easily, and in reality it's just a gamble. He says the price of his life isn't cheap, and it's closer to an investment. She smiles, saying investments are her area of expertise. She starts to prepare a magic spell, saying she likes him more than Fina. Saying she'll put her life on the line for him too. Ed pushes in and Klebias runs, saying he can't do it anymore. Tarkan roars, and begins a breath attack at Ed, who is running in. Ed begins to cast some wind magic, but says he isn't close enough. He hears a scream and turns around, to see a giant red hand in the sky over the Oval Hall. Ed says this means Taylor's party is in their final phase, which means it's going well, but the timing is bad. Since the scene would catch anyone's eye, Tarkan begins to launch his attack toward Ed, but Lortel hits it, blocking the hit for Ed. She tells him now is his chance to attack. Ed says that Lortel doesn't make mistakes, and slides in, saying this is the chance. He says he's cast this spell thousands of times. He shoots off a wind blade, which takes Tarkan's head off. Tarkan begins to fade out, and a status window says he's taken down Tarkan, and all of his spirit magic stats begin to increase, and he unlocks the ability to contract with a spirit now. He looks back, saying it's Taylor's turn. He leaps into the giant hand in the sky, and a bright light can be seen, as it gets hit with multiple slices from Taylor, causing it to shatter and explode. He begins to fall out of the sky, and Ed says he's the protagonist for a reason. The purple barrier surrounding them begins to shatter, and fades out, meaning it's over. Morning comes around, and Lortel says she's met many people saying they are risking their lives, but they are cowards. Ed gives a simple answer, and she says that they just went through so much, but he's lacking sentiment. She says she'd like to reintroduce herself to him, and reaches her hand out. He shakes it with her, then sees the gold coins from earlier. She says she's won this time, and now he owes her a favor, so what'll he do now? She smiles, saying she'll see him later. He notices someone Taylor running over, and he says that he's still resenting him. Ed is fanboying, saying he looks hella cool. Taylor says despite what happened in the past, a debt is still a debt, and bows, thanking him. Klebias tells Taylor he doesn't need to respect someone like that, and he almost died because of him. Zix, Lortel and Fina all tell him to shut up. She then tells Ed she can recommend him to the student council, but he says he'll pass. Lucy was the biggest contributor in taking Tarkan down, and Taylor took down Velosfer and Glaskin. So focus on that. Alvira asks why he's throwing credit away, asking if he's embarrassed. Zix tells her to show respect, since he's a senior. She barks at him. He repeats it. Ed says he's been trying to avoid the main characters, but seeing them like this, he can't help but feel warm and fuzzy. Since he's spent so much time with them, helping them with their problems too. Taylor, who grows with every trial, and Alia, who grew with him. Fina, who embraces her destiny as a monarch. Zix, who finds his path in human civilization. Klebias, who finally gains confidence, and Alvira, who realizes life isn't about only fun and excitement. Lortel, who spent her life with gold, realizes that's not all that matters. All of them are important to the story, and the reason he was successful is because he knew about them all. Lortel looks over to see Ed is gone, and we see him lifting a rock, and he's rummaging through the rubble of the fights, and he makes his way to the sparring stage. He sees a cupboard on the ground, and opens it, and he sees inside that Yannicka is laughing, but covered in wounds. He realizes he couldn't leave without her. It flashbacks to him asking Lortel if she knows why Yannicka went berserk. Lortel says she has an idea, and she happened to see Yannicka's room. Everything in there was a symbol of gratitude and sincerity, but there wasn't any space to do anything. All of the post-it notes probably weighed down on her. The solution was easy, she just had to remove everything and put it into a corner, but she had the inability to do that. She was too obsessed with trying to honor all of their goodwill. But that was dangerous, and Velosfer exploited that weakness. But why did it happen a month earlier than he was meant to? Originally the hero of that scenario was Taylor, but with Lucy bodying him all of the students flocked to Yannicka instead. Matilda and Lucy's contract was the reason Taylor got one shot, and she was able to form that contract due to her frequent visits to Ed's camp. And the person who allowed all of that was a character who was meant to be gone in the first episode. It ends and Yannicka says she understands why Lucy naps here. It's cozy, but she didn't expect to be found so easily. She says the others forgot about her in the midst of the chaos. She thought they'd look for her after. She tucks her knees in more, saying she'd like to have stayed inside for a bit longer. He asks her why, and she says it's because she's about to ugly cry. Ed looks at her, recalling Marilda's words, and he says it must be for this situation. But that's weird, since only Ed should know the future. But says Marilda was smart for knowing that Ed was trustworthy. Yannicka failed when trying to form a contract, and it made her susceptible to the darkness. She was always studying magic, and she smiled to everyone around her. But he knows she struggled alone, saying the failure itself is also beautiful. He calls out to her, then tells her that she's worked hard. Ed says on the front stage a parade of proud main characters exist, but behind the stage is dark and quiet. As the first act's villain exits the stage right as the main characters emerge. He's witnessed the first stage countless times, but it's only now that he finally understands more about it, as he can see the spirits that are worrying about Yannicka. He says this is the only time he's truly seen the act to the end. Due to his spirit skills being level 10, some spirits around Yannicka are interested in Ed. Marilda is one of the spirits. It jumps 10 days since the end of Yannicka's disciplinary committee trial. She acknowledged all of her mistakes, and testified saying she'd accept her punishment. But during her first trial, the professors and other students expressed their utmost support. During her second trial, Fina said that Yannicka didn't do anything intentionally. Lortel stepped forward, and compensated the funds for restoration, but they were smart enough to limit the amount of fees she could slap atop it. The outcome of all of this was the removal of any benefits to top students, taking back all of the prizes and decorations, and disqualification from entering the Ophilis for the next semester. They only suspended her for 20 days, and took expulsion off the table. Ed said it felt like a heart-touching moment in a drama. We see the students can tell she's under a lot of stress, and they decide it's time to step up. They bring out a mountain of diabetes, and tell each other not to mention the incident. We learn their names are Anis and Clara. And they both stare at Yannicka waiting for her to eat, but instead Yannicka asks if there's a difference in liking and loving someone. They are both confused, asking why she's saying this. She says it's about her friend, and her friend had a dream where she was making a crown of flowers, and a man appeared on a horse. It's just Ed on a horse. She puts the crown on his head, and they laughed while running through the field. Yannicka tells them it's her friend's dream, and they completely understand she's talking about herself. Anis asks what else her friend said, and when Yannicka starts to say she can't stop thinking about the man, Anis quickly flees. Clara makes a PTSD face, and says she's got to be very careful. She turns and looks at her, and says she can't let anyone else find out she's in love. She tells her that she shouldn't think of this without any complications, and whether you like or hate someone it's a mystery. Clara says it's better for her to be honest about her emotions, her friend she means. Yannicka says that she's hit the nail on the head. Clara tells her to be careful about talking about the topics, as it's not good for her friend's reputation. Yannicka says she almost goofed. She says she's got to go back to report for her suspension. Clara says she'll be there later, she's got to sort her thoughts out. She waves bye to Yannicka, then headbutts the table saying she did it. It jumps back to Ed, and he says that, thanks to Fina, his semester fees were waived. So with the gold he's been saving, he purchased some tools. He spots Yannicka twiddling with her fingers, and says he avoided her all this time, but now the first act is over he doesn't need to. He says he guesses her probation is over. She gets startled, and hides, and says yeah while standing behind a tree. Then she covers her eyes saying she has stuff to do at the Ophilis Hall, so bye. Ed is completely lost by the situation, and he says he should get to work, saying that it is finally time for him to start making a real shelter. Day 1, he chose the location to build the hut, and he picked a wide area under the shade. 3 days and he's begun to gather wood, and due to being proficient with wind blade he's become smooth with it. Day 6, he paused gathering wood since the semester results were out. He got his scores, and Yannicka continued to run away from him. Clara and Anis are annoyed by Ed, and he says he plans to avoid them. 18 days in the lumber work is mostly complete, and he wonders if anyone has become this proficient at wind blade. 20 days in vacation finally started, so he can lay out the framework for his hut. and he checked the trap he'd laid out for Lucy, finding her slumped out as usual. Day 27 Belle Maya came to give him some herbs and mushrooms, and asked how things with Yannicka are going. When he told her she seems to hate him, she was confused. Day 30 it collapsed when he tried to start the roofing, and he realized he has to do more to make it stable. He ran into Yannicka's group at the bakery, and Clara and Anis got pissed again. Day 36 came to help him, and while they hammers the roof he said Taylor is a great guy like Ed said, and he asks Ed if they'll do this other side, but he says no. It's for the chimney. He makes one more notch on the tree to count the days, and drops his knife. As day 45 he steps into the hut, and sits down inside of it. Neither the flooring or walls are attached, and there's no furniture. It's just a hut made out of crude logs, but there are outer walls and a ceiling, and if he shuts the doors bugs can't crawl in. He looks very relaxed, and a window appears showing it's a crafting difficulty of 4 out of 5 stars, increasing his proficiency. He sits inside, and relaxes while listening to the forest. He finally has a home now. We see Yannicka peering over from a tree, and she looks like she's hyping herself up. Ed says he's done with the walls, flooring and fireplace. He'd like to put up a fence next, a storage for the firewood and a few others would be good too. Then a loud bang can be heard from the roof. He tells Lucy this isn't a nap tower, then he hears Yannicka. He looks over, to see her waving and he asks what she's doing out here. She laughs, and starts to flash back a conversation she was having with Belle Maya, who says that she was surprised by what she found at Ed's, and Yannicka asks if she means the hut. Belle asks how she knew, and Yannicka says she saw it while passing by. She says that it was remarkable, and it made her surprised by how well built it was. She didn't know he had talent making such things. Belle says she wants to see what the inside looks like, and see if it's sturdy. Yannicka says she didn't think she'd also be curious too. Belle says of course, she's human, it's only natural to be curious about things like this. She's just letting Yannicka know it's normal, so she calms down, but she is totally in love. Yannicka starts repeating what Belle said to her, and Ed is a little lost but says sure. She says it's a great hut. He asks if the spirits didn't tell her that he recently built it. She nervously says they told her a little. She says it's just stuff about the hut, but recalls them telling her about his body, and they described it in great detail. As it was part of her daily report after all, she tells him that she doesn't know much. He asks if she wants to take a look inside, saying it's just a log hut, but she's welcome. She looks excited, then nods her head saying yeah. She starts to pog out of her gourd, saying it's crazy he did it alone. It cuts to later, and he's made a campfire. Yannicka says she owes everyone a lot, both Fina and Lortel, and some of her friends offered to let her borrow money. Ed listens intently, saying if she can't pay them back then don't. Saying you gotta pay what you owe. She says she didn't think of that, he thinks that's just like her. She doesn't understand that the incident happened because the weight from others was pressuring her to do her best. With her being temporarily moved to the Dex Hall, she'll have 8 other women in her room. But it won't fix her issue, as it's a cycle she'll have to stop herself. Ed tells her if she ever wants to be alone, she's always welcome, and that he doesn't mind her being here. She goes to say something, but smiles instead, saying that makes her really happy. She says she hopes if he ever feels overwhelmed too, he'll come to her. Because when that happens, she'll help him at all costs. He smiles and looks at her, then says if it's being overwhelmed. The second semester is starting soon, which means Act 2 should be starting. We see a small grimoire, and Lortel standing before it. She says that it smells of money. Back to Ed, he thanks Yannicka, but tells her it probably won't happen, at least not to him. Since it'll be Taylor having the hard time instead. He says he's cheering for him. Episode 2 is about the Awfulest Hall, and that the students of this hall are guaranteed noble-like lives here. They get seating choices in class, maids, special meals. This is where the problem starts. Due to heavy rain, and only the Awfulest students being given carriages and boats to return to school, they were also given the perk of relaxing for a few days. Whereas the Dex Hall students weren't given any of these things, and feared deduction of points, so they eventually gathered in front of the Awfulest Hall. And all of this played out all within Lortel's plan. She got in touch with the rep of the Dex Hall students, and he only cared about screwing over the academy. The other students were also unhappy with the situation, and all they needed was a justification. Willain was good at manipulating others, pulled the trigger for them. They mailed in a letter showing the discriminatory treatment, and offered a proposal suggesting a proactive change in the deadline on returning to school. The Awfulest headmaid and some of the academy administration were already on Lortel's side. So they'll support the proposal. But at this point it was irrelevant whether it was accepted or not. The students planned to show that they weren't tolerating it anymore. They planned to amplify the controversy by lighting the Awfulus Hall on fire. It's full of art pieces and furniture made by artisans. This way it would be hurting the Academy's finances, since they are still busy with the Glasgow repairs too. It granted the Elt Merchant Association a huge advantage. The sealed grimoire that was shown earlier is like the heart of Sylvania. We hear Lortel asking when the rain will end, as she's looking out the window. She says there's not a single ray of light in the sky, and it reminds her of the slums as a child. She can't help but feel relieved. She looks out the window with resolve, and says the desk behind her is proof she's alive, never showing the slightest bit of sincerity and always betraying or suspecting others, while trying to survive desperately, while struggling to survive. This is what she's turned into. Which has made her always want to look for her own kind. Even in Sylvania where people shine brightly, there are people among them who would acknowledge the disgusting life of a gutter rat. She looks out the window saying how lonely. Lortel was always dark in the game, and the players called her the hidden villain due to how she acted. We hear the students outside, chanting saying they can't take the inequality. Ed says in the original storyline, the main characters stop the Dex Hall students, and there are middle bosses on each of the 5 floors to stop the main characters. The middle boss of the first floor, Tote the Decoy mocked Taylor by calling him a loser, but got his ass beat. His role is to overpower the rookie maid protecting the first floor. He kicks the door open, and the students outside begin to charge inside. Once the students get through the first floor, the Act 2 phase boss Tote plays a certain role, the role of stopping the main character. Willain says he must be the one Lortel bought off. Ed says originally this role was Tote's, but he reveals that it's him. Ed says he became the middle boss of Act 2, and to explain this he's gotta rewind to 2 days ago. We see the sky above the forest, and Ed is tracking footprints. He says he has zero talent when it comes to combat skills. He's been using a bow anytime he hunts, yet his proficiency is barely increasing. He spots something when he's hunting the deer, and we see Belle Maya walking behind it. Then Jix runs in saying hello, and Claire appears behind Ed. He says he can't stop getting visitors. Among them are of course some regulars, one being Lucy who comes here to sleep. She's surprised by the new back door he added, and asks about a chimney but he shoos her away. She asks why he doesn't have a glass window, then says she won't break it. Then we hear Yannicka, and he says he's happy when she stops by. She says she brought eggs, and Belle said he'd like them. She also helps him with his laundry, saying she used to do this at the farm. He was very gracious that she'd come by. He tells her she's the best, asking how she knows so much. She instantly turns away, and he wonders what he did wrong. Then she turns back around, asking how often Lucy comes by. And finally, the other visitor is someone unexpected. It's Lortel. She says she needs his help, and since he knows she's the hidden villain of this act, and that she's trying to get people he doesn't want to get tangled into this. He walks past her, and she says that she wasn't going to ask this at first either, but Tote is passed out. Ed asks her what happened, wondering why he fainted. Since it's not going as per the story, originally he'd pick a fight with Taylor. But it turns out he ended up calling Ed trash in front of Taylor, and he got punched in the face, but by Zix, instead of Taylor. Alvy said she's never seen Zix so angry either. Lortel says she doesn't have anything hard from him, and he just needs to take the key from Alice, behind her, then enter the hall with it. And when the Dex Hall students come outside, he needs to let them in. Ed says anyone can do this, so why him? She tells him that there's no guarantee they'd not rat her out. So she can't just trust anyone to do it. She says she knows Ed was kicked out of the hall, and asks if he wants to screw the academy over. He says nah, not really. But if she listens to his conditions it might change. She says okay, and offers 20 gold, and he says bet, then shakes her hand. One day until the incident, we see Ed reading by his fire, and explains the story a bit more. Lortel succeeds with this all, and forms a merchantry inside the academy, which ends up rivaling Fenia's association. It turns into an idealist versus realist conflict, and whoever Taylor picks ends up winning. So he just needs to be a spectator, then join the group that'll win, since he has to survive too. We then hear Yannicka's voice, saying she needs to go back to the dorms, and she thought the rain would stop. She says it's interesting, to her this place is like a camping trip. But he has to stay here at all times. He tells her it's something that gets better with time. She says she'll have to throw a lot of her stuff away, since the Dex Hall is smaller than she thought. Speaking of which, if he needs anything then tell her, since there should be things he needs. She has extra pillows, cushions and other stuff too. And she has a lot of daily necessities, and she doesn't want to throw all of it away, saying it'd be a waste, and she can't bring it all. He says he'd love that. She says when the semester starts she'll start bringing some stuff. Then she asks again how often Lucy just stands on the roof and stares. He says sometimes. But explains to us that her power doesn't come free of cost from her. She lived her life running away, using laziness as an excuse. She'd been turning her eyes away from her fate for so many years, but no matter what she's thinking, the rain always makes her reflect on her past. He tells Yannicka she's just like this when it rains. He usually just ignores it. Yannicka says that he's indifferent towards Lucy. That's good. He says bathe away. Then thinks about how tomorrow the protection runes on the Ophilis Hall will lock the students in their rooms, but Yannicka can break them out easily. So he tells her he has a favor to ask. He asks if tomorrow at around 9 could she come to the rose garden in front of the Ophilis Hall. She starts to blush, and he says he'll tell her the reason tomorrow. He can't tell her now since he doesn't know how to explain it, but he should get here there just in case something were to happen. She stands up saying okay, and runs away all flushed saying she'll be going now. He sighs, saying around the start of the semester the rain should stop, and he can finally enjoy the sunny sky that day. He watches the fire and the rain, saying this long vacation will be ending now too. Now it's the day of the incident at 9. We hear Zix saying his execution is off. He's training, and says that he didn't expect Elka to be so angry. He lands on his feet, and looks deep in thought, but then he spots something out the window. It's someone in a raincoat running. It's none other than Ed. He asks about the other maids and most of them are in the meeting room to discuss something important. The maid also tells Ed she's prepared what he asked for in advance. We see a bucket of oil or something, and he says he'll keep it here. He stands before the steps, saying the preparation is all ready. We hear chanting, as it shows the Dex Hall students outside the main door. Ed says that it's about time for it to begin. The students keep chanting that they can't stand this treatment anymore. Willain of course is leading them, saying to answer to their pleas. The students run to the door, but it opens as of course Ed's kicked it open, and now we're finally caught up to where he was before he explained it. We see the maid twitching with the sack over her head, and Ed tells Willain in a monotone voice, much like my own, that he agrees with his words. Willain begins to shake, and says he's a fool for judging Ed on rumors. Ed quickly shoves him saying he should go upstairs, and that he's the one who pulled all of this off. He knows that Willain will be taking the blame for all of this, saying he hopes he toughens up. Then the man begins to run away, and he says there's no point in stopping her, since the chief maid Alice who controls the protection runes is in Lortel's pockets. And the protection runes which are meant to protect the students, end up detaining them. Everything is going just as the original story. Then we hear Lortel saying that was flashier than she expected, but she says it's as expected and it's great that she left it to him. Lortel says her socks are wet, and this is why she hates rainy days. Then she says the academy employees will repress the Dex students in no time, so they need to finish before then. He tells her to do her best. She says she knows it's out of the blue. But has he ever killed anyone before? He waits a second, then says no he hasn't. She laughs, saying neither has she. But she's done other crimes since she needed to survive. She's crushed others' lives, and to avoid being betrayed she's backstabbed others, using nothing but their money as an excuse, and it's how she ended up with the nickname of Golden Daughter. She knows more than anyone else, she doesn't deserve sympathy. So she ends up looking for it from others. She calls out to him, asking if he could ever sympathize with someone like her. As the rain echoes outside, he stares at her, then says no, she has to take responsibility for her decisions. She doesn't say anything, and smirks saying she said something quite unlike herself. Then fakes a smile, saying she'll go do what she's here for. She walks away, and Ed sighs then sits down, and says now that the plan is going forward. The story should keep going as normal. The command of the runes will be given to Willain, who will go berserk due to the spells, and he'll become a boss. The scenario is about defeating him, so he just needs to wait for Taylor's group. He'll do an average job, then lose and let them go handle the rest. He'll take a few hits, but that's bound to happen. At the Rose Garden, we hear Yannicka wondering why there's a horse and carriage here, saying it must be someone important. She wonders if it'll be okay to be here, but she says Ed left her a note, saying he'd be late. She starts to blush, wondering if he's preparing something special. The horse carriage wasn't important to her anymore. For the last 3 nights she's been thinking about this, to the point she can't sleep. She kept up to what Ed was doing through Marilda. She learned it wasn't just Lucy at camp, but about Alice and Lortel too, and the rest. Learning there were other women there made it heartbreaking for her. But it just made her decide to wait no matter how long it took. She starts to wonder if her hairpin should have been a different one, and she thinks about it, saying she could hurry back and it should be okay. She decides to do it, and runs back to the Ophilus Hall. Then we see Taylor asking if this is the right choice. Alvira says she refuses to lose the herbs in her room, and if she waits they'll lose their properties. Taylor tells Alia to talk sense into her, but she says that surely Alvira can defend herself. Taylor says he's not worried about her, but those around her. He tells her to stop, and she says she's going to her room. And if anyone gets in her way she'll force her way past them. She kicks the door open, and is surprised to see Ed sitting in front of the steps, with the place being trashed. Taylor calls out to Ed, and asks why he is here. Alvira looks like she knows, and starts to turn into Sherlock Holmes observing all of the footsteps and the rummaged furniture. She says it's interesting, she didn't expect this, and asks if he's here to stop them. Ed says he's sorry, but he cannot allow them to go in there. Alvira laughs, saying this is fun, asking if he's sure he can stop her. She's heard from Zix that his magic proficiency is high, but he's just a rookie who can only use basic spells. They've got a swordsman and a mage on their side, along with the best alchemist of the freshmen. Taylor asks him why he's doing this, saying to tell him about it. Ed stays silent, and Taylor dashes forward saying he has no choice, but to force him to speak up. Ed throws his chair at Taylor, who cuts through it with ease. Alvira says it looks like a basic magic spell that Ed's preparing, and he'll definitely focus Taylor, since he wants to avoid close range. But she watches, as Ed doesn't do that at all, and instead shoots his wind blade towards the chandelier on the ceiling, cutting the chain, causing it to fall directly towards Taylor. Taylor sees it, but barely manages to escape from it. The students upstairs start to panic, and Clabius is hella scared wondering what's going on. Taylor asks Alia if she's okay. She says she only fell out of shock. He asks Alvira, and she says not to worry about her, but another wind blade flies at her, and cuts the hair off her shoulder, along with her bag strap, causing it to fall to the floor. She says he's serious about this, and something must be going on upstairs. She realizes he isn't where he was standing, and looks to her side, towards her potions, then starts to reach for them. Ed casts ignition, and lights up specific areas on the floor. Alvira says this was set up meticulously, and this is not good. She says Zix should have mentioned this, as Ed doesn't only have high magic proficiency. Alvira says being an alchemist has a huge flaw, which is that without relying on tools and potions their combat power is close to zero. Most of them carry a ring or necklace to combat that, but she thought too arrogantly to do that. And she wonders if Ed had planned all of this out from the start. He made the chandelier drop, and used the opening to cast wind blade to cut her bag. Then blocked her from it. She then changes her mind saying nah. After all he's just the measly Ed who everyone knows. She pulls out a bead from her breast pocket, then throws it summoning a spirit of sorts. She says she'll apply a fire-resistant formula to it, and amplify its strength. I think she confused fire resistance with a trenbolone sandwich. The cute bunny grows in size. And Alia starts to think about how to put the fire out. She starts to prepare a water spell, but wind blades start to fly from Ed, and she sees them and gets scared, but Taylor quickly jumps in, slicing them all away, telling Alia to lock in. She starts to panic, and Taylor explains that while she's confident in theory, her combat ability is low. And with Ed attacking her, it forces them both to stay here. Alvira asks Taylor if he can take him down if he can get close, then tells him to not miss the chance. She sends out Roid Bunny, it runs at Ed, then leaps toward him. Taylor says he'll try his best. Alvira says good, then uses her raincoat to cover herself, as she dives through the fire toward her bag. She picks her potions up, saying she missed them. Ed avoids the swing, then starts to cast wind blade. He aims it directly towards Alvira, then fires it off at her. She says he seems well prepared, and uses release magic onto her potion and throws it at the wind blade. She says he's late, and the potion explodes. She explains how it's a chemical reagent prepared by dicing up specific herbs, and it works by controlling the release of magic. The fire surrounds the room, and we see the Roid Bunny has a blade stabbed through its chest, and its corpse falls to the floor, and Alvira says surely he knows what this means for a mage who can't use magic. She says trying to act strong isn't enough, and tells Taylor this is his chance. He charges in, but sees Ed running away. Ed grabs onto a shelf, then pushes it over. then kicks the bucket of oil over, into small remnants of the fire, and creates a massive fire in front of Taylor. Alvira asks if Ed is crazy, saying if there's a fire here people will die. Taylor says he'll slash it away with his elemental slash, and the chemical reagent shouldn't last for long. He says regardless, he is going to put an end to this. Alvira tries to tell him to wait. She notices the window is open to let the smoke escape, and that the flammable furniture is off on the side. She wonders if Ed thought this far ahead, while Taylor slices through the fire. Ed readies his bow. Alvira realizes it's all part of his plan, but it's too late. Ed begins to draw the bow back, and as Taylor rushes in close to him, he decides he'll deflect the shot, but then he watches, as the arrow is released, and it flies past his head directly at Aelia. As it gets close, Aelia tries to cast something, but begins to panic and closes her eyes. But the arrow does get blocked, but by Alvira, who says that was close. We see her panting, showing she barely made it. The tool is called a claw hand, that pulls any small object within her vision to her. She wonders what's the deal with the arrow, because she spots that the arrowhead has been covered in cloth. She tells Taylor to be careful, saying he has another trick up his sleeve, but it's too late. Taylor attacks at him. Ed blocks it with his bow, and a noise begins to go off in the hall. He says it's time, as the second boss of this episode, Clabias, has escaped. Ed sighs, saying finally. Then takes the hit from Taylor, which sends him flying. Alvira is confused, asking what the hell his deal was. Taylor asks him if he's insane, asking why he went so far. Alvira says she feels icky, like he played them the entire fight. If he wanted to overpower them, he wouldn't have shown himself at all, yet he stood there to stop them all. Even during the fight, he wasn't lax for a moment. Something is strange. Ed asks Taylor if he's done now. Then lets out a sigh and plops to the floor, saying to stop yapping and go up. Taylor asks why he stopped them. As the rain continues, Alvira asks why he let them win. Aelia and Taylor asks what she means. Alvira tells Ed she doesn't plan on leaving this place without knowing why he let them win. Ed stares at her, and she looks angry. The front door opens again, and we see Yannicka enter, and she brings in the rain with her. She sees Ed, who she's been waiting for, all beaten up and bloodied with people with him. Yannicka then asks them all what the hell is going on here. Yannicka starts to think about how this must have all been planned so she wouldn't be swept into it, and that's why he wanted to meet here in the Rose Garden. She takes her headpiece off, then asks them again what they are doing. Taylor says thank God she didn't get caught into this, and some students took over the Awfulest Hall. But Ed stopped them from going upstairs, so there's something else to it. Alvira tells him to wake up, saying Yannicka is an enemy. Yannicka says to be honest with them, she really doesn't care what they are doing here, and begins to release her aura. Ed stands up, calling out to her. She smirks, saying it's okay. Alvira drops her potion out of panic, and Yannicka begins to summon her spirits to help her take them down. She tells Ed to just wait 1 minute, as that's all it'll take. Alvira recognizes that they are intermediate grade spirits. She tells Taylor they need to leave, since they can't beat her, especially seeing as how they struggled against Ed. Now they would be up against the top student of the second years. Yannicka launches her spirits at them, and tells Taylor to wake up already. He grits his teeth, saying she isn't wrong, but he readies his blade anyways, saying they can't have her unable to use her herbs, right? The spirits start to engage with Taylor, but Ed says damn it man, just listen, and yoinks him backwards, saying to leave when he says to. He tells Taylor to listen closely, and that he'll deal with Yannicka, so just go to the second floor like he wanted to. Aelia asks why he stopped them before, if he's letting them go now. He says he changed his mind, now go. Alvira laughs and asks how the hell he plans to stop the spirits, when he's all worn out. He smacks her head, saying to focus on getting her herbs, and apologizes about her bag. She asks why he keeps ordering them around, but says they'll listen this time. Then they run off, leaving Ed to handle the spirits. Yannicka seems to be zoned out, but comes to when she spots Ed right in front of her. He walks towards her, and she says not to push too hard and she'll deal with them. He raises his hand, and says that he's seriously fine, and puts it on her shoulder, asking her to calm down. She instantly calms down, and begins to blush. Her face turns red and she says his hands are on her shoulders. He tells her to send the spirits away, he can barely stand. She does so, and apologizes, saying she's an idiot. The spirits fade out, and glass falls to the floor. Alvira and the gang are surprised he stopped her, and he waves to them, saying hopefully they go up quickly. He starts to pass out, and falls straight to the floor. Yannicka screams, then a bit later. We see her asking why he keeps getting hurt, and she told him she'd help. He says this wasn't the situation for it, and she says regardless, they were too excessive. But she'll get angry next time they meet. She tells him to stop getting hurt, and to promise her. He says okay, then thanks her for worrying. He stands back up, saying the plans are slightly straight, but he did his job. Now he can focus on camp. Yannicka then tells him about the carriage she saw in the rose garden. She couldn't see clearly, but she did see a golden crown. Ed makes a serious face, saying that's a symbol for the leader of the Elt Merchant Association. Lortel's adoptive father, and the one who killed her actual father, the fake boss who disappears after losing to Lortel. The Golden King Elt. Him being here means something is going on, outside the scope of his knowledge. As the rain continues to pour, we see high up in the Awfulest Hall, Lortel looking out of a window, asking Alice if she knows why she was turned down. She says Alice knows who she's talking about. She asks her if she means Ed. She says yes, and Alice says she didn't know Ed was her type. Lortel says that's not what she meant and she had the same feeling from him as she does from her. And she tells her about how she asked Ed about if he'd sympathize with her, and how he instantly said no. She says she guesses people like them get used to hearing this all their life. Alice was the chief maid, and has been working here for 20 years. She started from nothing as an apprentice maid at 15. But showed her competency rising to become manager. This is where most of Lortel's investment went, and she tried to make Alice less uptight. And it burned a hole through her pocket, but she was genuinely glad to have Alice by her side. Since she found one of her own kind, someone who'd abandon their rigid life view, just for some gold. Only by meeting those she deems like herself would she break through from her loneliness. She tells Alice that Willain will take the 4th floor, and if they hand him the Berserk defense magic, they'll destroy the Awfulest Hall without even knowing it. She smiles toward Alice, and says it's all going to plan, so she'll go to the storage room. And she has to pretend to be a student not knowing about anything happening. Alice sighs. And begins to draw her blade, saying she wants to inform her now. She puts it to her neck, saying she isn't exactly her kind. As Alice has never loved someone, it jumps back to Taylor tying up Clabias, as they overpowered him. Making them join their party, then they stopped Kelly the maid with ease, as she wasn't a match without her twin sister. They didn't question why her sister wasn't there and smoothly continued onward. As the only difficulty was the 1st floor boss. They hear students screaming, and they say run as Willain floats down the hallway saying he needs someone to help him. Ed explains how the magic was in place to defend the school, but with Willain piloting it's like giving a child a gun. Taylor blocks the magic, and the entire hall begins to shake. Some students start to panic, wondering what's going on. Saying it's going to collapse, they start shouting asking where the maids are. And that they need to quickly get out. They use magic to burst through the windows, and the whole situation was turning into a catastrophe. Taylor asks if she has more of her reagent. Alvira says it won't work as it's a rune. And that this is the true answer. She pulls out a different reagent, saying it'll block all basic magic here inside the corridor. She picks up Clabias by his collar, then tells him to go help Taylor knock Willain out. Willain begins to cast some spells, but Taylor and Clabias swiftly avoid all of the attacks, and get close to Willain, who we can see is crying, and he says finally as an explosion erupts, all throughout the top floor of the hall. We see Ed watching by Elt's carriage. Yannicka asks what his plan is, saying he'll open his wounds. He says he's fine, then she asks why he's going so far. He sighs, and he looks at the carriage saying it's quite plain, and that it's only because the outside can't hold up to who is hiding inside of it. As normally he'd be escorted by a grand fleet of a dozen carriages, but him moving like this shows he's to be here right now, so why the hell is he here? The carriage should have been here a while, so why is he only now getting out? Ed sees a familiar face, saying that's Shenny, one of the maids that Alice raised. She was originally the 3rd floor boss, she was bought off by Lortel. But yet she's here with Elt, and there's no way Shenny would betray Alice. Then he realizes that it must be the other way, and that Alice is on Elt's side. The only possible future now, is that Lortel will die. But she's a main character in the rest of the game, so he can't allow this. He had to play Toad's part, yet now he has to play Lortel's role as well. This is nuts. He tells Yannicka that he has a favor to ask, and he can't handle it on his own. He tries to think how to explain, but she instantly says okay, asking what she needs to do. We learn the letter to Elt was from Alice, and mentions how Lortel was going to betray him. She knows Elt killed her biological parents, and that the whole negotiations on purchasing the grimoire was to bring Elt here personally. So she could strike him down in surprise, so he can't react. And now she is holding on to the evidence to prove what Lortel is conspiring to do. But it's not for free, since Lortel gave her a lot of gold. Elt would have to give more, to get here to betray her. She says she's losing sight, and already lost most of her hearing. So this'll be her last year as head maid. And depending on what choice Alice makes, things get better or worse. She says she's attached the list of names to the institutions she's been secretly managing all this time. And the amount of gold delivered to these institutions will determine her actions. So she trusts him to make the correct judgment. She tells Lortel not to move, and Elt will be here soon. She says she didn't expect Lortel to act like this, saying she thought she'd be more level-headed. And she's sorry that she's doing this, but she doesn't see Lortel and Elt as very different people. Though the same can be said for her too. An explosion occurs beside them both, and Alvira says there's no way Willain could have gotten close to the defensive magic alone. Then in Scooby-Doo fashion points out that Alice must be the true mastermind, and that she's even holding a hostage. Lortel ducks while Alice is surprised, and the gang ask her if she is okay. Lortel says she has to quickly tell them that Alice planned all of this. Alvira is surprised by something, and asks what's wrong with Lortel's face. Lortel wonders what expression she is making, and runs down the stairs away from them. She says Elt is coming, and he doesn't even trust his own henchmen, so he came personally. The plan was nearly complete to overthrow him, but since Elt is here she just needs to contact headquarters, then find somewhere to hide. She says as long as she isn't caught it'll be okay, then she slowly stops running. And says nobody understands her. She expected betrayal since she's gone through it countless times. She puts her hand on the wall. And we see that she's crying, and she says this doesn't suit her at all. She gets back to running, saying she must do what she can. She has to get to her room before Elt does. Since if she can send the carrier pigeon it'll be fine. At the same time, on the first floor we see Elt makes his way into the hall. He asks someone if they are a student, saying they should evacuate. We hear Ed saying due to the risk of collapse, nobody is allowed to enter. And he won't let anyone through until the faculty and staff arrive. Elt asks if this was under the Academy's orders. He says no, and he's acting on his own. He says only 3 people are aware of the story's flow. Lortel who wants to oust Elt for revenge, then Elt who plans to stop Lortel's plans, and then Alice who is using both of them to get gold. He's not sure why she betrayed Lortel. But he won't have to go stop her personally, as Taylor's party will. He'll let them take care of her. He trusts them because he confirmed their abilities when he fought them right here. So he has to handle this situation here himself. Ed says then says he can't believe it, that Elt Kechlin is here. He says he's sure there's a reason he's here, but how about talking with the Academy first? Elt says he sees now, that Ed must be on Lortel's side in this. It jumps to 10 minutes ago, we see a wall being broken down, and Ed says it's a mess outside. Then asks Zix why he is still inside his room. He says there's no point in not training, it's not like the building collapsing will kill him. Then he asks why they broke the wall, saying it's gonna be cold when he sleeps. How the hell is he a mage? Zix says this is their first time actually talking, as they didn't get a good chance to speak last time. She looks sad about the incident, and Ed tells her it's fine. Then Zix asks if they are dating. Yannicka freaks out, and says no. He looks over at Ed, and asks if it bothered him. He says nah, it's Zix who asked it. Zix bows, apologizing for that. Then asks them why they destroyed the wall. Ed says he has a favor, and he'll repay him later. Back to Ed talking to Elt, he repeats the thing about him being on Lortel's side like before the flashback, and he asks Ed if he fell for her dull appearance. He says that she'll always backstab someone, and he knows since he's raised her, and he'll pay Ed double the gold she's offering, if he steps out of the way. Ed says thanks for the offer, but he wasn't promised any gold coins. So he can't double it and give it to the next person. Elt says he sees, and words surely won't be enough to convince him. He tells his men to dispose of him, and they start to chase after Ed. Elt asks if they are going to let him escape, then the henchmen are hit by an attack from the side. We see it was Zix, and he tells Ed he's got it. Ed says he'll be back after checking the situation out, and he'll repay him later. Yannicka and Zix get ready to stop Elt's men, and Elt recognizes they are strong, telling his men to use everything they've got. The henchmen then fly towards the 2 of them. It goes back to Ed who is running, saying he has to get to Lortel, and ask her about this. Then he realizes she's right behind him. Then he asks her if she couldn't escape. He says they can go through the back door, asking if she can run. Lortel says there's always a reason for goodwill and trust. Even Sharo, the receptionist for the Elk group, acts flirty with her, because he wants to get information out of her. Kaden, another employee, acts lively in front of her, because she tell him information. The reason her pet bird clings to her is because she gives it the highest quality of feed. All goodwill comes with a reason, at least to Lortel. Ed says they definitely don't have the time to get into detail, then says Alice betrayed her right. She thinks to herself that it's a dumb mistake, and her fault. She starts to talk about how Yannicka is always receiving love and goodwill from others, but she's not like her. And that day she was talking to Ed by the campfire, she saw the heated look she was giving Ed, seeing her without greed. Made her think that she'd be able to have a relationship without greed. So she told Alice her plans, but we know how that ended. Even after seeing her like that, she starts to reflect, saying it's her fault and she should have known better. She bought off 5 people to occupy this hall, which are all of the mid-bosses, Ed included. Alice, and the other maids ended up under Elt's command. Willain also wanted to take his side. So the same must go for Ed too. She stops moving, and apologizes to him. She says she can't guarantee the gold anymore as he can see she's in a bad situation. He says he didn't ask, and they don't have time for this. So keep running, as if she gets caught in her future, or plans will mean nothing. She is at a loss for words, saying there's always a reason for goodwill and trust, and if you don't see the reason then don't trust them. That's how it usually is, at least. She starts to tell him all about the plans her father made. And that after the armor price fell, they bought all of the armor as a monopoly. Ed says so it's just manipulative trading, and she doesn't have to explain in length. She says exactly, and Elt needed the money for the grimoire. And he sent her here to steal it. He says he gets it and she doesn't need to explain anymore, and he explains how it'd be 3 groups artificially trading with one another, to manipulate the price, and forces people to develop FOMO. Which makes the people with the monopoly filthy rich. Detective Conan Guy returns, as Ed explains it's a system built on trust. And that Elt would be at a huge loss if it backfired, so Lortel bought the other merchants for many years, and only when Elt is absent from the headquarters can she get the merchants to transfer the right of sale. He explains this to her while they run, and she is surprised by this. He says there's only one thing left for her to do, and they just need to get the message out. She tells him about the pigeon in her room, that is in a direct line of communication with her forces in the headquarters. Ed says that's their win con then. She says her dad is expecting that too, and she's sure he's planning to capture her tonight. Ed waits a second, then tells her to listen carefully. And from this point onward she needs to stay hidden so nobody can see her. If he was Elt, he'd have people at the bridges that lead to the Arkan Mountains. They'd definitely track them down, so talk to the horsemen in the quarters to send an empty carriage to the Arkan Mountains. And to leave it in a spot to run away from here, so they'll believe she's on the outskirts of the Arkan Mountains. She asks where she'll be staying. He tells her at his hut in the forest. And he'll send the pigeon in her room off, and he wonders if they'll understand a simple sell now letter. She says yes. He realizes something, then grabs onto her and pushes her against the wall, saying that someone is at the back door. He'll take care of that and run to her room. When he finishes, she should run to the quarters. She starts to have an internal debate. He asks if she's okay, saying she's acting strange. She says she's got it, then asks him why he's helping her so much. He's lost for words, then starts to wonder how to reply. He says there's no reason, he just felt like it and walks out, closing the door behind him. We start to hear a thumping sound, getting louder and louder. She falls to the floor, and says that it's so loud. She wonders if it's the fight between Alice and Taylor's group, then wonders if it's from something on the first floor. She grips at her chest, saying she can't believe this, and that the loud thumping sound is her own heartbeat. It jumps to outside, and we hear Shenny saying she didn't expect it to be Ed, and this is quite the surprise. He says for just an obstacle, this feels hella lame for the final showdown. He starts to think about how Alice must have regained control of the protection runes. Not only is she an expert with the sword, who can hold her own, she's also an intermediate magic user. But despite all of that, she won't be able to defeat Taylor at all. Since he is the main character, of course. As the battle upstairs echoes to outside, Shenny's blade is still being pointed directly towards Ed. He says that he's almost out of mana, and he's got 2 or 3 spells left in him. Shenny dashes forward, then makes a zigzag pattern towards Ed. She slashes at him, but he avoids the attack from her. She is surprised, but he knew she'd aim for his leg. He steps on her blade, and she pulls up her skirt to reveal smaller knives. She goes to grab one, but he stops her and throws her hidden knife belt away. She looks panicked. Then her eyes glow purple, as once a day she and her sister can share their skills with one another. She uses low-level telekinesis magic on the knives and sends them directly towards Ed. He avoids some, but two of them stab into him. Shenny grins thinking she's won, but the smirk quickly fades as she sees that Ed is unfazed. By this, he pulls the knife out, saying their borrowed abilities aren't refined. Then throws both the knives to the floor. He pushes her down too, and kicks her rapier away, saying it's over now. She screams, and she says she can't disappoint Alice, and to get out of her way. He tells her that Alice will lose. She asks what he'd know about her, saying she's endured so much pain, and asks what he'd know about any of this. We see her launching magic towards Taylor's group, and Shenny says she's saved many orphans. She is one of them. Ed says the game never went deep into her backstory, but we see Talia go Ultra Instinct, cutting through her magic like it was butter. He flies towards her for the deciding blow. As it gets closer to her, her face glows. Then an explosion occurs upstairs, and he says well, he doesn't care about any of this. Shenny says she won't forgive him, asking how he could side with Lortel. She passes out, and a fire is seen from upstairs. Ed says sadly he doesn't know the extra stories, and there's no point since there's too many stories that won't come to light. Another explosion occurs. He begins to drag Shenny, and props her against the wall inside, then continues running away. He says his goal hasn't changed, as he plans to fully survive. Due to incapacitating Shenny, he unlocks a pain endurance skill. He says he can't believe he's earned this here. Then breaks a window with a rock, then hops through it. He looks around at the room saying that this room definitely suits Lortel. He goes to the carrier pigeon, and writes to them that Elt is here, so sell everything as per the plan. The carrier pigeon flies off towards the moon, and back outside we see blood dripping, as Ed is huffing and bleeding profusely. He says the cuts will surely heal, and if it wasn't for Zix or Yannicka, then Lortel would have been captured by Elt. By now the carriage she hired should be speeding out of the mountains by now. Elt has no choice but to fall for the bait. Even if he catches the coachman, and learns Lortel never left, it would be too late. And if it went as planned, Lortel should be waiting at his hut. He sees her, and says greeting him is quite nice of her. He then is surprised, as she pulls out a knife and he says he was too complacent, since it's none other than the golden daughter in front of him. She knows now Ed is a variable that cannot be bought with money. So if she kills him here it'll be a success. And that she's the secret mastermind behind everything of course. He says he has to use his brain if he wants to survive, but his body won't move. As she gets closer, she raises the sword and he thinks it's over for him, but she begins to cut her robe and use the fabric to bandage him up, asking why he had to get so hurt. Then helps him back to the hut, saying it stopped raining so she built a bonfire, and they should spend this time and warm themselves up, together. He says she really did stick to the plan. She says of course. She's Lortel after all, and she made the horseman promise her, and he's willing to risk his life. Ed wonders if she's holding his family hostage or something, and she says if it goes well, she'll have the power of the Elt Merchant Association, and the fact that she'll owe him a big one is something surely he finds awesome. He doesn't say anything, and she says that's a boring reaction, but she smiles. Then, thanks him, saying she'll never forget this. He tells her to just pay the 20 gold, she says of course, and that she has something to ask. He asks if it's related to Alice, she says it's not that and she wants to know about Yannicka. She says they are pretty close together, and that she respects her as she's always kind to others. Ed asks what her point is, she's hesitant, then says that she is not that nice. Back at the Awfulus Hall, Elt left after getting a report, and Zix wasn't doing that great in fighting the mercenaries, as he was too busy trying to stop Yannicka from just murdering every one of them. As first she had a worried look on her face, but at some point the spirit started going pog crazy, and she needed to be stopped before any casualties occurs. Zix asks her if she's mad about something, and her bird spirit whispers to her, and Yannicka says that she isn't mad in the slightest. It jumps to the next day. Since Ed's uniform was ruined, Zix gave him his. Wylan took the blame for destroying the Awfulus Hall, but Alice hasn't said a single word. Ed says it looks like it all went as planned, but that his body is in pretty bad shape, as he's sore all over. He says with the advanced crafting skill slots open now, acquiring skills take priority, and he's already decided on which skills to master. Spirit formula infusion, and magic engineering, so he can make furniture and weapons. For spirit formula infusion, When he makes a contract, if he makes an artifact that contains it, it'll become instinctive. For magic engineering, it's unlocked once you disassemble and assemble an item of a certain level of magic engineering. He doesn't want to waste spirit slots, but he wants to get a lower spirit. To make a contract with, Yannicka appears and says it's cold that the rain stopped. He asks why she isn't going to class. She says she's got a headache and body pain. So she wanted to get fresh air. He asks if she got hurt helping him. She says no. Then she asks him if Lortel is okay. He tells her yeah, she's resting in the cabin. Yannicka angry. Lortel says the whole incident has been fully wrapped up, but there's still work left to do. She laid the groundwork for the negotiation to purchase the grimoire still, but now she has to stay here with an anxious heart. It's frustrating, but she doesn't hate it. Because being with Ed makes her heart race. She says being with him makes her feel safe, others find this feeling natural. But for her it's more precious than gold. At no cost does she want to give it away. Especially not to Yannicka. Lortel angry, she says Yannicka already has so much love, she should give her some. She sits down in a chair, saying they'll have to fight for him. But she has the advantage of being forced to live with him for the next 3 days. She says she just needs to bury this cabin in gold, but says maybe showing sympathy is a better idea. She's also short on money. Then she wonders about helping his tuition fees, and imagines herself saying it's not like she's doing it for her sake. Then she headbutts the wall, saying that was so damn cringe. Her boyfriend count is 0. She then hears Lucy saying she's in her spot, and sees her walking into the hut yawning. She asks what she's doing here, and Lucy lays down saying this is her nap spot. But Ed quickly carries her off, and puts her into a different shelter he set up. He asks Lortel if she woke her up, saying she can go back to sleep. She says Lucy must come by often, and Ed asks why it matters. She's closer to a natural disaster. Lortel says she has another rival, but she has plenty of time to settle the score. On the morning of day 2, she sticks her head out greeting Ed, but instead sees Yannicka instead. She turns around and sighs, then sees that Lucy is also here too. It jumps to Ed sweating, saying he's finally done. And he's made handmade bricks, and he's unlocked the skill of stonemasonry. He installs the brick fireplace into his hut, and says he's glad it's done. He then starts to make them all food, and Lortel says it's safe to assume that things are going as planned. Ed says yeah, but they can't let their guard down. Lortel says she'll make sure to compensate him, and asks if he'd like to receive goods instead of gold. He thinks about it saying maybe construction materials, and maybe excess magic engineering equipment. Yannicka starts to feel left out of the conversation, but Ed tells her he has a favor for her. He says he's been trying to learn spirit magic, and he'd like to contract with a lower spirit, asking if she can help. She proudly says that means she's his teacher, and she'll help him form a contract in no time. She gets him to hold a spirit saying to focus on a connection. Then tells the bird Karis to try talking to him. Karis says something, and Ed says he heard it faintly. Karis tells her that Ed needs to improve his connection so he can hear them better. Karis then tells her to think about Ed's daily routine, saying he has no time, and according to the weekly report meeting they held he'll need to focus on food and his cabin maintenance, so he has no time to practice. She squishes him out of existence, and awkwardly asks Ed if he heard that. He says something about a weekly meeting. She shamefully looks away from him and Lortel asks if they are done talking. She says that she'll probably be able to supply Ed with some stuff. He says he'll gladly accept a discount, but she says no and that the amount isn't large, so it'd be a dead asset. She comes up with something, and asks Ed if it would be difficult for him to come to the association every 3 days, saying they could also maybe drink some tea and talk for a bit. Yannicka sees what she's planning, saying why doesn't she give it to him for free? They keep yapping to one another, and Ed just munches away, saying he'll be able to succeed with skill training. We hear Belle's voice as she's arrived at the campsite, saying she apologizes for being here so suddenly. But she has to be the bearer of bad news, and she has a message from Alice. If you've watched till the end, comment, Balatro, to let me know. Subscribe for more videos like this, leave a like or a comment to help the channel out. Thanks for watching.
People who are living in heaven don't need to think about those living in hell. That was the right thing to say. But somewhere in the middle of nowhere, a young man in the cave kept muttering, he had to look and watch till the end. He kept repeating those words dozens of times while wondering in his head, what if he is a person who was dropped into hell? So, this is how he now thinks of heaven. Every moment, this young man was contemplating on the rock while staring blankly at the holographic screen in front of his face. Every second, he kept repeating the words on the hologram screen to see through to the end, until finally he was tired and fell lying down, asking why he had to do that. In his sleep, this young man heard two people talking about him and the cell, namely his younger sister, in the darkness of this dream. The young man realized that his name was Cha Shin Hyun, a name mentioned by one of the people who were talking in his dream. Cha Shin Hyun realized he was sleeping with his younger sister in the back seat of the car. Suddenly their car had an accident, and when he woke up, he was already in the mysterious cave. Cha Shin Hyun didn't know how much time had passed, and when he woke up, he didn't know where his family was. All he knew was that he woke up alone in a mysterious cave. All he got inside the cave was the Heavenly Martial Origin Cultivation Art Book, as well as a notification on the hologram screen, asking Cha Shin Hyun to keep watching until the end if he wanted to return home. This young man wondered if he studied the book, then he could return to his family. It was almost unbearable considering that he had been in the cave for so many years. The system finally announced that he had finished the tutorial. This young man was so shocked that he shed tears when he finally saw an exit at the end of the cave. But when the door appeared and he left, the place he reached was not the end of his world, precisely the earth, but an area called Murim. Cha Shin Hyun fell to his knees at the edge of a cliff, realizing he was in a very strange place. This young man screamed and asked why they did this to him. He shouted while continuously shedding tears for 10 years. He tried to survive in that terrible cave. Now he is confused about what to do to see the end of the world. Suddenly, a strange middle-aged man appeared and greeted Cha Shin Hyun. The man said his family was starving, so the thin man wanted to ask for meat while brandishing his sword. Of course, Cha Shin Hyun was surprised to hear that. And to survive, he finally fought back and instead killed the strange man. He had to see the dead corpse with his own hands. This young man was so pretentious that he said over and over again that he was not the killer. He was confused and didn't know what to do. He had no choice, and he was sure others would do the same. In his mind, this young man kept asking he didn't know what he was doing. He was just trying to defend himself while holding the knife in his hand. But when he was stricken with extraordinary panic, suddenly a holographic screen appeared and said that he had successfully leveled up. At first he was confused reading the notice, but in the end he laughed in a horrid, discordant voice as he looked at the message instinctively. Now he understood what had to be done. Now he understands that to level up and to return to his original world, he must reach the maximum level. Time flies so fast, and nowadays Cha Shin Hyun has been able to adapt to a new world. This young man finally carried the title of Supreme Swords Emperor, which meant the Supreme Sword Emperor. Now he was towering and gallantly pointing his sword at his defeated opponent. Cha Shin Hyun asked what generation of demonic gold his opponent was before his opponent could answer. Cha Shin Hyun interrupted by saying that his opponent was the 8th generation, because previously those who died at the hands of Cha Shin Hyun were the 6th and 7th generations of his opponents. Because he was always looking for her after decades, suddenly a very strong bluish ki energy appeared around Cha Shin Hyun's body. He said he really enjoyed this fight, but he still killed the Gold Chief. Right at that moment, one of the chairman's men appeared and wanted to attack Cha Shin Hyun with his sword. Luckily, the young man, who now had very long hair, managed to dodge in time. He also asked casually if it was okay for a demonic follower to swear like that. As soon as the young man got close to him, immediately pressed his face and made it stiff. Cha Shin Hyun said he really admired the young man's courage. Then he delivered an attack that made the young man's entire body stiffen, and did not want to listen to his master's thoughts after quite a while, astonishing this young man with the illusion of his almighty strength. Cha Shin Hyun let go of this young man's face, saying, "If you want that kind of strength, you need years or decades." It was fine to go back to learning a new demonic art and come back to see him and comfort him. Then Cha Shin Hyun said that the young man must become the new demonic cold leader. After that, he left the battle location, which was so messy, with a big smile on his face, resting under a tree while throwing his sword carelessly. He said the leader of demonic gold this time wasn't good enough either. He wondered how to cheer himself up this time. Yan started thinking about creating an evil sect with supreme martial arts masters. He felt that everything was getting boring now that Cha Xin Hian sat daydreaming, staring at the bright full moon. He said it had been 140 years since he had lived such a boring life. It's true, you heard right, it's been 140 years since he arrived in Murim. After that incident, his memory slowly began to dull. Cha Xin Yan, who had started his determination to see the end of the world, was slowly starting to lose memory of the faces of his family members. Cha Xin Yan thinks heaven is a place that has never existed in her life. Men today feel like they are living in hell every day. Now starts and thinks to end it all, but suddenly, a hologram screen appears and says he has reached max level. The system says the restriction requirement has been removed, and the final level limit, that is ascension of a god, has been lifted, and Cha Xin Hian will return to Earth soon. Cha Xin Hian burst out laughing. He didn't expect to finally be able to return to Earth after such a long time. Cha Xin Hian thinks they finally took pity on him when he was about to give up, or did they look down on him? Thinking of the ascension of a god makes Cha Xin Hian suspect that he is believed to be at the level of the gods. But he felt strange because if he was at the level of a god, then he should be free from worldly desires. But he was still filled with emotions that were once in his life. When he thinks back on his family, Cha Xin Hian thinks his family is dead because so much time has passed. He has long lost the desire to return to his original world. For him, it was just a vain dream. All that remains in Cha Xin Hian is the desire for revenge against the one who made him go through the terrible state he is in now. He screamed loudly when he felt a strong flow of energy in his mind. This man just wants to kill and keep on killing whoever it is, and wherever he is, Cha Xin Yan will definitely kill him. A flash of energy that was so strong and powerful shone brightly into the sky when Cha Xin Hian was sent back to Earth in 2011. The state of the Earth before Cha Xin Hian had an accident. A goddess appeared and said that a day full of nightmares would come soon, and the goddess says humanity must evolve to fight the nightmare. So humanity mustn't squander the blessings bestowed upon them at that time, when dungeons opened up everywhere and monsters appeared in strange corners of rooms. One says that this adventure has finally started, and you must have been waiting for so long. I wonder who he is, and why he looks so mysterious with a big chain around his body. Now we are shifting again in 2025, when the location is in Korea to be exact, in the Red Wolf dungeon. A woman looks overwhelmed when she shoots a Red Wolf monster. She used the archer skill Strong Arrow to defeat the monsters that were trying to catch her comrades. The girl is apparently the team leader named Cha Yun Seol. She immediately asked her team members to leave that place when the young team member was praising the girl and saying thank you. Suddenly, a red wolf monster appeared and ate his shoulder. Instantly, Cha Yun Seol panicked and screamed for the young man's name, but she realized that she was too late, because when she looked back, the other members of her team were also experiencing a similar tragedy. They were all attacked and eaten and even torn to pieces by the huge and terrifying red wolf monster, Cha Yun Seol. At this point, realizing that there was no end to the monsters and that her situation was getting desperate as his MP was almost depleted, Cha Yun Seol was worried that she would lose and die. Suddenly, she heard someone running. Apparently, it was a team member named Seo Jong-hyun. This girl tried to call him but was ignored, even though at this time Cha Yun Seol was already being pushed by dozens of red wave monsters. Meanwhile, Seo Jong-hyun continued to run as hard as he could to avoid monster attacks. He cursed inside his heart for joining a team of weaklings. Seo Jong-hyun realized that if he continued to be in that place, his fate would definitely be the same as his other colleagues. So this young man thought of getting out of the dungeon as soon as possible. But when he arrived at the dungeon gate, an arrow suddenly flew quickly and blocked his path. When Seo Jong-hyun looked back, apparently it was an attack launched by a Cha Yun Seol who was now approaching him with very strong anger energy. This girl swore at Seo Jong-hyun and asked where the young jerk was going. Seo Jong-hyun tried to make small talk and said that he was happy to still be able to see leader Cha Yun Seol safe. He was very relieved even though the situation was chaotic. But Cha Yun Seol could no longer make small talk and spoke to him nicely. This girl immediately lifted Seo Jung-hyun's shirt and cursed right in front of his face with anger. Cha Yun-seol had warned from the start that this dungeon was too dangerous. Cha Yun-seol said the tragedy and death of their comrades is because of a weak and stubborn human like Seo Jung-hyun. Seo Jung-hyun was angry. He shook off the girl's hand and said that he was not the cause of the death of the Cha Yun-seol team. Cha Yun-seol realized that the young man's words were the true nature of Seo Jung-hyun. Cha Yun-seol turned around and said she was crazy for trying to talk to trash like Seo Jung-hyun, so Cha Yun-seol asked Seo Jung-hyun to go immediately and take cover under his father's armpit. The girl asked with scary eyes whether this time his father could still ignore his son's crimes after returning later. He immediately used his flagship skillstone Crudier to attack Cha Yun-seol. The unprepared girl was finally thrown when she was being hit. Cha Yun-seol was thrown into a tree. When Cha Yun-seol was unconscious, Seo Jung-hyun approached her, and then grabbed her hair while saying that Cha Yun-seol was an ignorant and stupid girl who didn't understand anything. Seo Jung-hyun asked with sarcasm tone. Did the girl feel she was at the top after everyone praised her? If Cha Yun-seol wanted to make her name even more famous, Seo Jung-hyun offered to help. So he said, because she was too concerned with personal awards, Cha Yun-seol became a hindrance so that the last dungeon conquest failed, and her entire team died. Seo Jung-hyun then raised his hands, which were full of fire, to deliver the final attack, while thanking Cha Yun-seol for her cooperation as the team leader. Suddenly, a thunderous thunder struck and fell right behind Seo Jung-hyun before he managed to strike Cha Yun-seol. From the lightning, a man appeared with ancient clothes and very long hair. The system popped up and said that he had reached internal level 50, which meant max. With this, he was successfully sent back to Earth. Cha Shin-hyun burst out laughing when he realized the reward for reaching the maximum level was returning to Earth. He found his hobby of killing people really disgusting, so he kept saying with a cold face that he would kill anyone. Suddenly, Seo Jung-hyun said that the strange man in front of him was having delusions because he spoke in a way like someone who was having delusions. Seo Jung-hyun swore at the strange man who suddenly came out of nowhere and said he wanted to kill this and wanted to kill that. This young man boldly considered Cha Shin-hyun to be a teleport or a magician. When Seo Jung-hyun asked who the strange man was, he was ignored because the man kept walking straight until he stopped beside Cha Yun-seol. Seo Jung-hyun boldly said that he and Cha Yun-seol were having a duel. But it seems that Cha Yun-seol will soon die in his mind. This young man started to panic when someone else found out that he and Cha Yun-seol were in a duel to the death. Seo Jung-hyun thought that no one knew what would happen if he let this stranger die. Seo Jung-hyun didn't know who the stranger in front of him was, but he had to make him shut up. So when Cha Shin-hyun was observing Cha Yun-seol's face closely, Seo Jung-hyun told him to leave, or he would also be beaten up by Seo Jung-hyun. With his hands raised, Seo Jung-hyun exerted his strength to hit Cha Shin-hyun, but suddenly a very strong bluish ki energy repelled Seo Jung-hyun. This young man realized that there was a dangerous energy that emerged from the body of the Cha Shin-hyun, especially when the strain man in front of Seo Jung-hyun stepped on the ground around him. It immediately cracked. It was clear that this made Seo Jung-hyun start to leave because of fear. Cha Shin-hyun walked up to Seo Jung-hyun while saying that he didn't realize someone was asking who he was, so now he will answer that he is the Supreme Swords Emperor. Cha Shin-hyun with scary eyes. This young man with long hair approached Seo Jung-hyun and touched his forehead, saying even though he had told his identity, it meant nothing to Seo Jung-hyun anymore. Because now Seo Jung-hyun was immediately shot with very strong energy, so strong that energy emits an extremely bright light and destroys the area around it by tens of meters. After he had had enough, Cha Shin-hyun stopped his attack and said that he was Cha Shin-hyun, Cha Yun-seol's older brother, even though the victim could no longer hear because his head had been crushed. At that young age, Cha Yun-seol still cried a lot and annoyed his parents, and threatened him to leave Cha Yun-seol in that place. In the past, Cha Yun-seol loved the playground so much that she didn't want to go home. It was at that time that her older brother would approach her gently, asking if her younger sister really liked playground. The older brother said that if they continued to be in that place, they would trouble the father and mother. Cha Yun-sol hugged the doll tightly while asking if they go home now. When will they can meet again? Because the older brother, who will soon be going to college and will soon be busy studying. Again, with great patience, the older brother asked, "Doesn't Cha Yun-seol know that her older brother really loves her so? Even though he's busy in college, her older brother will always see her often." At that time, Cha Shin-hyeon said this while gently stroking his sister's head. Cha Shin-hyeon also promised her to return to the playground when he returned home. After hearing that, only then could Cha Yun-seol be able to smile and come home happily. She asked to be carried by her older brother, who happily granted his younger sister's wish, but suddenly that beautiful dream turned into a nightmare when they had an accident. Cha Yun-seol started blaming herself for being so stubborn back then. Little Cha Yun-seol realized when her parents had died and her brother was missing and immediately screamed when she managed to wake up from her nightmare. A man by his side said that he cured Cha Yun-seol with his key. He also said that Cha Yun-seol's injuries were severe enough that it would be a little difficult to move around. Seeing the strange young man, Cha Yun-seol asked who he was. Cha Shin-hyeon knew that his sister would not recognize him because he was an adult. So Cha Shin-hyeon said that he could no longer carry Cha Yun-seol, not because he was heavy, but because Cha Yun-seol was now an adult. Cha Yun-seol was clearly shocked to hear that. Unknowingly, Cha Yun-seol's tears came out when she realized that in front of her was her older brother, Cha Shin-hyeon. With an irritated and touched face, Cha Yun-seol asked where his older brother has gone all this time. Seeing his younger sister's condition, he immediately hugs her to calm her down. But suddenly, Cha Yun-seol pushes his brother's body when she remembers Sung Jong-hyun. This girl asked where Seo Jong-hyun was. Cha Shin-hyeon said that the person who was meant to attack Cha Yun-seol earlier had died without a head. Cha Yun-seol was clearly shocked to see that her brother, who had just returned, had killed someone, especially Seo Jong-hyun. When Cha Shin-hyeon asked what was wrong with that, suddenly, Cha Yun-seol grabbed his brother's arm and asked Cha Shin-hyeon to run away. Now, finally, Cha Yun-seol invites her brother back to their old house. Inside the house, Cha Shin-hyeon immediately ran to look around. She said it had been a long time since she left the house, but their old house had not changed much. When Cha Shin-hyeon is busy, his younger brother looks gloomy and says that they are in big trouble because director Seo Kang-jin will definitely look for them. Cha Shin-hyeon was surprised to hear the strange name, so Cha Yun-seol explained that director Seo Kang-jin was the director of the Dawn Guild and the father of Seo Jong-hyun. He used to be a member of a gang that was known for its sadism and cruelty. Apart from that, he is one of the best 11 in Korea. Cha Yun-seol said that they missed the time to report the situation due to fainting earlier, so Seo Kang-jin must have known that his son was dead. He would immediately suspect Cha Yun-seol because he was the only survivor. Cha Shin-hyeon even asked why her sister was worried about that, because later, he would only have to kill Seo Kang-jin too. Cha Shin-hyeon's confident smile when he said this made Cha Yun-seol exasperated and pinched his cheeks. Cha Yun-seol told her brother to speak more rationally. Cha Yun-seol explained that Seo Kang-jin was above level 50. He became the director because he was very strong, and secondly thought his brother's nickname was very bad, because now no one uses the name Supreme Swords Emperor. Cha Yun-seol also asked why her older brother was now speaking in a strange tone when Cha Yun-seol asked why her older brother was like this now. After returning after 14 years of missing, Cha Yun-seol kept screaming and complaining about many things, including the departure of her parents and the loss of her older brother. She wondered where his older brother had gone all this time and why suddenly appeared. But suddenly Cha Yun-seol's criticism stopped when she saw her older brother were concentrating on staring at their large family photo. Cha Shin-hyeon understood that now both their parents had died, and he explained the reason for his now strange speech, because all this time he lived in a place called Murim. Why was he there? Cha Shin-hyeon felt it was too complicated to explain, but for now he needed to understand the situation in this world right now. So Cha Shin Hyun asked, "What is a hunter? What is a guild? And does this world also have a level concept too?" For a moment, Cha Yun Seol was pensive. When asked by her older brother where he was going, Cha Yun Seol answered that he would go to the guild. When Cha Yun Seol had left, Cha Shin Hyun went straight to his room, opened the door handle and said that nothing had changed since before he left. It feels like yesterday he was still in that room at this time. Cha Shin Hyun thought about what his sister said about his bad name as the first step to becoming a good brother. Cha Shin Hyun had to think of another nickname. But Cha Shin Hyun suddenly remembers Seo Kang Jin's name and intends to look for him right at that moment. He suddenly notices the presence of several people outside their door. Apparently, now there is someone scary with a strong body standing at the main door of their house. One of the people raised his hand and immediately kicked the door open with his strength. A man who stood in the middle and looked the oldest immediately asked where Cha Yun Seol was. Apparently he was Seo Kang Jin, the director of the Dawn Guild, who they should have avoided at this time. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Dawn Guild, the second-generation guild in Korea, Cha Yun Seol had just finished parking her car. Cha Yun Seol was worried that if Seo Kang Jin had acted first, she was worried that if she entered the magnificent building, she would be caught by Seo Kang Jin. This girl is wondering who to ask for help with this problem. While being stricken by confusion and sudden fear, a woman called Cha Yun Seol from behind. When seen apparently it was Lee Ji-hae, the vice chairman of the Dawn Guild. The question is what Cha Yun Seol is doing there because she should be doing dungeon conquest with team leader Seo Jong-hyun. Lee saw the wound on Cha Yun Seol's left arm, then asked gently if something had happened, instead of directly answering Cha Yun Seol instead, wondering if Lee was one of the best hunters in Korea. This very loyal and fair and unpredictable character can be trusted, but this is the only choice Cha Yun Seol has now, so by making up her mind. Cha Yun Seol started explaining everything to Lee Ji-hae. Meanwhile at home, Cha Shin Hyun scolds Seo Kang Jin for not knocking on the door during a visit to the other person's house. The young man who came with Seo Kang Jin was annoyed to hear Cha Shin Hyun's long-winded words, but Seo Kang Jin stopped them and immediately asked where Cha Yun Seol was. But Cha Shin Hyun even said he knew the reason Seo Kang Jin was looking for Cha Yun Seol, so Cha Shin Hyun openly said that he was the killer of Seo Kang Jin's son, named Seo Jong-hyun. Seo Kang Jin's face immediately turned red when he heard this. He became inflamed, screaming, and immediately released his inner strength, knowing that his son's killer was in front of him. Instead of being frightened by the strength of Cha Shin Hyun's opponent, he smiled happily and said that this is how his opponent should be. He said he wanted to see how strong Seo Kang Jin was. Seo Kang Jin launched towards Cha Shin Hyun with full power, while unsheathing his big sword. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a beautiful girl named Lee Ji-hae said she wanted to meet Cha Shin Hyun immediately after hearing from Cha Yun Seol that her brother had also just returned from Murim. When Seo Kang Jin directed his sword attack at Cha Shin Hyun, the young man with long hair managed to dodge it in time. The young man thought that Seo Kang Jin's sword was enveloped by some kind of mysterious power. He knew that basically sword's energy and sword aura were similar, but their origins were different. Cha Shin Hyun began to wonder if this was the so-called ability of those who were called hunters. Cha Shin Hyun remembered that a figure named Seo Jong-hyun yesterday also used a strange power. This young man smiled happily and said they were worth researching. Seo Kang Jin raised his sword with both hands, then used a zigzag motion to trick Cha Shin Hyun. When it felt close, Seo Kang Jin mustered his best strength to injure Cha Shin Hyun, now on purposely not avoiding to feel his opponent's attack after being hit by Cha Shin Hyun's opponent, commenting that like that apparently Seo Kang Jin's attack level is on par with the peak level of a martial arts master. He curses in annoyance that his opponent managed to block his ultimate attack from him with his body. In fact, Seo Kang Jin realized that he was the one who was pushed back with just one arm. Cha Shin Hyun, the young man with the Cha surname, asked with a terrible smile, "Is it true that basically there are 10,000 people in Korea at the same level as Seo Kang Jin, came with Seo Kang Jin to attack Cha Shin Hyun?" When he saw the leader getting pushed away, but they both managed to get rid of easily by Cha Shin Hyun. Suddenly, a third young man appeared, and attacked Cha Shin Hyun with a fireball that was quite big and strong. The other youth and Seo Kang Jin, who were standing in the corner of the room, thought everything was over with the attack, and Cha Shin Hyun had already lost. A young man with a sword wanted to immediately end the fight by stabbing Cha Shin Hyun, but suddenly, Cha Shin Hyun appeared right in front of his face while asking them to attack slowly, and one by one, then, with one squeeze, the young man's sword shattered in the hands of Cha Shin Hyun. He said that his opponent's attack this time exceeded his expectations. The short-haired man was shocked to see his sword destroyed, especially when Cha Shin Hyun released his inner strength, which formed a terrible bluish flame. It was clear he was panicking, but suddenly the fire went out, and Cha Shin Hyun cleaned his shoulder calmly. This young man's body without even the slightest scratch, even though he had been burned by Virgol from Cha Shin Hyun's opponent, remembering his sister's words. Even he had only disappeared for 14 years when he saw the three youths before him had reached the pinnacle of martial masters, a level where you must not only accumulate 1,000 years of experience and techniques, but also have to be born with extraordinary talent. It's shocking to see that humanity in this era can catch up to Murim in just 14 years. Moreover, there are very few people who can reach the pinnacle level of martial arts masters in this world, like that Seo Kang Jin. Yan was really speechless about that fact. Though they still haven't reached the top rank of martial arts master, based on what Cha Shin Hyun heard, the ranking of Jiang Nu doesn't include him. That's why he reached the top and wants to set the ranking again, until finally Cha Shin Hyun really got to the top, by being the only victor after fighting all the martial arts masters. Meanwhile, in the car that drove through the evening streets, Cha Yun Seol was surprised because suddenly the deputy guild leader wanted to meet her older brother. Normally, Cha Yun Seol obviously wouldn't hide anything from Cunning because she came to ask for help from Li Ji Hai. But Cha Yun Seol was still unsure whether she was a friend or foe. But Cha Yun Seol remembered what she said earlier, that she would help to the end about the incident about Seo Jong Hyun and director Seo Gang Ji, as long as Cha Yun Seol wants to meet her older brother, Cha Shin Hyun. And obviously Cha Yun Seol could not refuse the offer. Even so, Che Yun Sol wondered what Li Ji Hye was thinking, who was still busy pensive. Suddenly Li Ji Hye asked if it was true that Cha Shin Hyun had suddenly disappeared a few years ago. Cha Yun Seol replied that her brother disappeared in 2011, so it's been 14 years now since then. Immediately, Li Ji Hye was surprised to hear Cha Yun Seol's explanation. This short-hair girl knew that Cha Shin Hyun had been trapped in Murim 140 years. Inside her head, Li Ji Hye could not even guess how strong Cha Shin Hyun was. Li then changed the subject by asking what Cha Shin Hyun was like to Cha Yun Seol. She replied that her brother was a friendly and kind person, and above all else, Cha Yun Seol knows that her older brother really likes studying, and that her brother even managed to get into university without having to pay. From this, Li knew that this was a very genius figure. Cha Yun Seol agreed with Li Ji Hye's assumption that her older brother was a genius. But according to Cha Yun Seol, what is more important is her brother, who is persistent and really tough. Once starting something, he must see until the end. Moving into the house, Cha Shin Hyun even challenged the person who had managed to hit him with Virgol because he had never felt the sensation of an attack like that before. While talking, the young man with the sword came back to attack Cha Shin Hyun, but was stopped only with a light fist without looking back with a cold face. Cha Shin Hyun said he was not interested in the sword man because he panicked. The man with the Virgol just now took out blocks small ice with her magic circle. Of course, Cha Shin Hyun was not surprised to see this simple ice attack, because he had experienced many tricks. That kind of ice in the Ice Palace now instead turned around to give an ice dragon-shaped attack that instantly froze its opponent. With a terrible smile, Cha Shin Hyun said that the ice attack was supposed to be like that, seeing his two friends fall so easily. The young man with a shield immediately ran helter-skelter, saying he wanted to live, but just as he wanted to go to the entrance, he felt a large, invisible barrier blocking him. Heading for the exit before he spoke more, Justin Yan had already shot him with one strike. Seo Kang-jin started to get annoyed because the last person who was supposed to stand as a shield instead ran away and eventually died. Cha Shin-hyun even said that gangsters apparently didn't really care about loyalty. At this point, Seo Kang-jin realized that his opponent was very strong because he could use ice barrier magic and death shot magic with one finger. Seo Kang-jin even suspects that Cha Shin-hyun is someone who is under a mysterious wizard system, but when he thinks about it, Gang-jin is sure that a wizard can't possibly withstand his attacks. Seo Kang-jin just realized that the house was not damaged, even though they had fought so fiercely. Seo Kang-jin accused Cha Shin-hyun of using some trick because he knew Seo Kang-jin and his group would come so prepared everything. Cha Shin-hyun calmly explained that he used his sword to cover the area because it had been a long time since Cha Shin-hyun returned to the house. Of course, he didn't want to let the gangsters dirty the floor of his house. Since someone like Seo Kang-jin would find it difficult to understand what he meant then, Cha Shin-hyun would keep it simple. Those who from the start entered his territory obviously would not be allowed to dirty him. Seo Kang-jin was irritated by such long-winded explanations and sounded belittled, so this old man was determined not to lose even alone. He exerted all his strength until he entered Berserker skill mode. With that mode, he went berserk and screamed as hard as he could. All his inner strength was used until his whole body radiated terrible red light. Cha Shin-hyun knew that the man in front of him was like a monster and increased his strength too fast. Cha Shin-hyun suspected that his opponent intended to die with him. Then Seo Kang-jin attacked him with all his might. Even his attacks were so fast and very agile. Cha Shin-hyun suspected that this opponent was out of his mind with a hot temper, just like one of the martial artists, because this fight was really fun for Cha Shin-hyun, so he would show his respect to Seo Kang-jin. Cha Shin-hyun took the broken sword earlier and killed Seo Kang-jin with just one slash after his opponent fell. Kang-jin must be proud because he received an attack from the Supreme Sword's Emperor. A few moments later, Cha Yun-seol arrived home with Lee Ji-hye. Of course, Cha Yun-seol invited her guests to enter in a friendly and polite manner. When she was surprised to find the door of her house open, apparently she was made even more surprised when she saw her brother mopping up the blood on the floor. His sister immediately exploded and asked her brother what happened. Cha Shin-hyun tried to ask his sister not to be surprised at his housewarming party. How could Cha Yun-seol not be surprised and even more annoyed when her brother said that? While squeezing the cloth covered in blood, Cha Yun-seol exploded and screamed angrily again when asking why her housewarming party was filled with blood. Cha Yun-seol asked with all her might why her brother kept causing trouble since returning. Seeing his sister's anger expressing her sister's angry expression was really good. So if she went to Murim, it would definitely be the most powerful person there. Suddenly, Cha Shin-hyun realized the existence of Lee Ji-hye, who was still standing silently behind Cha Yun-seol. He felt that the energy of her eternal art was able to resonate with his Heaven 5 trial origin cultivation arts, and that she could even use voice transmission via telepathy. So he asked who this Lee Ji-hye really was. From within her mind, Lee Ji-hye said that not only Cha Shin-hyun had left that place. Suddenly, one sunny day, he woke up with a surprised attitude, as if he remembered something, and immediately ran out of the room in a hurry. Cha Yun-seol immediately called his older brother's name with a worried face. Suddenly, a soft voice answered whether Cha Yun-seol had really woken up. The figure of Cha Shin-hyun, who has now cut his hair and is wearing normal youth clothes in Korea, is standing in front of the mirror, smiling to greet his little sister. He asks if Cha Yun-seol is worried that he will disappear again. Cha Yun-seol feels relieved inside, knowing that her brother's return was not just a dream. Kan-sol also asked why his brother woke up so early before Cha Shin-hyun could answer his phone ringing, and he said goodbye. It's been a week since Cha Shin-hyun came back, but to Cha Yun-seol it still feels unreal to him that day Vice Chairman Lee didn't leave anything for Cassian, and just said, "Let's meet again soon," before just disappearing. Immediately afterwards, the men in black appeared and handled the corpses of director Seo Kang-jin and his underlings. The next day, reports about Seo Jung-hyun appeared on the news along with news of Seo Kang-jin's sudden retirement. From this, Cha Yun-seol knew that Lee Ji-hae kept her promise as the only survivor and the person responsible for yesterday. Cha Yun-seol was put on long-term probation from the guild. That day, Cha Shin-hyeon was called by Lee Ji-hae, making Cha Shin-hyeon wonder what she wanted from her older brother. Cha Yun-seol hopes that her older brother, Cha Shin-hyeon, will return safely. Lee Ji-hae sits in the living room, which is decorated with ancient ornaments identical to wooden ornaments. Even this beautiful girl sits on an ancient round wooden chair and table, saying that Lee does not look worried even though he is always being watched by other people. Lee smiled and said that Cha Shin-hyeon apparently had realized it. This girl said they weren't monitors but just guards. Cha Shin-hyeon sat and enjoyed the tea served by this young man, realizing that the tea tasted very familiar. Seeing the expression on Cha Shin-hyeon's face, Lee knew that this young man recognized the taste of the tea she was giving. Said that it was Yunshan Yinzhen tea, which was a very precious tea in ancient China. Lee said she often stopped by Honam to drink this tea. Of course, when she was still in Murim, Cha Shin-hyeon was happy. The girl in front of him spoke straight to the point, and then Lee also said that there were 3 people who had been confirmed to have returned from Murim, namely Cha Shin-hyeon. Lee Ji-hae is the leader of the Dawn Guild, and Park Tae-hoon is the leader of the Twilight Guild. Dawn and Twilight are 2 organizations that share influence in the Korean Hunter Association. Currently, there is a rift between the two with quite a complicated animosity. But back in the day before Lee compared the story with Park Tae-hoon, a few things were revealed. One day in 2011, the young man named Park Tae-hoon opened his eyes in a mysterious cave on one side of the cave. There was a book called Heaven 5 Trial Origin Cultivation Hard. And after he left the cave, he found himself in a strange world called Murim. Apparently, this incident was very similar to what Cha Shin-hyeon and Lee had experienced themselves. Lee also received a notification from the system if he wanted to return to his original world. He had to see the end of this world. Lee said that Cha Shin-hyeon returned to his original world after many years, and the Earth had entered the era of hunters and dungeons. Lee Ji-hae assumed whether this was an assignment or a plot from a higher power. We don't know, but how the world changed, and their departure to Murim was definitely connected. Also asked how much one knows about hunters and dungeons. Cha Shin-hyeon said that 14 years ago, after the divine revelation came down from the goddess of dungeon monsters and hunters, the class system and skills began to appear, not much different from the RPG games they had been before, except when they were little. More importantly, Cha Shin-hyeon wanted to know how Lee Ji-hae and Park Tae-hoon could return to Earth. Lee Ji-hae answered that they came back after death. Lee asked if that was not the same as what happened to Cha Shin-hyeon himself. Cha Shin-hyeon's body trembled, and a dark aura appeared when he heard Lee's sly answer. He remembered the system word for seeing the end of the world. This young man was truly shocked that he could return in such a fashion. Cha Shin-hyeon wonders if the goddess knows who sent him to Murim, and why sending Cha Shin-hyeon to Murim is just like a gift, because maxing out his martial arts level is by returning to Earth, then there should be a gift as well. Because he succeeded in maximizing his novel as a hunter later, the prize will definitely be the answer to Cha Shin-hyeon's question. Even then, if she didn't want to lose her face as a goddess, Cha Shin-hyeon asked Lee Ji-hae why she didn't immediately say her intention in approaching Cha Shin-hyeon. Lee sighed and asked Cha Shin-hyeon for a walk to talk about this. First, Lee told that the Dawn Guild was facing Park Tae-hoon from the Twilight Guild. They were facing their opponents carefully. In a situation where they didn't know what would happen later until finally director Seo Kang-jin died because of Cha Shin-hyeon. After killing the main force behind the Dawn Guild, namely Seo Kang-jin, Cha Shin-hyeon had to be responsible. So Lee Ji-hae asked Cha Shin-hyeon to join the Dawn Guild. He will be given the position of an executive. Even Lee Ji-hae can promise unimaginable wealth and fame. Lee says that it's not a bad deal. Right, replies that this offer came from his sister's boss to ignore. But this young man still refused. Lee Ji-hae was clearly surprised and asked why Cha Shin-hyeon replied that he liked to act alone. Moreover, serving someone lower than himself felt nothing great for Cha Shin-hyeon. Li was silent for a moment, hearing Cha Xin-hyun's answer. Then she proposes to test it, to find out who is weaker between the two of them. Cha Xin-hyun rubbed his chin in thought. Then he said that Li Ji-hye should know that 1 year in Murim is equal to 10 years on Earth. Then Li Ji-hye would have known that Cha Xin-hyun spent 140 years of his life in Murim. Li replied that age and skill don't always match. Cha Xin-hyun agrees with the girl's idea, but still he thinks that people who have only spent 300 years in Murim are still weaker than him. Without answering Cha Xin-hyun's words, she immediately took out her strength and opened the barrier between them. From the outside world, this is Li's original skill, which is commonly called shadow dance. Looking around and noticing her senses were cut off, the surroundings had turned cloudy, and the area affected by this skill was 50 meters wide. Recreating an art this large with just the laws of physics would take a great deal of time and energy. Li Ji-hye explained that this was her original skill. So they were currently in a temporary dimension that mirrored the real space they were currently in from the outside. They both just look, suddenly disappear. Li also says she is called Blue in Plum Blossom. While still in Murim, this girl never failed when it comes to killing. Previously, seeing the ability of his opponent, Cha Xin-hyun knew that Li was an assassin who was willing to fight to the death. Even though her hands were tied, Li said that if he wanted to get out of the room he had created, the method was very simple. Either Cha Xin-hyun destroyed himself, or Cha Xin-hyun died at the hands of Li Ji-hye, who now carries 2 large swords in both hands. Instead of being afraid of Li's scary expression, he joked that this was a murder in broad daylight. But he knew that Li Ji-hye's skills did not include trapping enemies without much further ado. Li launched an attack on Cha Xin-hyun until his sharp blade now right on Cha Xin-hyun's neck. With a cold expression, this woman said of course she didn't mean to just trap. Cha Xin-hyun casually dodging Li Ji-hye's attack, which was right at his neck. But Li didn't give up easily. She continued to deploy attacks that were barrage and very ferocious, even though Cha Shi-hyun was always managed to dodge her attack. No matter how fast the attack was, then Li Ji-hye delivered a finishing blow that was strong enough for Cha Xin-hyun to be knocked back several times. Cha Xin-hyun noticed the dagger in Li Ji-hye's hands, and one of them was held upside down, and with a strange fighting style, this young man immediately recognized that it was the world's greatest assassin martial art, Murim. The Moonlight Blood Road. Li was impressed that his opponent immediately knew the name of her attack with just one look. Cha Xin-hyun smiled and said he had fought someone who used that skill before, but due to his lack of experience at the time, he was accidentally able to kill his opponent in an instant. Li explained that she had not finished talking. This young man said he would allow 3 styles to fight him. If Li Ji-hye managed to beat Cha Xin-hyun with one of his 3 styles, then Cha Xin-hyun was willing to join the kill down. Then Cha Xin-hyun thought the attack just now was his first. After hearing Cha Xin-hyun's instructions with a cold face, Li Ji-hye said that Cha Xin-hyun should do as she pleases. Surprised at Li's ability, even though she was in Li's domain, still saw that the girl could escape his senses, as if the girl was moving by vaporizing. So Cha Xin-hyun wonders if this is also part of the skill itself. Li Ji-hye creates several energy patterns right above Cha Xin-hyun's head. Instead of panicking, realizing the attack looked dangerous, Cha Xin-hyun chuckled instead. Then he crouched down to prepare to jump or dodge the sneaky attacks that turned like missiles that chased him, using his own strength to parry Li's swift attacks. After all the attacks were successfully parried, Cha Xin-hyun landed slowly on the ground, saying that that one was quite impressive. Suddenly, he had come again with a shadow dagger in his hand that was blazing with destructive energy. Fortunately, again, he managed to fend off the attack with his strength. Smiling, the young man said that earlier was the second attack. Finally, Li decided to retreat because his attack was once again easily parried by Cha Xin-hyun. This girl said that she had expected the strongest master who died at the age of 150 years. The Shaolin master, the person who was considered equal to her, must be the strongest person. Hearing the praise just scratched his cheek casually. Li was annoyed because this young man seemed to think his praise was just a normal thing. Suddenly, Li became serious again when she took out energy spears from the ground with her strength. This girl said that she managed to kill Cha Xin Haiyan. Will he become the strongest person in the Murim world? Smiled a little, and belittled the words in front of him. He was really speechless hearing Li Jihai's opinion. Even though Li Jihai's energy spears turned into a storm and aimed at him, he was still standing casually. Li took out the Shadow Dagger skill by swinging both daggers at the same time. Li created a terrible attack that headed straight for Cha Xin Yan. This young man calmly said, the main swords that immediately created a terrible light to counter Li Jihai's attack. The energy of the attack released by Cha Xin Haiyan was so powerful that it made it difficult for Li to hold himself upright. Suddenly, a very large stone was thrown right in front of Li Jihai, who did not notice the stone's arrival. Li panicked because she was so scared she couldn't move. This girl could only close her eyes when only an inch more of the boulder hit her, appeared, and with one punch managed to destroy the rock into small pieces with a calm face. This young man said the last style to attack him was done, so he asked Li Jihai with a smiling face, "Does this girl want to continue the fight again with hands that are still shaking?" Finally, Li Jihai said that she did not want to continue the fight, and herself admitted defeat. The barrier around them slowly dissipated, and they returned to the real world. Li Jihai said she would not ask for another fight with Cha Xin Haiyan. Instead, Li Jihai asked to be told one thing. What had Cha Xin Haiyan just done to her, because Li Jihai for a moment felt like she was facing an existence she shouldn't have fought against? Sitting relaxed as he explained that Li Jihai's guess was not wrong, to beat an ordinary strongman in his space. Li was a little surprised to hear that, so asked what realm Cha Xin Haiyan had reached. Meanwhile, Cha Xin Haiyan said that the effect of the combination of martial arts and skills was extraordinary. The fight earlier was also quite fun for Cha Xin Haiyan. Finally, Cha Xin Yan accepted the girl's offer to join the Dawn Guild, but with a note that the guild would provide support for martial arts and information. So Cha Xin Yan will help this organization with his strength, but Cha Xin Haiyan will do it as an outsider and not as a member of the Dawn Guild. Li could think of this as an alliance. Cha Xin Haiyan just didn't like having to be under someone, but this didn't mean he didn't want help. After thinking long enough, Li finally agreed to Cha Xin Haiyan's idea, but with the promise that the young man with black hair would not work with the guild. Whatever happened, he sat down while saying he would promise on behalf of the Supreme Swords Emperor. In the end, the two of them shook hands as a sign of agreement between the two. In his heart, Li thought that the call also sounded too flashy for Cha Xin Haiyan. Before their handshake broke, Cha Xin Haiyan stopped watching her. So far, Cha Xin Haiyan has held back because he is at his younger sister's workplace, but Cha Xin Haiyan cannot guarantee that it will continue. Li replied that she would not do anything to harm their relationship with Cha Xin Haiyan. So of course, Li would immediately get the guards to thank him for that. Suddenly, Cha Xin Haiyan pulled his sleeve until it was torn, and then he gave the piece of cloth to the girl while apologizing because he had injured Li just now. Li was clearly surprised to see Cha Xin Haiyan's gentle attitude, so that without realizing it, Li accepted the cloth, and Cha Xin Haiyan immediately apologized for making fun of Li Jihai about her 3 skills. Actually, Cha Xin Haiyan just wanted to confirm the true skill of a Master Supreme, and someone who was also a hunter. She looked a little awkward when she said this. Li replied that she understood what Cha Xin Yan meant, but she was fine. Instead, he was happy, because he was able to fight at full power to bring out his long-buried killing intent. Cha Xin Haiyan now understands why Li Jihye only targets the dots of many other martial arts. Li Jihye instead answered Cha Xin Haiyan's question by asking another question about whether the young man had ever thought about wanting to, if he really wanted to kill someone. Cha Xin Haiyan was silent, to be honest. That desire was still in his heart. He even well remembered the sensation when the system asked so easily, "Does Cha Xin Haiyan want to return to his world? If yes, then see the end of this world." Words that always annoyed him every time he remembered that. Cha Xin Haiyan clearly knew what Li meant, because he always thought of that, namely the desire to kill the person behind the system. Finally, Li Jihye got back into her luxury car, which was parked at the edge of the park. The driver asked if the deputy guilt was okay, considering that he had just used the shadow dance skill. With a small smile, Lee Ji-hai replied that she couldn't even scratch Cha Shin-hyeon with that skill. As he expected, Cha Shin-hyeon had exceeded his expectations. Lee Ji-hye even ran out of stamina, and his softness even realized that during the match he had not attacked him back. This tough girl doesn't even realize what Cha Shin-hyeon is doing to block her attacks. As soon as he entered the house, he was immediately hugged by his sister. This young man was clearly shocked and asked why his sister was behaving like that. Cha Yun-seol asked her brother to be quiet because she wanted to talk with an innocent face. Cha Yun-seol asked her brother not to go anywhere else. From now on, he even asked his older brother not to do anything dangerous and to stay at home. Cha Yun-seol is really scared if her brother disappears again. Cha Shin-hyeon immediately stroked his sister's hair, gently hearing her sister's request. Cha Shin-hyeon said he really understands his sister's feelings, but he will become a hunter. Instantly, Cha Yun-seol's face became even more hideous when she asked if her brother wanted to die. As soon as the two of them sat facing each other in the living room, Cha Shin-hyeon took out the mystery box that he got from Lee Ji-hye. From Lee, this young man knew he would get Windows status of a hunter after possessing the mystic box, so Cha Shin-hyeon immediately held the mystic box with a sense of calm. The colorful box shone so brightly before slowly dimming and melting in Cha Shin-hyeon's hands. Of course, Cha Shin-hyeon was annoyed to see the box missing and empty. He asked his sister if maybe Lee was a fraud. Cha Yun-seol sighed in annoyance before finally explaining to Cha Shin-hyeon that boxwork was like that. Now Cha Shin-hyeon only needs to say the status. Windows immediately followed his sister's interruption. Then quickly 2 hologram screens appeared and showed the status. The yellow screen was the Murim status window. No one could see the yellow hologram screen apart from him, while on the other side were the status windows for Hunter. Cha Yun-seol got close behind her sister to see what status window she got when she saw her sister's status window was class. Immediately his face was not that of a hunter. He also tried to comfort his older brother so that he would not drown in sadness for too long. Seeing Caxol's attitude, it was clear that the casino was surprised and asked what was wrong. Cha Yun-seol explained that hunters are divided into 6 classes: warriors, shielders, wizards, clerics, archers, and assassins. If Cha Shin-hyeon enters a higher range, of course there will be more divisions, but those 6 are the basic hunter classes. An example is Yun-seol herself. Her basic hunter class is archer, but her high rank class is sniper. The average person starts with a base class, so they can neither reject nor change it. But Cha Shin-hyeon's class is a class which means it has no class at all, and the system detects Cha Shin-hyeon is a normal human. Cha Yun-seol said that people who have flashless status can indeed become hunters, but their skills can only increase from a ski. Unlike the general hunter class, who can level up just by getting points as a reference. The cheapest skills were hand-to-hand techniques, which were priced at 20 million won, and sword techniques at 25 million won. Hunters with automatic class gain skills just by leveling up, but hunter class have no choice but to continue to invest their money in skills. So Cha Yun-seol asked if her older sister had any money. A very scary, mocking expression from Cha Yun-seol made Cha Shin-hyeon annoyed, but suddenly Cha Shin-hyeon remembered that he had Lee as his financial support. Cha Yun-seol is annoyed that her older brother is not fooled so easily behind Cha Yun-seol's back. The older brother was relieved to have made the alliance. But now that wasn't the only problem that Cha Shin-hyeon was thinking about. He was thinking about his status as a class. This youth wondered if they considered him that martial genius who would never appear again. In the world of Murim, being a hunter with no obvious talent sounds ridiculous to Cha Shin-hyeon. Now they are on the mountain, in the territorial dungeon belonging to the Dawn Guild. In other words, it was a rabbit monster dungeon. In the dungeon, Cha Yun-seol was showing her sister how to hunt monsters, but Cha Shin-hyeon said that her sister seemed to be working too hard just to take down one monster. Cha Yun-seol explained that a rookie hunter, who thinks like his older brother, must have messed things up because he thought his opponent was too easy. Cha Shin-hyeon said something like that would never happen to him. This young man picked up the red crystal that had appeared after the rabbit monster disappeared, knowing it was the Monstone that Yunsol said could make them money. Cha Yunseol confirmed that Monstone is a natural resource that does not cause pollution and stores an extraordinary amount of energy. That was why the nuclear power plant had been slowly disappearing ever since the appearance of the monsters. Cha Yunseol asked her brother to be careful, even though her brother said he was the strongest martial artist because anything could happen in the dungeon. Just as Cha Yunseol finished talking, his older brother immediately shot down 3 rabbit monsters at once with one finger. As soon as Cha Shin-hyeon said that if he used martial arts knowledge to defeat monsters, then he would not get a Hunter's Express. So he called up his status windows to view information about himself again. Cha Shin-hyeon started to think about asking Lee to give him a different skill, but suddenly Cha Yun-seol said loudly, saying that his older brother was shameless, because wanting skills for free without doing dungeon tutorials really didn't care about his sister. He kept reading skill status and mastery. His skills are all minus. She warned her brother that no matter what contract she made with Lee Ji-hae, she was still not just any woman. Cha Yun-seol is worried that Lee Ji-hae will take everything from her brother. Cha Shin-hyeon was silent. His eyes turned very dark when Cha Yun-seol asked what was going on with his brother. Suddenly his hand was pulled by Cha Shin-hyeon to go to a better hunting ground. A few moments later, the two of them stood on top of a cliff beneath which there were tens, maybe hundreds of rabbit monsters. Cha Yun-seol was very, very shocked to see that many monsters. He wondered how many monsters were in that place. Cha Shin-hyeon answered confidently that the number of monsters they saw at this time was 330,000. He could be sure since he had already inspected this location with his senses. Cha Yun-seol thought this amount was too much for a beginner like his brother, but Chestin-yeon instead asked him not to worry before he finally jumped while waving at Cha Yun-seol. As he fell down, Cha Shin-hyeon instead smiled a little while looking at his younger brother's face. He thought someone like him couldn't possibly get such a disgraceful status like a class, so he wouldn't spare someone who had given minus days of swordsmanship to someone who had reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Swordsmanship, Cha Shin-hyeon said as he landed that jokes also have to have a limit. When this young man landed, the ground around him immediately cracked, as if what had just fallen was something that weighed hundreds of kilograms. Cha Yun-seol was still nagging at her sister, even though she was able to land safely, and told her sister to get rid of her anger. While thinking about how to cook the rabbits while the rabbits' faces turned red with anger, suddenly a system window popped up and asked him to slash along the lines. But obviously not going to listen to the notification. He instead slashed directly at the hologram screen, saying the system was so noisy. Instantly, hundreds of rabbit monsters in that place charged at Cha Shin-hyeon. Cha Shin-hyeon shrewdly swings a sword, slashing his opponent without hesitation while fighting. This young man smiles and says, "Who are you teaching to that annoying system?" A moment later said, "Didn't they say the skill hunter appeared 14 years ago? You're 100 years quicker to teach me," that's what Cha Shin-hyeon arrogantly said. When he finally finished exterminating all the rabbit monsters until all that was left were monsters. Cha Shin-hyeon was annoyed again because the hologram screen kept appearing congratulating him. After he managed to defeat the rabbit monster, he wondered why there were so many notifications like this. Apparently, the hologram told Cha Shin-hyeon that he had upgraded his swordsmanship skills to rank A+. Cha Shin-hyeon was quite happy to read the notice, but he kept pressing on the hologram screen because he wanted to resize it, which was too small. When Cha Yun-seol finally got off the cliff, she asked her sister what she was doing. He didn't know because his English skills weren't that great. He only knew his swordsmanship had increased now. Cha Yun-seol understood what was wrong with her sister's Windows screen. It was only natural that the hologram screen had to appear and give a notification, because her brother had attained a plus-level skill in just a very short amount of time. When he saw something, Cha Shin-hyeon asked his sister if it was true that he could get XP when fighting monsters using passive skills that didn't spend MP. Cha Yun-seol confirmed this, and asked why Cha Shin-hyeon instead answered nothing while smiling mysteriously at the holographic screen in front of him. He realized his origin skills could be freely used, so he wanted to make things easier in the future. Cha Shin Hyun took a swing by clenching his fists and punching the free air in front of him until dust flew because of the force of the punch that was delivered. Now Cha Shin Hyun knows that he can use his martial skills and can still earn XP. This young man now understands why the strongest hunters in Korea are Lee Ji-hye and Park Tae-hoon, because just like him, they have origin skills and also see their brother's martial abilities. She asked her older sister to teach her martial arts. At first, Cha Yun-seol did it when Cha Shin Hyun managed to beat Seo Kang-jin that easily. But today, seeing it for himself and realizing how strong his older brother is, the incident in the Red Wolf dungeon when his comrades were attacked made Cha Yun-seol not want to experience it again. But there is no guarantee that the incident will not happen again, but for Cha Yun-seol, who is a team leader if he is still at the same level. He won't be able to save his friends anymore, thus creating another regret of the day. Then, Cha Yun-seol even cried when she said this. Cha Yun-seol realized that she could not be as strong as her brother. But if she studied martial arts, everything might be a little different. Cha Shin Hyun patted his sister on the shoulder, saying, "He will teach Cha Yun-seol." So he asked his sister was to control her emotions and calm down. Cha Shin Hyun was honest with Cha Yun-seol that he had never had a student before, but he would still teach his sister firmly. According to Cha Shin Hyun's heart, this is a good idea, because he can't always be by his sister's side, so the Kan soul has to be able to protect himself too, because no one knows what will happen in the future. Then Cha Shin Hyun turned around and excitedly said, "They will go to the next place." They headed to the next hunting location while running. While on the road, Cha Yun-seol asked her sister what to do next, because her sister had mastered swordsmanship. Besides that, Cha Yun-seol was curious whether her brother would still continue to use his warrior skills. Suddenly, two rabbit monsters appeared from above him. This young man immediately clenched his fists and prepared to attack while saying he can increase his level even if he uses martial arts. Now he proved his words by defeating the two rabbit monsters with just one powerful punch. When Cha Yun-seol was still trying to look around more clearly, Cha Shin Hyun said he wasn't really sure, but there was one thing to be certain about his current situation. Cha Shin Hyun's future as a hunter is still unclear. So if Cha Yun-seol wants to increase his level as a hunter, he can do it later, because now Cha Shin Hyun wants to master the special skill class first. In his mind, Cha Shin Hyun knew that Lee Ji-hye could raise her level even higher by combining her martial arts and assassin skills. So Cha Shin Hyun also had to find skills that could be combined with martial arts. Suddenly this young man jumped into the middle of the crowd of rabbit monsters while exerting his inner strength. He had memorized a skill that had the manifestation of a martial art, but was useless when learned. There was one skill that was difficult to combine with martial arts, namely the wizard skill verbal, and that skill generally encompassed all magic. Cha Shin Hyun threw his blue fire version of the fireball. The younger brother, who was amazed at his brother's ability, wanted to ask what his older brother was doing, but his voice weakened when Chasing Yeon called him and said that he wanted to become a wizard. Instead of being happy, Cha Yun-seol was silent with a gloomy face. Inside her head, this woman grumbled because she had to explain several times to her older sister that she was a classless, which meant she couldn't become a wizard. Now Cashin is staring at the two holographic screens in front of him, thinking after studying the Hunter system, he believes there's a big difference between the Hunter system Windows status and the Windows system status. Murim's status window only displays one condition. There is no special function other than seeing the level and condition of external and internal arts. Knowing the conditions will greatly help a martial arts user. But on the other hand, the Hunter's status window displays everything from stamina skills to MP. The layout is also easy to use. There are many functions and there are enough details. The nature and approach of the two systems are very different, as if the two systems were created by two people with very different personalities. However, with the same capabilities, this system requires players to fight monsters to get XP. The rewards are also given quickly and reliably, so many people want to become hunters. But of course there are still risks. I believe everyone can be strong if they can believe in themselves. On the other hand, the way to gain strength in Murim is slower and dangerous, By spending a lot of time training and putting one's life at risk, only then can one get the power he wants. If you can't, you have to experience a fated meeting, maybe a fated meeting like the heavenly god, a legendary figure who became a god through divine ascent. A long time ago, and he created the book Heavenly Martial Origin Cultivated Barch, a hidden treasure that has always been fought over in Murim since ancient times, and it just so happened that Chashin Hyun found the treasure when he woke up in a mysterious cave. So as if it was a fated meeting because it was a bit strange, so he ignored it all along. The goddess who gave the delivery system to humans, so the person who sent Chashin Hyun to Murim might be the Sky War god. A mysterious figure who from the beginning appeared wrapped in a large chain of bars and was held back by an amulet. Mysterious amulet with the support of Lee Ji-hee. It's been a month that Chashin Hyun is always trying to increase his level. He fights monsters of all sizes and shapes in order to increase his hunter status. Now Chashin Hyun is standing in front of a giant chicken monster saying he knows why he came back to Earth, more precisely to Korea. Now Chashin Hyun's hunter level has reached level 22. While Cha Yun-seol studied the 365 vein technique in the human body, Chashin Hyun also learned how to connect his internal arts. To be honest, Chashin Hyun is already too late to learn martial arts, but there are other ways. Cha Yun-seol got tense when suddenly her sister rubbed her back and said to vomit anything, even if what came out was blood. So that afternoon, Chashin Hyun forced the dirty ki in his sister's body to be removed, so that Cha Yun-seol's inner strength could come out. When the ki within him is forced to connect, and his dirty ki is removed. Now Cha Yun-seol can even split large rocks with just one arrow. Chashin Hyun decides that his little sister has gone up a level since the dirty ki in his body was forced out. Now Chashin Hyun is sitting drinking tea again with Lee Ji-hee. This girl compliments Chashin Hyun's good performance over the past few weeks. Now, Lee Ji-hee wants to start a conversation with Chashin Hyun, a black hair player in front of her, saying to get straight to the point. However, Lee Ji-hee said she doesn't like getting unfair treatment, saying it's been a long time since the girl called her to that special garden, it seems. Lee Ji-hee has a plan that has been successfully carried out. Lee confirmed this and smiled kindly. He asked Chashin Hyun to date him. With a straight face, this young man said that this was his first time being asked out by a woman, but he was not really interested. Luckily, Lee Ji-hee was not offended, and asked Chashin Hyun to just come along. This girl continued that there was a new dungeon that was formed in the Buncheon area. The danger level was at level 10, and the estimated dungeon entry level was in the range of 45, 50, meaning that with that high level they had to form a party. With a hunter who has a fairly high range, Lee also added that it was not a place that a level 10 hunter could go to. But this girl believes the story will be different if that person is Chashin Hyun. He asked once again whether it was true that Lee Ji-hee wanted the two of them to enter the dungeon alone, and for what Lee Ji-hee answered, that her goal was to control the number of dungeons with a high level of danger. But she also wanted Chashin Hyun to increase his level as quickly as possible as a hunter. He taunts when he says, "Does that mean Lee will carry him when there?" Lee was a bit surprised to see that in front of him knew the words to such a phrase, and he also acted like the aged master of Murim. Chashin Hyun was surprised to hear the girl's words. He said that he had known such a phrase for a long time, and Chashin Hyun asked with annoyance who he called old man. At this point, Chashin Hyun understood why Lee was so supportive of him forming an alliance, but still asked the girl in front of him what Lee Ji-hee was planning to level up as fast as possible. Lee Ji-hee asked whether Chashin Hyun had ever heard of the Sun Festival. It is a festival that is held every year by the Dawn Guild and Twilight Guild. It's kind of a friendly battle to determine which guild is the best in South Korea. To outsiders, this was seen as their way of maintaining good relations. But actually, this was an opportunity for the two guilds to observe the enemy's strength and determine when they could destroy each other. You could say this is a war with all the little conflicts between the Dawn Guild and the Twilight Guild. This is to determine who is the owner of the existing dungeon, and of course, the growth of land is unavoidable. This matter wasn't exactly known to the public as well as what happened in the dungeons, but where were they? One wouldn't be surprised anymore if a large-scale war was about to break out, because the two organizations were like gunpowder ready to explode at any moment. He asked how the conflict between the Dawn Guild and the Twilight Guild could happen. Answering this all started from the previous Han party. Their situation wasn't like this. But suddenly, he starts to thirst for power and go crazy. He said that they kept following the Sky War God or something. Before Li Jihai had finished speaking, suddenly Cha Shin Hyun stood up and asked in a high tone if the Sky War God was here, and what was his relationship with Park Tai-hoon. Li asked the young man in front of him to calm down first, because he didn't know much about the Sky War God either. Li had only heard that one day Park Tae-hoon received a message from Murim through his status windows. Hearing that, he immediately sat back down with a serious, pondering face. Li continues that he can't tell if it's true or not because they can't see other people's status windows from Murim. Even though Mr. Tae-hoon received a special order from the Sky War God, he couldn't understand why the young man treated the Dawn Guild and himself like this, when before their relationship was very good. In the past, when they were students, even friends who understood each other, Li looked down sadly with a sad face when he recalled their memories in Murim. Then a second later, Li begged Cha Shin Hyun to come here, came the festival as an alliance from the Dawn Guild. While walking to the car, Li again explained that currently the Twilight Guild has greater power and influence, because they are very aggressive in taking over dungeons and always justify when power is unequal. This was seen at the festival, so the Dawn Guild could have ended. That was Li Jihai's opinion, when the two of them were already sitting in the passenger seat of the car in the back of the girl, adding that at this time they had lost a director. Seo Kang-jin as their only major strength at a critical time like this. Cha Shin Hyun's conscience pricked at the harsh insinuation because he was the cause of death of director Seo Gang-ji. He already understood the situation that Li Jihye had to face at the moment, but he still didn't know what was Li Jihai's reason for wanting to level up immediately. Cha Shin Hyun as a hunter. Then Li Jihye answered that during the festival there would be many media who were invited to cover and broadcast the festival. So Li Jihye pointed at Cha Shin Hyun's face, saying, "Don't let this young man show his martial arts to the whole world, because no one will believe it, because there is also no solid proof that he is from Murim. Besides that, it will make hunters around the world angry to see Cha Shin Hyun's behavior." This girl really believes Cha Shin Hyun underestimates the National Hunter Association and thinks defeating them is easy. Cha Shin Hyun did not deny this allegation. Li Jihye made it clear that Cha Shin Hyun had to come to the Sun Festival with his hunter skills having increased. Finally, Cha Shin Hyun answered okay, even with a sullen face in his heart. He knew he couldn't refuse Li Jihye's request because he felt he owed him enough, because he felt Cha Shin Hyun had accepted his invitation. Li Jihye took out a briefcase containing the 6 wizard skills requested by Cha Shin Hyun, and there was one skill each high-class mage and sorcerer. Finally, Chaz Shin Yeon accepted and gave up, remembering that after all, she had to fight Park Tae-hoon later. Suddenly, a very thick pile of papers fell and urged Cha Shin Hyun Lee to explain that the place was not like Murim. Here there is a so-called legal step for this document to officially prove Cha Shin Hyun's relationship as an alliance of the Dawn Guild. They were all confirmation documents for everything Dawn had provided until now. Then there are contracts for payment guarantees and even official hunter registration documents and formation documents. He was surprised and asked why he had to form a guild once again. He explained that there were complicated rules for hunter freelancers who wanted to take part in the Sun Festival. He brought that day the price would be more expensive than one housing unit. So if Cha Shin Hyun already understood, Lee asked the young man to immediately sign. Finally, Cha Shin Hyun did his signature with his face scrunched up in annoyance. He wondered why it could end like this. When he arrived at the column to fill in the guild name, Cha Shin Hyun was silent and looked confused. Lee informed him that it was only for formality so he could fill it in as he pleased. So Cha Shin Hyun filled it in with the name of the Limitless Guild. Now the two of them had entered the dungeon with quite high difficulty. Just got in, Cha Shin-hyun was already complaining because lately, all he's been doing is going back and forth from the house to the dungeon. Currently, the two of them were flying, and above them, dozens of monsters with dinosaur bodies but had wings to fly. Lee asked to be careful because even one monster isn't that strong, but they got information that the current number of monsters is very large. Cha Shin-hyun senses with his senses that the number of monsters they are facing is at least 3,000. But for Cha Shin-hyun, the more lazy, the better. This young man pulls out a sword flowing with very strong ki energy. With one slash from that sword, then dozens of monsters immediately fell on fire. Lee was surprised to see the ability of the young man by his side. Because it had only been a few hours since he had gotten the skill, he explained that Mana's function was very similar. But for Lee Ji-hae, it was not the case. If Cha Shin-hyun pushed himself too hard, he would run out of MP but full of energy. Confidently said that it would not happen because he is the limitless wizard, Cha Shin-hyun. Lee denied that statement by saying that Cha Shin-hyun was a class person. Cha Shin-hyun immediately collects monstones with his powers, and then he asks if there is only one type of monster in that world. Lee Ji-hae confirmed this, but Cha Shin-hyun even felt something strange. Lee explained in more detail that ever since dungeons appeared 14 years ago, millions of dungeons have also been formed all over the world. But there has never been a case where there were two types of monsters in one dungeon, which was just as strange as after Lee finished speaking. There was a monster bird that was hit by a bigger monster. This monster resembles a large dragon with super large arms and legs. What kind of monster is this? And why is this monster bigger than the other monsters? Somewhere in the Seoul Villa belonging to the leader of the Twilight Guild, Park Tae-hoon, a subordinate of the leader of the Twilight Guild, comes to see Park Tae-hoon. He said they received news that Vice Chairman Dawn was acting suspiciously. Lee Ji-hae has always been very supportive of rookies who haven't registered with the association yet. Besides that, it was also said that he went with her to do a dungeon raid, according to the results of the rookie's investigation, that was the team leader's older brother. Cha Yoon-sol, who is a member of the Dawn Guild. His name is Cha Shin-hyun. There is another thing that is strange about him. He just appeared after disappearing for 14 years. The strange thing is that not long after he appeared, the director of the Dawn Guild, Seo Kang-jin, was reported missing. Park Tae-hoon then asked where Cha Shin-hyun had gone for the past 14 years. Kim Chul-ho said that the investigation team did not know where he had been during his disappearance. Seo Kang-jin, who found him, suddenly disappeared and did not retire. It seems he went to Cha Shin-hyun's house to avenge his son's death. He said that if Seo Kang-jin died, Cha Shin-hyun might kill him. In a different place, Cha Shin-hyun was there. He felt different compared to using his skills. Then Cha Shin-hyun said that he really enjoyed it after getting a new skill. But they had been there for an hour. Did he not feel that his MP was starting to run low? Then Cha Shin-hyun explained that among the wizard skills that you gave him, there is such a thing as a life force, which is a type of emergency skill where Lee Ji-hae can exchange her life force to use magic power. Then Cha Shin-hyun explained again about the many things that made the girl confused to hear it. He didn't know how to respond because he was dizzy hearing Cha Shin-hyun's explanation. Seeing this, Cha Shin-hyun then apologized because he explained too much in short that it was infinite origin flow. Even though the types of martial arts are different when Lee Ji-hae reaches an ultimeter in, the two will become one. The point is that anything is possible if he masters this high-level martial art. After saying that Cha Shin-hyun walked away from there because he wanted to fight a few more tales before the battle with the boss. Lee then thought that Cha Shin-hyun was not communicating, but just speaking what was in his mind in the sentence spoken by the girl, to the point of worrying, even though his boss was just a monster, then the Sun Emperor didn't have to worry about anything. Should Lee Ji-hae also do something? After thinking that a horde of dragons approached, Lee walked away until he fell into a ravine to be able to hold on to the slope with his knife stuck in the rocks, then looked down, and it was really high. Even so, immediately jumped by attacking and beating several dragons until he landed on the ground again, thinking upon his return he should increase the danger of the dungeon. Their numbers were far more numerous than reported. Besides that, the dragons are very difficult to fight because they can fly. And then Li Jihai asked, what is a good raid composition for dungeons? That's because with a team of 5 defender mage shooter priests, and the other being a close combat type, then without Li noticing a bunch of dragons that were much bigger flying above his head, made Li Jihai surprised by that because he himself didn't know about it, let alone their size. So big that it made Li Jihai wonder. Why are there 2 kinds of monsters in that dungeon? Those dragons trying to attack that girl. He tried to avoid it. He found the dragons very annoying. Li Jihai continued to dodge the many giant dragons. Moreover, they used demonic power. It felt very strange, and Li Jihai was sure that the dungeon system had been broken. After seeing Li Jihai, who was in a hurry, Cha Xin Haiyan came and helped the girl, who had been waiting for the dragons for a long time. Li, who heard this immediately, asked if he had been waiting for the dragons all this time. Then Cha Xin Haiyan said that from the start, he meant that they were the bosses. When Cha Xin Haiyan inspected the dungeon with his senses, he felt an unusual monster, and Li asked what it meant. Cha Xin Haiyan let them in, though that they were there. Cha Xin Haiyan had been waiting for him from the start. It was also normal that the boss was fought last. Cha Xin Haiyan then said that Li Jihai was so shocked that she couldn't move. But he is actually much stronger. He put the girl down, then he said it was time to eat. Then they decided to eat. Li asked what kind of food Cha Xin Haiyan wanted, but Li had said that Cha Xin Haiyan shouldn't have said that. After that, Cha Xin Haiyan said that he had been waiting for that time, and said that the food menu this time was chicken. He said that while going to defeat the dragons. The dragons fell because of the energy fire from Cha Xin Haiyan's power. Li Jihai, who saw this, was confused by herself seeing Cha Xin Haiyan's extraordinary power. Then, with her telepathy, she spoke to Cha Xin Haiyan, and asked if Cha Xin Haiyan used magic. Didn't he currently use his bare hands? Cha Xin Haiyan said what was used at this time was magic. The girl realized, of course, that much power she must have used magic. But then, Li Jihai was even more surprised because she saw a group of dragons coming out of a place. And then the girl shouted to tell Cha Xin Haiyan that the monsters were coming out of the gate. After that, he ran to Cha Xin Haiyan's place and intended to help him. Li was very worried about Cha Xin Haiyan because Li Jihai kept quiet trying to find a way for Cha Xin Haiyan to escape. Then Li Jihai said that the monsters didn't care if the other little monsters died. In such a situation, Li already knew for sure the little monsters didn't move of their own accord. It was the big monsters who led the other small monsters. The proof was that the little monsters withstood attacks that aimed directly at the big monsters with their own bodies and were willing to sacrifice themselves. The fight won't end if you don't get rid of the bigger monsters first, but Li is unsure how to approach them, and then whether Cha Xin Haiyan is all right. Li remembers that when their eyes met, Cha Xin Haiyan seemed to be deliberately not avoiding them. He didn't even know what Cha Xin Haiyan was thinking. It was the first time such a strange situation had happened, no matter how strong it was, but it was dangerous work, and Li had to help her. But since she was floating in the air, there was no way for her to get close. Li Jihai thought that it seemed like the monsters were too focused on Cha Xin Haiyan that they didn't notice that he was on top of her back right now. Then it seemed like approaching them was not a problem, and she hoped that this time Cha Xin Haiyan could survive. Li will take care of the mutated monster that emits a strange aura without Li knowing it. Suddenly, another dragon notices its existence and tries to make it fall. Li almost fell, but luckily, he survived afterwards. He fights the dragon, but he realizes there are many other dragons, and asks if he will eventually take care of all the dragons, then uses his power, which is the Blade of Strength, which instantly destroys several monsters. It made Li again only to be surprised to see him. Li also thought it seemed like Cha Xin Haiyan was using an airbus to control multiple swords at once. Cha Xin Haiyan said that the Hunter wargame would end there. Then with many swords at once, Cha Xin Haiyan attacked the monsters very quickly, and the monsters were defeated. Li was happy with Cha Xin Haiyan's help. They managed to solve everything easily, but it was a big problem. Then he asked what if something like that also happened in other dungeons, because currently the system determines the level of hunters who are eligible to clear dungeons based on the level of danger. but is it enough to deal with the emergence of mutation monsters and gates? Without a doubt, the entire party would be annihilated, since the Sun Festival wasn't all that important right now. They had to conduct a thorough investigation, but there was no way Park Tae-hoon would miss the chance. When his attention is on others, if he doesn't pay attention, we might be determined by Twilight Guild. In an instant, Cha Shin-hyeon asked why Lee Ji-hye's mind was flying everywhere. Cha Shin-hyeon asked the girl about the stone she got, as it looked different from the others. Lee said that it was a monster skill stone because Cha Shin-hyeon defeated a big monster. It seemed she had obtained a rare skill stone, and Lee Ji-hye had something to say. 1 month later, many people were discussing registration about the hunter for the Sun Festival. They felt that they were really looking forward to it, but as if nothing stood out at the moment, they also discussed about Cha Shin-hyeon, who was trending on the internet at that time. Even though it hasn't been a month since they registered, meanwhile Kim Chul-ho felt tired. At that time, in another Twilight Guild room, an impromptu meeting was being held by the executives. Inside the room, the members were making a fuss about it. Meanwhile, Park Tae-hoon remained relaxed. He says that they have to get rid of the seeds that will create a conflict while looking at the photo of none other than Cha Shin-hyeon. Kim Chul-ho looked uneasy as he repeatedly kept looking at his watch. He was waiting for someone who soon came, and that person was Cha Shin-hyeon. Cha Shin-hyeon then shook hands with Kim Chul-ho. While he was so fond of Cha Shin-hyeon, he said that it was an honor to meet Cha Shin-hyeon there. But even so, Kim Chul-ho thinks that Cha Shin-hyeon is just a little rascal who has no manners, even though it would be good to bring out his true nature. That person is like that, but his role is to gather as much information about that Cha Shin-hyeon as possible. Then Kim Chul-ho said the real reason he invited to that place, but before that, he took out a magic tool known as a sound isolating device. If Cha Shin-hyeon presses one of the buttons, there is a barrier that blocks outside sounds. A sound is formed. They won't sound either. It's the perfect tool for private conversation. Then Ho continues his words regarding his guild wanting to work with Cha Shin-hyeon. Cha Shin-hyeon asked whether Kim Chul-ho had not seen the list of hunters for the Sun Festival, where it was seen that Cha Shin-hyeon had already collaborated with the Dawn Guild. Kim Chul-ho confirmed this, and his group knew that they also knew that Cha Shin-hyeon had the full support of the Dawn Guild, as well as being informed of the secret circumstances of the matter regarding director Seo Kang-jin, and they had also seen the dungeon raid. Cha Shin-hyeon, along with Vice Guild Master Lee Ji-hye, even with that all Cha Shin-hyeon had not joined the guild, and instead set up one male and formed a cooperative relationship with them. Knowing this, they believe that there is a gap in Cha Shin-hyeon's relationship with the Dawn Guild. Kim Chul-ho then asked Cha Shin-hyeon to work with them. They can promise things that the Dawn Guild can't. Hearing this, Cha Shin-hyeon thought that Kim Chul-ho was better than he thought. He had to retract his thoughts about Kim Chul-ho. Cha Shin-hyeon praised Kim Chul-ho's knowledge, which turned out to be very impressive. Cha Shin-hyeon found it difficult to deny with everything that Kim Chul-ho said. Then Kim Chul-ho would explain the terms and conditions, but Cha Shin-hyeon didn't need that. Cha Shin-hyeon said that she came because she was curious about what Kim Chul-ho wanted to say, but it turned out to be a waste of time, so she refused the offer before she even made an offer. Kim Chul-ho tried to prevent Cha Shin-hyeon from leaving there, and kept calling his name. Even he felt sad to leave for a while. Kim Chul-ho still saw him until someone mysterious saw him and asked how long Kim Chul-ho would stare at Cha Shin-hyeon from a distance like that. And it turned out he was Park Tae-hoon. He approached Kim Chul-ho and grabbed his collar while saying, "Didn't he ask himself to buy time as long as possible? Otherwise it was useless." He eavesdropped on Kim Chul-ho, then tried to apologize to Park Tae-hoon. Park Tae-hoon didn't care about that, even though he was a little weird with Cha Shin-hyeon. In a different place, Lee Ji-hye was talking to Cha Shin-hyeon, who talked about what happened earlier regarding Cha Shin-hyeon's meeting with Kim Chul-ho at Park Tae-hoon's request. He said that it seemed like Park Tae-hoon would have guessed that he was from Murim, but the name of the Supreme Sword Emperor had not spread far when he entered the cafe. Previously, he felt Park Tae-hoon increase his output. It seemed that Lee Ji-hye's prediction was correct. According to him, Park Tae-hoon is the type of person who will increase his alertness. If the situation is different from his prediction, he won't be a problem for a while. Then Cha Shin-hyun asked Lee about the dungeon investigation news and said that thanks to Cha Shin-hyun, there were no more reports of strange phenomena in the dungeon. At least for now, Lee would definitely work alone until he died. If Cha Shin-hyun didn't investigate the dungeon himself, then she would be grateful for the help. Cha Shin-hyun asked if there was anything else he could do, and said there was nothing in particular. Lee Ji-hae then asked if something had happened to Cha Shin-hyun because he sounded a bit gloomy. A woman called Cha Shin-hyun and asked him to leave, which turned out to be his younger sister. They arrived at a building they entered there, and the woman was sad, while looking at her family photo frame in which there were 4 people including herself, Cha Shin-hyun, and her parents. Cha Shin-hyun felt that it was a bad thing for him because he was too different from his old self. He could not shed a single tear. Even though he stood in front of his parents' ashes, even if Cha Shin-hyun showed an inhuman side of him because he thought it was not good for Yoon Seol to see. Cha Yoon-sol asked why he didn't look sad at all or touched by that situation. Seeing that Cha Shin-hyun was still silent, he apologized. Cha Shin-hyun then said if he became someone who could not show her, what does she want to see? Hearing that, Cha Yoon-seol got angry and shouted while asking if Cha Shin-hyun knew how weird he was. What is Cha Shin-hyun apologizing for, and what does he really think he wants to see, even though what Sol wants is his old brother? According to her brother, who is now very cold. Cha Yoon-seol doesn't even know whether Cha Shin-hyun is still her older brother or not. However, according to Cha Yoon-seol, a lot of time has passed, feeling that it is impossible for Cha Shin-hyun to be the same as he was before. Then Yoon-seol gets angry again, that it doesn't matter because she can do anything on her own, whereas Cha Shin-hyeon thinks that he shouldn't have come there, saying that he actually also wants to know what really happened to him. After that, his Murim status window opened, which made Cha Shin-hyeon surprised by it, while he continued to wonder about the human form when he saw the writing. Cha Shin-hyeon was confused because he didn't understand what was written on the Windows system. Cha Shin-hyeon thinks it's bullshit. Then Cha Shin-hyeon says that the system is always looking from one side, and then he asks who the system really is, whether he is Skywar the system, then says that he will take everything from Cha Shin-hyeon one more time, just wait. Cha Shin-hyeon, who saw this, even challenged him. If he can do it, just do it. But for sure, Cha Shin-hyeon will look for him until he finds him, and if he finds Cha Shin-hyeon, will tear him to pieces. Meanwhile, Cha Yoon-seol is annoyed when he realizes that Cha Shin-hyeon is not following her at all. A few days later, the Sun Festival was held with great fanfare. The host shouted excitedly, saying that the day had come especially for the heroes who would explore dungeons and hunt monsters. They had all been waiting for a long time with great enthusiasm and high hopes for the hunters. Then the 2 guides cheered, saying that the biggest event in Korea, namely the Sunflower, had started. The audience had packed the stadium there to see the hunters later. Meanwhile, it's like some kind of Olympics or World Cup. Then Lee Ji-hae said that in fact it was indeed similar in the public eye. It was the hunters who caught their attention the most. Hunters are like heroes who use magical powers like in movies, but that information is highly restricted internationally. The other goal of the Sun Festival was to create a friendlier image for the hunters. Then Lee asked if Kashon had a fight with Sol, because when they arrived at the arena, both of them looked like they weren't well. Then Lee Ji-hae guessed that Cha Shin-hyun must have made a mistake again. Cha Shin-hyun then asked the girl to help him find a house in a quiet and remote area. At first he was confused about it, but then he realized that it seemed like Cha Shin-hyun had received a message from Murim's status window saying that he didn't know what his goal was, but it seemed like the Sky War God was after him because he didn't know what would happen against him then if Cha Yoon-seol by her side would be in danger. Lee said he understood because everything happened suddenly, even if it was true. That's why Cha Shin-hyun was worried. On Cha Yoon-seol's side, Lee Ji-hae continued to say that it seems that living separately from her younger sister is a strange thing to say. Cha Shin-hyun feels that Yoon-seol doesn't need an older brother like him, because according to Yoon-seol, The older brother she knew and hoped for had disappeared long ago. And wouldn't it be better to go back to how she was before? Hearing that, Lee Ji-hae immediately hit Cha Shin-hyun's chest and said that if in fact he did not want to interfere in other people's family matters, but if his older brother said that, he would definitely hit him. And of course Cha Shin-hyun knew more about his younger sister than Lee Ji-hye. It was while they were talking that someone came to look for Lee Ji-hye because the festival was about to start. Lee understood that, and before leaving, told Cha Shin-hyun not to go anywhere because he would talk to Cha Shin-hyun again. Cha Shin-hyun even thought what after that, he will be punished. At the stadium, the MC was so excited said that before the event officially started, it would preview the opening ceremony. The opening will be carried out by the leader of the Dawn Guild Master Jeon Jun-ho and the Deputy Guild Master of Twilight Jang Sung-hyuk, while Lee Ji-hae and Park Tae-hoon are currently meeting. And Park Tae-hoon said that as a hunter who started his career as a co-worker together, he was really curious how they would feel facing each other at the peak. Lee was a little annoyed with Park Tae-hoon's words, but pretended to smile while confirming Park Tae-hoon's words and instead asked how he was. At that time, Cha Shin-hyun was there. Then Park Tae-hoon said that he heard that Lee was also busy taking care of rookies and was always interested in taking care of weak people, even though in his mind, Park Tae-hoon said that this time he would get rid of Lee Ji-hae with his own hands. Hearing that, Lee Ji-hae smiled and took it as a compliment, even though in her mind she said, "Let Park Tae-young try." If only he could both shook hands, and after that the Sun Festival began. All hunters fight each other and try to beat their opponents. Every hunter from both guilds was full of strength and vigor. They don't want to give up on each other. Seeing this, the vice chairman of the Twilight Master Guild praised him and said that one of the hunters had spent all this time fighting his enemy for a long time. Even though he was not a threat to his opponent, Lee, who saw this, thought that he was very arrogant after that Park Tae-hoon instead left from there. Lee Ji-hae only glanced at him without responding to anything when he came out that someone named Song-hyuk prevented him and called him. He asked when he could kill Lee Ji-hae. Park Tae-hoon asked him to be patient and relax first. He could have killed him when the time came. It would be better if he fought Yoon Seol. The commentator then says that the preliminaries are about to start. There are a lot of contestants that stand out, but I am personally attracted to Hunter Cha Yoon-seol. The girl is young, but CI is a prospect who has shown very good results, but he heard that she had an unfortunate accident recently. They call it the Red Wolf incident while in a room. Yoon Seol, along with 2 other people. One of the 2 says why the Vice Guild Master chose the one who slaughtered his underlings, or something bad will happen to them later. If they did something wrong, he who heard about it immediately said, why didn't they just say it to his face if they wanted to make it clearer? Seeing him get angry, the 2 of them walked away from there. Meanwhile, Yoon Seol could only take a tired breath and remember that after that day, she had not spoken a word with her older brother. Knowing that he was lazy to get angry even though he was the one who was sad, then why did Cha Shin-hyun act like that when he thought about it? Suddenly someone called him and said, "Can we go out for a while because someone is waiting for him?" He thought maybe it was Cha Shin-hyun after finding out it was Lee. Then, feeling unenthusiastic, Yoon Seol then asked Lee what made him want to meet her. Lee Ji-hae said that C came there only to cheer up the prospect of their guild with Cha Shin-hyun, but she disappeared somewhere. Lee didn't know what happened, but shouldn't they break up the misunderstanding between the 2? Yoon Seol had asked since when Lee meddled in other people's affairs. Lee stammers a bit and says that he is only worried as Cha Shin-hyun's sponsor and Cha Yoon-seol's boss. Yoon Seol then flares up and says that while she actually didn't like Lee, it seems like she's just pushing him to her will now that she thought her older brother decided to become a hunter right after meeting him, while he hadn't even returned long since returning to his normal life here. Cha Yoon-seol wonders what reason made his older brother to become a hunter, what he was trying to do become a hunter, and being strong is a strange thing. Even he taught something without saying anything to her as if he was no longer the big brother she knew. And Yoon Seol feels that her sister is like a stranger. Then the loudspeaker says that Archer Survival will start soon. All contestants are prepared to enter the arena. Lee always said goodbye and left there before he said that Cha Shin-hyun no longer wanted to change everything. Lee felt the same suffering as Cha Shin-hyun. Lee said that if Cha Shin-hyun falls into hell where she can die anytime alone and spends a lot of time there is no way she can stay sane. He might not show that side to his little sister. Hearing that, Yoon Seol even felt strange why she had to hear something about her older brother from the deputy guild master. His elder brother must have thought that he was completely unreliable when compared to the vice guild master who was close to his older brother. Lee then saw Cha Shin-hyun and was sure that he was worried about his little sister, while Cha Shin-hyun just said that he happened to be passing by. Then Lee Ji-hye continued that Cha Shin-hyun was no different from Park Tae-hoon. Lee Ji-hye then grabbed her collar and said, "Why couldn't she just be honest, especially since her little sister wasn't a child anymore? Does he really think it's best to hide his intentions from his younger sister? Don't make him laugh if he has something he wants to say, then just say it, without you hiding anything." Then he asked Cha Shin-hyun to show him something, the unknown side of his little sister. Meanwhile, the sign for the preliminary round of Archer Survival has already sounded. Soon 6 teams from the Dawn Guild and the Twilight Guild will fight there. Cha Yoon-seol, who was going to fight in another place, had Park Tae-hoon who was watching, and he said that he hoped that Lee Ji-hye liked what he had prepared. And besides that, it was still just the beginning. Archer Survival was formed like a city where the hunters were separated, including the guild of Yoon Seol. During the fight, Yoon Seol received many voices from her colleagues who said that they had seen many enemies. Meanwhile, Yoon Seol was remembering when she talked to Lee Ji-hye that Cha Shin-hyun might not show that side to Yoon Seol. Remembering that, Yoon Seol gets angry and says if she didn't realize it just because she didn't say it, just tell her what happened, without sharing everything with Lee Ji-hye. Then she asks Cha Shin-hyun if Yoon Seol is still a child. Then after that, Yoon Seol started to get serious about fighting. And then she aimed at her opponent with the skill she had with her arrow. Then quickly, she defeated his enemy. Yoon Seol really wants to prove to her brother that she isn't a child anymore. Cha Yoon-seol then remembered her past when suddenly both of her parents died. A lot of people were worried about her, and some of them said that if no one could take care of her, they couldn't even find her older brother's body. But she was sure that her older brother was not dead. She was sure her brother was still alive, but somewhere he would soon be back in front of her. Cha Yoon-seol prayed and believed in her prayers. Then, at a sad moment when her parents died, Yoon Seol felt and saw something strange while she was watching TV. Until she thought that her TV was broken, something strange said that there was a divine revelation from a goddess, dungeon monsters and hunters. Was it because that ridiculous world came true? Yoon Seol believed that her older brother would return. In fact, she even really believed that. Later, she received the archer class after taking the hunter test and attended the Hunter Academy, after being taken over by the state. But while at the academy, Yoon Seol was often bullied by the other students there. But she didn't stay silent because she fought all of them. Then that's how she graduated at the top of the academy. After that, Yoon Seol was recruited by the top guild that everyone coveted, namely Dawn Guild, because she just wanted to get stronger, for the sake of surviving the days without her older brother. For the sake of preventing thoughts of weaker from appearing even now, she felt herself. But that was not a compliment for her older brother who was skilled in martial arts. He might seem weaker, but she couldn't forgive him for treating her like a child to the core. Cha Yoon-seol was sure that she wasn't that weak after she finished thinking about it. She instead wondered why this place was quite quiet and strange. Then she gave a code to her members that she would leave that place and settle down in a new place, but there was no response at all. Not long after, several arrows almost hit Yoon Seol, and one of the arrows hit Yoon Seol's left hand. She saw 4 enemies wielding arrows. Then she thought it's a good thing the arrow didn't hit her muscle, but unexpectedly, her skin could be pierced with the arrow. The point of the arrow should be blunt, so that's absolutely impossible, and it turns out they used real arrows. One of the enemies says that Yoon Seol doesn't need to hope that someone will come to her aid, because they have interfered a bit, to ensure that the broadcast camera signal will not reach there. Hearing that, she just smiled and said that she didn't need anyone's help and didn't rely on something like that in her life. She didn't know why they would do something like that just to frame one person. She then pulled out the arrow stuck in her left arm and threw it away. After that, drew the arrow to fight them all and said that they should all die there. Someone shouted instructions to kill his opponent. Dozens of arrows flew towards him. With a very fast movement, the person dodged the arrows and jumped up past her enemies to survive the attack. At the same time, she activated the power of the archer skill, scattering arrows, which made her arrows become enveloped by the power of the blue aura. Not long after, the woman directly attacked her enemies by shooting arrows at them. Seeing this, her enemies became very surprised. The woman did not feel satisfied with the attack she gave because of her wounds. She could not attack them all at once. Meanwhile, the man was panicked by the woman's action of being able to shoot 3 people at once in an unstable position with wounds on her body, especially by using a special match arrow. Even though the woman was a snipper, but she could unleash destructive power at very close range. The man was so panicked that sweat was pouring down his forehead. A snipper specializes in long-range shooting. A shooter bombards fire in a single area by centering on a single point, and a ranger benefits in close combat due to their highly agile movements. This type of elite class was similar to a game of rock, paper, scissors, their characteristics each outclassing and being outclassed by each other. So the man thought that if this was the case, then there was no point in them forming a team consisting entirely of rangers to capture Cha Yun-seol, who was a snipper. Cha Yun-seol stared blankly down, and in her mind she was grateful that the pain from her wound was not so severe, so she still felt able to take out the remaining ones. But at the same time, there was a man who jumped beside the woman in a position ready to aim at Cha Yun-seol with his arrow. Realizing that, Cha Yun-seol immediately moved quickly to avoid the attack. Then the woman activated the snipper skill she had. Quickly, the woman drew her arrow and released her attack on her enemy. The arrow flew across right in front of the man's face, and he managed to avoid it. Then Cha Yun-seol reactivated the boomerang arrow skill, which made the arrow return so that it stabbed her enemy from behind. The man immediately bled from his nose and mouth as the arrow pierced his body. Then the woman landed perfectly, while staring intently at the enemy she had defeated. Now Cha Yun-seol just needs to take care of the rest of her enemies. Cha Yun-seol faced each other with her enemy in front. They both stood up while raising their crossbows and aiming their arrows at the enemy in front of them. They both threw sharp gazes at each other. Suddenly beside her was a man who threw his arrow. Cha Yun-seol was very surprised to see the attack that came suddenly to her. Instantly she remembered the words of Cha Xin-xian to use the science of Wugong. Not long after that, Cha Yun-seol's hand released a golden light as she was able to grab the arrow that came towards her, then grasped tightly so that the arrow was destroyed. The man was very surprised because he didn't expect that the woman could have such great power. After that, Cha Yun-seol flew very quickly towards the man while clenching her fists that emitted a blue aura. When she reached the man, she immediately punched him in the face with all the power she had. Suddenly, the man fell behind her. Then the woman turned around while smiling at the enemy that only one person remained. Cha Yun-seol gave him a chance to say his last words as she was about to prepare to beat him to death, while clenching both hands to bully the man. The man just shuddered, and then he admitted to surrendering. But at the same time, a man with glasses came to her aid. He stood on top of a building along with 2 other people and immediately shot the man's head so that it fell directly in front of Cha Yun-seol. She realized that the communication system was back to normal. Their help came so late that the woman became a little overwhelmed to finish off her enemies. The man immediately apologized for their late arrival. The 6th Archer survival match was finally won by the Daylight team. No less than 4 Twilight fighters fell before Hunter Cha Yun-seol. The 2 men who were in the room who saw the incident looked amazed by the woman. They both realized from the beginning that the woman's strength was indeed very strong. Cha Yun-seol lowered her head and closed her eyes for a moment. She actually didn't want to accept help, but instantly she realized that thanks to that she could finally survive. Not long after, there was a helicopter that was about to land on Cha Yun-seol. Inside was Cha Xin-hyeon, who was smiling out the helicopter window. His female friend who was beside him teased Cha Shin Hyun about the fight that Cha Yun Seol just did. He was immediately surprised, and then shyly, Cha Shin Hyun admitted it. Cha Shin Hyun bragged by saying that the woman could survive the danger thanks to the Wugong science he taught her. His friend immediately cut him off and said that was not what she meant. Then Cha Shin Hyun admitted that he was just joking. While looking out the window, Cha Shin Hyun confirmed his friend's words. He doesn't know Cha Yun Seol at all as her brother. He doesn't know when Cha Yun Seol grew up to be as strong as she is now. Cha Shin Hyun felt that he couldn't treat her like a child anymore. Then proudly, Cha Shin Hyun wished that the woman was really his sister. Putting that aside, his friend was worried because her friend told Cha Yun Seol to use Wugong openly. But it was a good thing that the broadcast wasn't working because she thought that if Park Tae-hoon saw her, then trouble might happen. It was a very sunny afternoon in a park where everyone was very cheerful and happy. Cha Yun Seol was smiling widely and bringing out the aura around her. She asked Cha Shin Hyun about his opinion on her performance. Cha Yun Seol folded her arms across her chest as if she was feeling very confident in front of her brother. Cha Shin Hyun turned his face away and put on a flat face while drinking a glass of juice, pretending to get rid of his nervousness. Cha Shin Hyun felt prestigious when complimenting that woman. Then Cha Yun Seol acted humbly, saying that maybe she was not good enough for the strongest person in the universe, because she realized that she would not have made it to the finals if it were not for the martial arts that Cha Shin Hyun taught her. Then Cha Shin Hyun immediately cut her off. He emphasized that Cha Yun Seol was a strong woman. Hearing the man started talking in a serious tone, she immediately looked at him. Cha Shin Hyun put his drink on the table and said that it was because Cha Yun Seol continued to develop herself, regardless of her martial arts or her skills as a hunter. Then the man bowed his head and apologized to Cha Yun Seol for hiding things from her. Cha Shin Hyun wants to be Cha Yun Seol's big brother, like in the past. He misses his innocent little sister like the one in his memory. Cha Shin Hyun doesn't even know how far his sister has grown. Hearing that, Cha Yun Seol became sad, remembering her past. Cha Shin Hyun said that he wanted to find the person responsible for the misery that befell their family. He wanted to become a hunter because of that goal. If he reached the max level as a hunter, then he thought that it would be possible to find out some truth about it. Cha Shin Hyun was also worried because his sister was dragged into the middle of it all. Cha Yun Seol bowed her head, and she thought that it was a difficult thing that her brother took so long to say that. But she immediately gave her little finger to Cha Shin Hyun to make him promise to never leave her side again. Cha Shin Hyun thought that was what he should do. But she emphasized that he had not been completely honest with her, so she felt like she was abandoned, and it made her lonely. Then she raised her hand to give her little finger to her brother to make him promise that he would never hide anything from her again. Cha Shin Hyun smiled a little. Then he immediately grabbed his sister's little finger and promised her to never leave her alone. After that, Cha Shin Hyun said to his sister if there was something he wished for her to know. Cha Yun Seol then scratched her cheek because she felt confused and curious. Finally, she asked about it to her brother. Then Cha Shin Hyun smiled widely while telling her that his nickname is Supreme Sword Emperor, remembering that his sister kept mispronouncing it. But Cha Yun Seol replied with a flat expression and said that she didn't care about that. At noon, there was an announcement that informed the audience that in the next hour, the Great Skirmish would begin, so the audience was expected to hurry up and take their seats. Hearing the announcement, Cha Shin Hyun immediately stood up and said goodbye to Cha Yun Seol because he would be back soon. Then his sister asked him before leaving if he would really wear it. Then Cha Shin Hyun felt that if he was comfortable enough to wear it, Cha Shin Hyun also felt that they were intentionally targeting Cha Yun Seol. Cha Yun Seol said that something like Dawn and Twilight killing each other when they met in the dungeon did happen. Cha Yun Seol was a little surprised because it was the first time they did it openly. Then Cha Yun Seol raised her head and confidently said that they wanted to get rid of her, which means showing that she is a top hunter of Dawn. Cha Shin Hyun stared intently in front of her. He was going to take everything from her again. After just arriving at the third floor, Cha Shin Hyun was greeted warmly by the two of his friends. The man said that he had heard many things about Cha Shin Hyun from the Vice Guild Master, and he also heard that Cha Shin Hyun would be the vanguard for them in the great skirmish match. That man was really looking forward to it and relying on it. Then he turned around, but Cha Shin Hyun still seemed confused with him. Cha Shin Hyun telepathized with the pink-haired woman who was next to him. Cha Shin Hyun asked if that person was a doll boss like she was talking about. Then the woman told Cha Shin Hyun not to underestimate Jeon Junho, because even though he looks like that, he is one of the best at level 60. After that, Jeon Junho said goodbye for leaving, and he encouraged them for the match they were going to do. The woman looked at Cha Shin Hyun. They were still telepathic. Then she reminded Cha Shin Hyun not to use martial arts anymore. But Cha Shin Hyun felt confident if they would not be able to distinguish high-level martial arts with magic power. Then Cha Shin Hyun also thanked the woman because thanks to her he could make up with Cha Yun-seol. Hearing this, the woman smiled and she was grateful and encouraged Cha Shin Hyun, who would be fighting soon. The two men nearby then said hello. The two of them had learned a lot about him from the Vice Guild Master. All they knew was that Cha Shin Hyun was a very strong person, so they said that they would rely on Cha Shin Hyun as a vanguard. Cha Shin Hyun instantly turned his face away because he felt ordinary and ignored the praise from the two people. Then Cha Shin Hyun felt that he really doubted something. He suspected that the people who targeted Cha Yun-seol must have been ordered by someone, and felt sure that there was one person who ordered it. Suddenly, someone came into the room. Suddenly, the two people immediately turned around and were surprised to see the newly present figure. He is Park Tae-hoon, who is the guild master. Park Tae-hoon smiled broadly at them while greeting. Cha Shin Hyun looked sharply at him, and in his mind thought that if the person who sent the message to him was the Sky War God, then the possibility that Park Tae-hoon was one of the Sky War God's followers, so he couldn't just ignore it. Then Park Tae-hoon judged that this was a friendly competition, and he had just come to say hello to them. But the two men were confused because they felt that they did not have a good relationship with the man. Park Tae-hoon smiled sarcastically. His acting looked too obvious then. He admitted that he came there to check the conditions, because he had heard that there was a very strong person there. Then Park Tae-hoon walked up to Cha Shin Hyun. He said that he had heard a lot about him. Then, with a big smile, he extended his hand to Cha Shin Hyun. Then he assured that they had never met before. Cha Shin Hyun immediately looked sharply at him. Then his facial expression immediately changed to a smile while grabbing Park Tae-hoon's hand and saying if this was the first time they met. Cha Shin Hyun felt that his heavenly martial origin cultivation art still did not resonate with that man. Cha Shin Hyun felt clueless and confused. He suspected that Cha Yun-seol learned martial arts from Park Tae-hoon. Lee Chan couldn't believe that someone could reach that level of martial arts if they didn't even learn it in the Murim world. Then Cha Shin Hyun's attention was drawn to Park Tae-hoon's secretary. He felt like they had met before. The secretary immediately scratched his head like he was panicking. Then Cha Shin Hyun told him that he previously wanted to have a good relationship with him through the chief secretary, but unfortunately it all didn't work out. The chief secretary's body immediately trembled because he heard that. He became mistaken. After that, Cha Shin Hyun said that he was indebted to him for what happened between Cha Yun-seol and his hunters in the Archer survival match. Hearing that, Park Tae-hoon laughed. That was what two wanted to hear from him. Cha Shin Hyun grinned. He said that he would not forget what had happened and was determined to pay it back. But Park Tae-hoon didn't feel scared. He was looking forward to it. Then Cha Shin Hyun turned his back to Park Tae-hoon. In his mind, Cha Shin Hyun thought that regardless of whether the man was connected to the Sky War God or not, it was the last issue, as it was most important now that they had made trouble with his sister Cha Yun-seol. While walking away from the man, Cha Shin Hyun told him that she would give him a good show, so he made sure not to disappoint him. In his heart, Lee Chan was determined to erase the name Twilight from this world. Inside the stadium located in the center of the city, the host started the event with great excitement and enthusiasm. This event was the best part of the Sun Festival, as it was the main event. Everyone was looking forward to it. Moments later, the great skirmish between dawn and twilight was about to begin. There was a roar from the thousands of spectators already seated in the stands who couldn't wait to see the exciting match. In the center of the stadium field, there was already a large battle area. On the right side, Cha Shin Hyun came out from the big door and walked in the middle of the battlefield. Cha Shin Hyun was the vanguard of dawn. He was the super rookie, who was the talk of the whole country, and the one who cooperated directly with Vice Guild Master Lee Ji-hee. The host excitedly said that there had never been a case where a hunter from another guild appeared in a great skirmish match, then wondered who that figure really was. Then the man next to him also realized that his level, class, and achievements were still a mystery. This might be the deciding factor in the upcoming psychological match, he thought. After that, the host welcomed the arrival of the vanguard of the Twilight Guild, a genius mage from Twilight Guild, and a man with burning charisma, the draconic Fire King named Ryu Seung-gun. The man took out the fire in his hand while staring at Cha Shin Hyun in front of him. He said that he would burn him to a crisp with the power of the fire he had. Cha Shin Hyun looked at the man and mocked the title Draconic Fire King. According to him, people who hear that title will think that he is from the Murim world. The two of them faced each other and threw sharp glances at each other. Not long after that, the host finally started the match. At the edge of the match area was Park Tae-hoon, who was staring at the match with a sardonic smile. He instructed Ryu Seung-gun to end the match slowly, to make all of Cha Shin Hyun's hidden powers appear. Ryu Seung-gun then made flames appear from his hands. When he looked at Cha Shin Hyun, he was surprised to see that the man was already flying above. He felt that the man was trying to show off. Cha Shin Hyun had broken the assumption that he hid his class and floated above the air once his match started. He used the skill levitation, which is a staple art of the sorcery class. It was a provoking move that showed off his high-level class. Cha Shin Hyun showed pretty good magic control by maintaining such a high altitude. Seeing that, Jeon Junho glanced at Lee Ji-hye and asked what Cha Shin Hyun was doing there, but she just stayed silent and stared intently at the match. Mage Ryu Seung-gun was a hunter whose level was around the mid-50s, a high-rank hunter like Seo Kang-jin. He wasn't even someone Cha Shin Hyun could fight if he used his martial arts. But things were different now that Cha Shin Hyun had to fight him with only a hunter's skills. Cha Shin Hyun is currently at level 53. He managed to raise his level with martial arts, but in reality his experience as a hunter is still lacking. Cha Shin Hyun looked at Park Tae-hoon. Cha Shin Hyun was sure that the man was staring at him because he wanted to know whether Cha Shin Hyun would use his martial arts or not. Cha Shin Hyun grinned and hoped that the man would continue to stare at him until his eyeballs popped out because he wouldn't show it to him. After that, Cha Shin Hyun made a huge ball of energy created from his hand and then flung it at Ryu Seung-gun, so it looked like a storm. But Ryu Seung-gun withstood the attack by creating a barrier made of fire. Ryu Seung-gun thought that this shaman was a skill of the wizard's base class and guessed that it was because their investigation hadn't started yet. At the same time, Ryu Seung-gun twisted his arm so that he blocked Cha Shin Hyun's attack with burning fire, and he also waved the attack away like a cloak. Ryu Seung-gun thought that if his enemy was a sorcerer, then he had a secret trick. There were 3 classes above Wizard, a non-fighter class that focused on skill cube and item production crafter. The class that specialized in giving elemental properties to their magic for use in battle was the Mage. And the class that gives shape to phenomena and concepts with magic is the Sorcerer. Whether it was teleportation or flying through the air, they tended to be more like supernatural beings than magicians. In battle, they usually focus on providing support from behind, as opposed to the vanguard who is at the forefront. But sometimes they can also develop deadly moves that can cause someone a lot of pain. Then, Ryu Seung-gun galloped towards Cha Shin Hyun while directing his firepower, then threatened Cha Shin Hyu to bring out his hidden trick. Instantly, Ryu Seung-gun threw his fireball, creating a blazing fire. He unleashed an explosive kick while he was enveloped in flames. The technique looked very impressive. It was a dazzling martial arts performance using the terrifying fire magic that he had practiced since childhood. Zhang Junho and Li Jihye, who saw that, were panicking and worried that Cha Shin-hyeon could not defeat him. A man who dominates close combat is a position rarely taken by the wizard class. Cha Shin-hyeon thinks that he is the only magician from the Murim. It's no wonder that there are similarities in the way they think. Cha Shin-hyeon felt that the man was giving him a strange and uncomfortable feeling. Then Ryu Shungoin warned him once again, or else he would make him die in vain. Instantly, Ryu Shungoin activated his origin power. Then he shouted for Cha Shin-hyeon to show all the abilities that were inside him. At the same time, Ryu Shungoin activated the Advance of Martial Draconic Fire. Seeing the attack, Cha Shin-hyeon looked very relaxed. He realized that the man had a pile of surprises. Then Cha Shin-hyeon immediately turned his thumbs down and instantly came out the power that resisted the attack from Ryu Shungoin. Seeing that power made Ryu Shungoin very surprised and wondered what the man was doing. Everyone was surprised by the action given by Cha Shin-hyeon. The advance of martial draconic fire that Ryu Seunggon had used on Cha Shin-hyeon had disappeared. It looked like something shapeless, yet large and heavy that could crush him. Everyone watching the scene was shocked and confused. It was as if it was destroyed by a supreme. Zhang Junho, who was also surprised, immediately asked the woman next to him about what happened in front of them. The deputy guildmaster just laughed contentedly in his mind that it was a high-level martial art that could not be distinguished from magic. On the other hand, Park Tae-hoon looked like he was holding a grudge. His body seemed to be enveloped by an aura of anger, staring intently at Cha Shin-hyeon, who was in the battle area. Ryu Seung-joon's ultimate technique, Advance of Martial Draconic Fire, is nothing in front of Cha Shin-hyeon. Ryu Seung-joon became very furious and angry. Then he shouted with dirty words to Cha Shin-hyeon and then threw his firepower. While Cha Shin-hyeon casually deflected the man's power. Because he wanted Cha Shin-hyeon to show his ability, then he fulfilled his request. Because he was very angry with Cha Shin-hyeon, Ryu Seung-gyun immediately launched successive attacks. There was a fierce battle between the two of them. But Cha Shin-hyeon can withstand the attacks given by Ryu Seung-joon so easily. They all did not expect if the two people were doing close combat. Cha Shin-hyeon thought that Ryu Seung-joon was very excited, but his betting position was a mess. His movement was also too wide. The center of gravity of the foot he used as a pivot was too weak. Then Ryu Seung-joon fell down, and Cha Shin-hyeon told him casually that he should fix the bad habit of shrugging his shoulders while trying to unleash power, because doing so would cause his power to scatter. Ryu Seung-gyun looked up at the man and could see his very confused expression. In his mind, he wondered how he could know such a thing. Then, Cha Shin-hyeon walked up to Ryu Seung-gyun's body that was still on the ground and said that he had been practicing martial arts for a long time. Then his face got closer to Ryu Seung-gyun's and asked if this was the only power he had. Cha Shin-hyeon mocked him and said that compared to his great confidence, his ability was very weak. Hearing that insult made Ryu Seung-gyun so furious that he gritted his teeth. Instantly, Ryu Seung-gyun revived, and then he was enveloped by a blazing fire. He will turn Cha Shin-hyeon into ashes, even if it means his body will also become ashes. Ryu Seung-gyun reactivated his origin skill, 10 Dance of the Fire Dragon. A fire dragon flew towards Cha Shin-hyeon while opening its mouth wide. There was a faint smile on Cha Shin-hyeon's lips, and realized that this would be a little difficult for him to handle. It looked like Ryu Seung-gyun's 10 Dance of the Fire Dragon was going to collapse the entire battle arena and swallow Cha Shin-hyeon whole, because that ability creates a wave of heat that burns and sweeps the audience like a storm. But instantly, Cha Shin-hyeon unleashed a power so powerful that even the 10 dances of the Fire Dragon could not penetrate Cha Shin-hyeon's barrier. Not long after that, there was a huge explosion. Cha Shin-hyeon managed to destroy the 10 Dance of the Fire Dragon with the power of invisibility. He had conquered 10 fire dragons in just an instant. The host wondered about the power possessed by Cha Shin-hyeon. Then the male host guessed that judging from the effect of his power, it was gravity. Ryu Seung-gyun felt that it was impossible. It was really beyond imagination. They all didn't think that there was a human who could control gravity. They all thought that Cha Shin Hyan was a god. Cha Shin Hyan grinned at his enemy while releasing the blue aura power in his hand, and then he gave it to Ryu Seung-jeon to attack him. Instantly, the man's body was blown away until it bounced away. After his victory, Cha Shin Hyan immediately opposed the next contestant to come out. Park Tae-hoon asked Sung Hyuk who the next contestant was. Then Sung Hyuk answered that the next contestant was a knight, Choi Ji-hyung. Park Tae-hoon was relieved to hear it. Then he told Sung Hyuk to tell the next contestant to use it. That man would not let Cha Shin Hyan win just like that. Choi Ji-hyung, the Spear of Twilight, is the one protecting the Twilight Guild's central plains. His spear was currently aimed at the Dawn Guild. The man had arrived at the center of the battle area. The Spear of Twilight was also known as the Wizard Slayer. The hosts were excited about the man's arrival. They said that Choi Ji-hyung had never lost to a wizard before. Then the male host said that even though the warrior class had a high win rate against the wizard class, he was still very curious if there were any magic techniques that had yet to be revealed. Seeing the enemy who just came in front of him did not make Cha Shin Hyan feel afraid. Even he underestimated the man. On the edge of the battle arena, a grinning Park Tae-hoon was seen. Park Tae-hoon is very confident that this time his hunter will be able to finish Cha Shin Hyan. Because according to him, as long as Cha Shin Hyan was a wizard, it would be impossible for him to win against Choi Ji-hyung. It wasn't long before the second match of the Great Skirmish Sun Festival began. Choi Ji-hyung upgraded her buff enchant skill. As soon as the match started, he immediately put the physical buff on himself and attacked Cha Shin Hyan. But Cha Shin Hyan was not deterred. He quickly took the power out of his hand and threw it at Choi Ji-hyung, who to him was just a person dressed in empty armor. There was a huge explosion due to an attack from Cha Shin Hyan. A few moments later, Cha Shin Hyan was very surprised to see his enemy, who emerged from a wisp of smoke and ran in front of him. Suddenly, Cha Shin Hyan immediately jerked back. He realized that his enemy was very fast, but also had a very high defense, and also, he really wanted victory. It crossed Cha Shin Hyan's mind to fight him by fighting in the air because he thought it was the best way to fight someone like him. But suddenly, Choi Ji-hyung immediately activated his knight skill, Leap Attack. Then he immediately stuck his spear in front of Cha Shin Hyan so that he bounced very far, and even destroyed the protection created by Cha Shin Hyan. The skill was really impressive, and made the audience all feel impressed. Choi Ji-hyung did not give Cha Sing-hyuk a chance to fly in the air and managed to launch a leaping attack without hesitation. The floor in the fighting area was visibly shattered by the attacks thrown by the man. Cha Shin Hyan, who fell on the floor, just froze in shock. He couldn't remember how long it had been since someone managed to knock him down like this. It was probably about a few hundred years ago. Then Cha Shin Hyan got up. Cha Shin Hyan thought that if he used his martial arts, he could defeat the man with just one attack. Then, with emotions running high, Cha Shin Hyan finally decided to put all his skills into action. At the same time, Cha Shin Hyan flipped his thumb so that the power came out of his hand. Park Tae-hoon was seen watching the show casually while drinking a glass of wine. Choi Ji-hyung was able to cut off Cha Shin Hyan's attack. He stuck out his spear and then unleashed a force that surrounded the surrounding area. Choi Ji-hyung managed to step forward. Cha Shin Hyan's gravity skill could not stop him, and now it was his turn to counter Cha Shin Hyan's attack. Choi Ji-hyung then took out his red eyes and warned Cha Shin Hyan to get ready for his deadly attack. Then Cha Shin Hyan swung his finger and released the power of Blue Aura, which is his gravity skill. Without thinking, Cha Shin Hyan threw that power in front of Choi Ji-hyung. Cha Shin Hyan's force was so strong that his enemy was dragged so far that it split the floor of the battle area. Choi Ji-hyung cried out in pain. John Junho and the Vice Guild Master's expressions were dumbfounded by the man's actions. The host was so astonished by what happened just now. That unrecognizable force had conquered Choi Ji-hyung so strongly, they wondered and wondered what kind of skill Cha Shin Hyan used. Cha Shin Hyan approached Choi Ji-hyung's body on the floor. He thinks that the young man is a very tough young man because he can survive this long more than Cha Shin Hyan imagined. Then Cha Shin Hyun admitted that the power he had was not gravity, but attraction and repulsion. It was an origin skill that he developed after doing a lot of contemplation, namely yin-yang inversion. Cha Shin Hyun picked up a pebble and threw it at Choi Ji-young's head while explaining what attraction and repulsion meant. Before he finished explaining it, Choi Ji-young got up. Then instantly she unleashed the power of his origin skill. Then Park Tae-hoon telepathically spoke to Ji-hye, who was beside him. He told her why Choi Ji-young was known as the Wizard Slayer. It was because he had a special ability, which if he fought someone like Cha Shin Hyun who really had nothing but his wizard skills, then Cha Shin Hyun would die in this fight. Park Tae-hoon then laughed with satisfaction, while Lee Ji-hye looked very panicked. At that time, Choi Ji-young activated the power of counterspelling. But suddenly, Cha Shin Hyun's system issued a warning telling him that he could not use magic power for the next 10 seconds. Meanwhile, behind Cha Shin Hyun, the enemy was preparing to slash him with a spear. At the time before starting the fight, Sung Hyuk told Choi Ji-young an order from Park Tae-hoon to use the power of the counterspell. But Choi Ji-young initially refused because it was a technique that he did not want to show in front of the public. Then he asked the reason for the order. Then Sung Hyuk explained that the guild master believed that Cha Shin Hyun was hiding something, but he did not know what it was. Regardless of what that something was, a sorcerer who could control high-level magic like gravity was too dangerous. That was the reason he had to kill Cha Shin Hyun. Back to the events in the battle area. Cha Shin Hyun did not understand what was going on, so he could not use his magic power. Realizing behind him there was an attack coming, Cha Shin Hyun immediately quickly dodged, then he fell to the floor. He was quite surprised by the sudden attack. Choi Ji-young smirked, and then he said that it was his origin skill, Counterspell. It was a technique that made someone unable to use their magic power for a while. Without the use of magic, someone seemed to be unable to fight against him. The audience looked very surprised. They thought that the match would end soon. But Choi Ji-young suddenly used an unknown skill on Cha Shin Hyun. In the upper stands, Park Tae-hoon could be seen laughing with satisfaction as his hunter managed to take down Cha Shin Hyun. For him, Choi Ji-young has always been someone who is simple and straightforward. Choi Ji-young will not stand people who use his magic carelessly. Meanwhile, Lee Ji-hye looked very panicked, and then she telepathized to Cha Shin Hyun. She tells him to run because this competition is not important anymore, and then tells him to just give up because he can't use his martial arts no matter what. But Cha Shin Hyun would not give up so easily. Choi Ji-young called out to Cha Shin Hyun while pointing her spear at him. Choi Ji-young said that he would not be able to escape from this fight. Choi Ji-young instantly increased the attack power of her spear. Her spear now had enough accumulated power to destroy a low-level building easily. He was very curious if Cha Shin Hyun could survive her attack without a magic barrier. Suddenly, Cha Shin Hyun's eyes lit up brightly, and his surroundings gave off a powerful aura. Everyone who saw it was shocked. Seeing Cha Shin Hyun's actions made Lee Ji-hye very frustrated, and Jeon Junho, who was beside her, asked what exactly had happened. Park Tae-hoon, who was beside them, also looked very surprised. His heavenly martial origin cultivation art suddenly resonated. He instantly became confused and wondered what kind of energy he was feeling that was creating this horrible vibration that he had never experienced before. Choi Ji-young shuddered. Then a second later, he felt something strange on his body. In his mind, he wondered what kind of magic was used by that man, even though his counterspell was still active. Choi Ji-young's whole body was bound with a chain from the power given by Cha Shin Hyun. This is not a magic skill, but a martial art owned by Cha Shin Hyun. Then, Cha Shin Hyun flew through the air while folding his arms across his chest and said that he was not the type of person who liked to run away from a fight. Not only that, Cha Shin Hyun insulted Choi Ji-young for his frightened expression. The power energy currently binding him was the culmination of a sword technique known as Mind's Sword. It is a power that can be used after one's external art reaches level 40, which is called Mind's Sword Manifestation. Although it was known as the pinnacle of the sword technique, the sword in question was the will of man in this world. Once one reached that point, one could kill someone, or even split heaven and earth with just one's will. But Cha Shin Hyan felt that it was too boring if it had to end just like that. Then he brought Choi Ji-young's body forward to him. Then, Cha Shin Hyan immediately ran at full power, and he was going to show some teachings to the lost disciples of the next generation. At that moment, Cha Shin Hyan directly punched Choi Ju-hyun's stomach with so much force that the man vomited a lot of blood from his mouth. Cha Shin Hyan showed Park Tae-hoon something he really wanted to see. This is the martial art hurricane kick. The explosion occurred so violently in the center of the battle area. Choi Ji-hyung's body felt pain all the way down to her bones. Everyone was shocked to see such a horrific event. Cha Shin Hyan was relieved and grinned with satisfaction for having used his martial arts foundation again after a long time, and he felt very happy about it. Then the host announced that the winner of the second match of the Great Skirmish Sun Festival was Cha Shin Hyan. Cha Shin Hyan can be seen smiling at his victory, while Park Tae-hoon looks furious at the crushing defeat on his side. After the match, Cha Shin Hyan missed the rest of the match with the excuse that his magic power had run out. In the following matches, Twilight lost by 3-2, and the Sun Festival reached its peak. Because of his victory, Cha Shin Hyan became famous overnight, and he was dubbed as the Star Hunter. Meanwhile, Twilight, who was once considered superior to Dawn, was now considered the opposite. On the other hand, in front of a room, the chief secretary called Guildmaster Park Tae-hoon, who was in the room. He hadn't been out of there for a long time, so it made the chief secretary become very worried and kept calling his boss. Then, in a very dark and messy room, there was Park Tae-hoon, who was sitting in his chair while bowing his head. He grimaced and held his head. He was speechless at his guild's defeat. He felt that he had been humiliated. Even though it was only for a moment, the power that Cha Shin Hyan showed earlier was something that he could not handle. Then Park Tae-hoon stood up and took his suit. He hurried to go somewhere. That man wasn't going to hold back anymore. Park Tae-hoon came out of the room and then invited Chulho to leave. Because he was curious, Chulho finally asked where they were going. Then Park Tae-hoon answered that they would go to meet the Skyward God. A week later, after the closing of the Sun Festival, the atmosphere at Dawn headquarters was overwhelming. Because everyone was calling them all to ask for the contact of someone from the Limitless Guild. The workers in the office were very frustrated with every caller who asked about Cha Shin Hyan. Some even thought that the Vice Guildmaster, Lee Ji-hye, was in a relationship with Hunter Cha Shin Hyan. Inside Lee Ji-hye's room were Cha Shin Hyan and his secretary. The chief secretary was holding a report and told them that there were a total of 328 incoming inquiries about Gil's Limitless directed at the Guildmaster, Cha Shin Hyan at Guild Dawn, and there were also 800 messages for him. Most of them were from reporters and people who wanted to join Guild Limitless. In addition, there were 8 collaboration requests, 43 advertising requests, and 29 proposals for Cha Shin Hyan to appear on TV shows. But as per his instructions, they had rejected all but one. Then there was a voice from outside the room calling the chief secretary, so he said goodbye to end the meeting and quickly left the room. Then Lee Ji-hye teased him and asked about his feelings after becoming a superstar. But Cha Shin Hyan immediately turned his face away. He felt that it was okay to be famous, but he hated the fuss. After that, Lee Ji-hye bowed her head. Then she said that she wanted to apologize, even though it was a little late. That made Cha Shin Hyan feel confused about what she meant. Then Lee Ji-hye told him that when she didn't want Cha Shin Hyan's identity to be revealed, she tried to stop him using his martial arts. The woman admitted that it was all because of her selfishness. Because if something went wrong, it could have been really dangerous for Cha Shin Hyan. Hearing that, Cha Shin Hyan immediately stood up and reminded her that she didn't need to worry about that. He explained that in Park Tae-hoon's case, although Cha Shin Hyan was unfortunately forced to use his martial arts, it wouldn't hurt if they knew his martial arts. Having said that, perhaps they have already sensed how big the difference in strength is between them and Cha Shin Hyan, so they might not dare to mess with him for a while. Seeing how they chased Unsol, then Cha Shin Hyan is the one who wants to chase them now. Lee Ji-hye smiled after hearing that. Then the woman said that after what happened, Park Tae-hoon became confined to his residence, and even veteran hunters who wanted to remain neutral had come knocking on the Dawn Guild's door. With this now, Dawn Guild is definitely above Twilight Guild. Then the woman pointed at Cha Shin-hyeon while saying that this was all his favor. Then formally Lee Ji-hye thanked the man as the representative of Guildmaster Dawn. Lee Ji-hye immediately gave him hand to shake Cha Shin-hyeon's hand. Then the man smiled at the woman and immediately took her hand to shake. It was already late at night. Then Cha Shin-hyeon decided to leave because he thought that his sister must have been waiting for him. Before Cha Shin-hyeon left, Lee Ji-hye saw the papers piled up on the table, then asked why he accepted the invitation from the Jeju Island Guild Alliance while he rejected all other proposals. Then, while walking towards the door, Cha Shin-hyeon explained that he was tired of the dungeons in the metropolitan area, and also the level did not increase quickly. Cha Shin-hyeon also thought that Jeju Island was the perfect place for a family trip. Then Cha Shin-hyeon said goodbye and told her that he would be back in a month. Cha Shin-hyeon believed in Lee Ji-hye, but more than that, Cha Shin-hyeon just placed too much trust in himself. If only he had known what would happen, Cha Shin-hyeon would not have gone to Jeju Island. At noon in a Jeju International Airport, Cha Eun-seol looked very amazed at the beauty of the island. She was very excited and happy because this was the first time the woman set foot on Jeju Island. Then she thought about the culinary they would eat later. Seeing his sister's very happy expression made Cha Shin-hyeon also feel happy. But he reminded his sister that if the purpose of their arrival there was not to have fun. Suddenly someone from behind them shouted out for Master Cha Shin-hyeon. He was the head of Jeju Island's Guild Alliance, Guild Tamna. Then the man greeted them with his tacky style that made them both become amused. Instantly, Cha Shin-hyeon changed his mind that having fun was not a bad idea. The man immediately approached Cha Shin-hyeon and grabbed both of his hands while swinging their hands. The man felt very happy that Cha Shin-hyeon had accepted his invitation and thanked him. He introduced himself as Kim Ki-yul, who is the team leader of Guild Tamna. Cha Eun-seol did not expect that he is the team leader, even though he looks younger than her. Kim Ki-yul admitted that she was a fan of Cha Shin-hyeon, so she begged to get his autograph later. She even bought his fan merchandise t-shirt, so she really hopes to have his autograph on her t-shirt later. Hearing that made Cha Shin-hyeon want to go back home to Seoul. Then he also greeted Cha Eun-seol warmly. Then one of his men reminded Kim Ki-yul that it was time for them to leave. After that, Kim Ki-yul encouraged them to continue their journey and would tell them the details of the trip. Kim Ki-yul felt rushed because of his tight schedule. Then, since it was their first time on Jeju Island, Kim Ki-yul promised to give them a tour of the delicious food around the place. On the other side was a man speaking through his walkie-talkie. The man spoke in Chinese and told his boss that Cha Shin-hyeon had arrived. Then his boss reminded the man to use Korean with him. A man wearing beach clothes was seen relaxing. Then he got out of his place and realized that his beautiful vacation was over. Then the man ordered his men to continue their work. Then the man smiled slyly and said that Cha Shin-hyeon had fallen into the trap he had prepared for him. It was a very hot afternoon on Jeju Island, precisely in Woljongri village. There was a glass building that looked luxurious. Then came two men who welcomed Shin-hyeon and Eun-seol warmly. The man in front was Tanma's guildmaster named Kim Ha-gun. Then Kim Ha-gun took Shin-hyeon's hand and swung it like a child. Kim Ha-gun seemed very happy to meet him. Then he introduced himself to Shin-hyeon. Since both of them had come all the way here, Kim Ha-gun guaranteed that he would give them the best time. Then Kim Ha-gun ordered the man behind him named Ki-yul to bring out what they had prepared. Not long after, Ki-yul came out with a plate of Jeju Island specialties. Seeing it made Eun-seol enthusiastic. Her eyes lit up and she couldn't wait to eat it. In her mind, she imagined that the plate was delicious pork. Ki-yul made sure that if they tried it, then they would never forget the taste forever. It was the best quality ingredients that they had carefully selected. Eun-seol, who was already feeling impatient, finally opened the hood. But it turned out that the contents inside did not match what Eun-seol had imagined. It was just one tangerine. Suddenly, the two of them became surprised and did not expect it. Shin-hyeon tried to restrain his sister from doing anything to them, Unseol was seen peeling the orange with annoyance. They all sat down while discussing their business affairs. Kim Ha-gun said that their current situation was very precarious. The Jeju Island Guild Alliance opposes the hunter organization system in Korea, which is divided into two camps, namely Dawn and Twilight. They also formed a separate independent hunter system. If they got into a conflict between the two guilds, then there would definitely be a sea of blood on Jeju Island. Until now, somehow the Tanma Guild had played an important role in maintaining this alliance. It lasted until the high-risk dungeons started appearing in large numbers. Dungeons with danger levels of 11 and above have never appeared on Jeju Island before. However, it has now appeared in 5 different places on Jeju Island in the past year. For a dungeon with such a high danger level, only parties consisting of veteran hunters who are at least level 40 can complete the dungeon. Kim Ha-gun bowed his head with a long sigh. He said that it was something their guild could not do at that time. They really needed a high-rank hunter to lead the party. Shin Hyun casually advised him to just ignore it if those dungeons appeared. He said it was impossible for monsters to come out of the dungeon. Instantly, Kim Ha-gun shouted and refuted Shin Hyun. Kim Ha-gun told him in a slightly yelling tone that if they could not take care of the dungeons, then they would lose the rights to the dungeons. Kim Ha-gyun was worried that the rights would be handed over to the Hunter Association and would definitely fall into the hands of Dawn or Twilight. Kim Ha-gun cried hysterically, remembering that they had gone through so much to prevent the big guilds from setting foot here. He thought that if it continued like this, Jeju Island would be finished. When they were in a deep decision, the Limitless Guild appeared like a falling comet. Kim Ha-gun said that Cha Shin-hyun appeared as a savior. Although Shin-hyun collaborated with Dawn, Shin-hyun, who was a new high-rank hunter who officially took a neutral stance, had appeared. Kyul said that Shin-hyun's figure was like a saving light for the Jeju Island Alliance. Shin-hyun is a new wave that is a bright light for Korean hunters. They praised Shin-hyun excessively. Kim Ha-gun was very grateful that Shin-hyun had accepted the invitation of the Jeju Island Alliance. They would never forget that kindness in their lifetime. Shin-hyun told them not to praise him like that. Shin-hyun admitted that he also did it in order to level up and earn money. Since they were done talking, Shin-hyun invited them to rush to the dungeon. Instantly, Yoon-seol pulled Shin-hyun's shirt. With a serious look on her face, Yoon-seol said that there was a problem that needed to be taken care of first. Seeing Yoon-seol's expression like that made Shin-hyun a little panicked, and asked what problem they had to solve. It turned out to be her desire to eat black pig and sharp-toothed white snapper in a Seongsan EUP dungeon on Jeju Island. There was a big explosion that happened there. In the depths of the forest, there were several men who were fighting monsters. They are members of the Tanma Guild. The man seemed overwhelmed attacking the monster. No matter how much they attacked it, they still couldn't defeat the monsters because the monsters' movements were too fast. On top of the tree branch was a group of Ilmyong monsters, the fire-poison dungeon monkeys. Instantly, the Ilmyong monsters released their enormous power energy towards the two men. Suddenly, the two men immediately withstood the attack with all their strength. But instantly, their defense equipment melted. They had heard that the monsters were poisonous, but they didn't expect it to be this powerful. The man didn't expect Ilmyong's monster poison to be strong enough to penetrate the hottest fire attacks and defense barriers. The situation was going to get worse for them if this fight continued. They might be killed by the monster's fire and venom. Right at the same time, there was a sudden attack that attacked towards the monster and helped the two men. It turned out that the attack came from Shin-hyun, who was above them. At first, Shin-hyun thought that the monsters were called bulldogs because they were some kind of dog monsters. But it turned out that the monsters were monkeys that used fire and poison. He thought it was a unique but strange name. The two men thanked Shin-hyun for helping them. Then Yoon-seol came while carrying Kyul. Kyul praised Shin-hyun for defeating the agile monster in an instant. Yoon-seol immediately protested because she was the one who had saved him now. Thanks to the two of them, Kyul was able to rest until now, and then Kyul will also start doing his duty. Then, Kyul ordered his two men to prepare. Instantly, Kyul showed the skills he had. Kyul asked Shin Hyun if he was also an expert in mage skills. Shin Hyun was curious about what level Kyul was at, so he asked him directly. Kyul told them that he was now at level 40. Yoon Seol was surprised to hear Kyul, whose level was higher than hers. The other hunters also looked like they had almost reached level 40. It looks like they have been training hard during this period. Since they were in charge of dungeons on Jeju Island, with restrictions on the number of people who could enter, it was only natural for them to gain many levels. Shin Hyun thought the technique just now was really interesting. What he meant by that was the teleport skill. Kyul admitted that he suffered enough to learn the skill, because the skill was known as a skill that was quite complicated and difficult to use. But according to Shin Hyun, the skill did not look difficult to him. Hearing that, Kyul concluded that it meant Shin Hyun could understand a skill after seeing it several times. Kyul was amazed that Shin Hyun was so great. The people here always tried to get close to Shin Hyun whenever they had the chance. Shin Hyun felt that it was because he invested points into intuition. As the name suggests, intuition is a power that can see things for what they are. Thanks to his martial arts, there was no need to invest any points into other stats. But intuition was different. No matter how good Shin Hyun was at martial arts, Shin Hyun could not read the flow of magic power with his eyes. Shin Hyun also understood the mechanics of the spell after seeing it just now. Shin Hyun couldn't disappoint Kyul's expectations now. He would show it to Kyul. Then Shin Hyun stylized to perform the action. Instantly, the atmosphere was silent, and things were still the same. Instantly, Shin Hyun asked Kyul to teach himself to use teleport. Kyul came to Ilmyol's monster, who was relaxing. At the same time, Kyul immediately activated his teleport skill, and instantly they were above the altitude. After that, Kyul dropped the two monsters just like that. Shin Hyun watched it carefully. This way, when fighting alone, they can take down monsters from a high place. Kyul explained that the current limit he had was a height of about 150 meters. But for wingless monsters, that height was enough to kill them instantly. Hearing that, Yoon Seol thought that Kyul had a cunning mind too. The teleportation scope is empty space as far as they can see. They could move in any direction within the scope. Suddenly, Shin Hyul disappeared from their sight. Suddenly they were surprised and looked around to find him. Kyul guessed that Shin Hyun's teleportation was great. Kyul was seen above them. After seeing several demonstrations and listening to Kyul's explanation, Shin Hyun now understood. Shin Hyun was very grateful to him. However, it seemed like Shin Hyun needed time to get used to it. Moments afterward, Tanma's guild members relaxed over lunch like they were having a picnic. Kyul invited the two of them to eat first. But according to Yoon Seol, this was not the time to relax when the monkeys were still roaming around. Kyul thought that Yoon Seol's words were true. But thanks to the hard work of the two of them, they were all able to get time to rest for a while. Kyul suggested her to use that time to eat and save her energy. Yoon Seol rejected it curtly. Then Kyul approached Shin Hyun and offered him food. Kyul praised Shin Hyun's teleportation ability, which was getting better and better. While chewing his food in his mouth, Shin Hyun said that, like the term another upstream, one estuary, when someone has mastered one field, then he can master techniques in other fields easily. Shin Hyun advised Kim Kyul that if he could practice consistently, then one day he could definitely become like him. With enthusiasm, Kyul took down all the words of Shin Hyun. Yoon Seol, who was watching her brother, felt annoyed. Even though Shin Hyul was her brother, Yoon Seol wanted to punch him every time he started acting like that. Yoon Seol reminded Kyul to just give up if he intended to learn something by sticking by his brother's side. Yoon Seol said that Shin Hyul was a strong person in a way that only he could use. Therefore, Yoon Seol was sure that her brother wouldn't be of much help. Kyul knew that, but he was a captain. Right now, Kyul was in a precious position where he could not be complacent. Moreover, lately Kyul felt that he had reached the limit of his abilities. Because of that, Kyul became overzealous, thinking that maybe he could learn something from guild leader Cha Shin Hyun. But luckily, his team members trust and follow Kyul. But Kyul is often aware of the fact that he still has many shortcomings, because if Kyul let his guard down just a little because he was satisfied with himself at the moment, Then they didn't know what would happen later. Instantly, Unseol became moody and remembered the past. As Kyul spoke, Unseol stopped him by putting a piece of kimbap into his mouth. Unseol thinks that the Jeju Island kimbap is pretty good. Kyul was touched. He was very grateful if Unseol liked his kimbap and promised to bring a truckload. Seeing Kyul's overreaction like that made Unseol upset. Then Shin-hyun left from there away from them. Then Shin-hyun asked how long they had to catch the monsters. One of the Tanma Guild members told him that not only were there many of them, but they were also fast. According to him, this will not be finished. That was confirmed by Kyul. He also couldn't possibly keep bringing them here with his teleportation skill. Kyul regretted not developing a skill that could increase the aggressiveness of monsters in a wide scope. Unseol protested to Kyul because she thought that a skill like that could make monsters come in droves so that they could all die from being trampled. Meanwhile, Kyul seemed to be thinking. Then he checked his system screen like he was looking for something. Then Shin-hyun found his skill, Dignity. Dignity is a monster skill stone that he got in the Monster Bird dungeon in Bucheon. Because he said Shin-hyun could get the skills used by monsters, Shin-hyun just learned it first. But that power was nothing more than air that could suppress monsters. But the part that said that the skill could perform some kind of mental control through the embodiment of the user's willpower was interesting. After combining it with the Sword of the Soul, which was equally a manifestation of willpower, Shin-hyun managed to make the target carry out specific orders by force. Shin-hyun admitted that he had tried it several times just for fun. But Shin-hyun realized that there was no point in him controlling monsters, so all this time Shin-hyun forgot about the skill. Shin-hyun thought that if he combined it well, then it could be useful. With an emanation of soul language that resembled a kind of mass telepathy, Shin-hyun added a soul sword that had been combined with the power of dignity. The order Shin-hyun gave to the monsters was, "Come before him right now." Shin-hyun opened his eyes instantly. Then he immediately held his head, and his breath was panting. Seeing that made Unseol and Kyul panic. Then Shin-hyun asked Kim Kyul if he still had enough mana left to do mass teleportation. Kyul was surprised why Shin-hyul suddenly asked about it. Kyul told him that if only for a few times, it seemed like it could still be done. Hearing that made Shin-hyul feel grateful. Shin-hyun said that he made a mistake. There was an instantaneous tremor. They thought there had been an earthquake, but that was impossible because there had never been a natural disaster in the dungeon. The man wondered if it was a vibration coming from a monster. Sure, enough not long afterward a monster emerged from the ground. But they were surprised to see only one monster come out. Suddenly, the earthquake just stopped. They were relieved because they thought there would be thousands of monsters running towards them. But suddenly there appeared many pairs of glowing red eyes around them. Those who realized it became very scared and panicked. Shin-hyun ordered team leader Kyul to take the rest of his party members out of this place, while Shin-hyun would take care of things here. Kyul saw Shin-hyun's hand movements and judged that the hand movements were yin-yang inversion. Then Kyul followed Shin-hyun's directions. Unseol protested the words of her brother who said he would take care of everything. Unseol was worried about Shin-hyun who planned to defeat all the monsters by herself. Unseol could not leave Shin-hyun and was reluctant to leave there. Likewise, with Kyul, who would help Shin-hyun. Instantly, Shin-hyun activated his teleportation skill to move them both to leave that place. Finally, now Shin-hyun could fight comfortably without their interference. Shin-hyun immediately launched into action. He unleashed a massive attack on his enemy. Instantly, there was a very powerful explosion there. On a cliff far from the scene, there was Kyul who saw the explosion. Kyul looked amazed to see such an amazing thing. According to him, Guildmaster Cha Shin-hyun was indeed extraordinary. They were sure that the rumors about his level being over 60 were true. Kyul asked Unseol if maybe Guildmaster Cha Shin-hyun had attracted all the monsters. Unseol was seen biting her finger. Kyul realized that Unseol was feeling uneasy judging from her expression. No matter how strong Guildmaster Cha Shin-hyun was, he was still the only family member of Cha Yun-seol. And now Cha Shin-hyun was fighting all those monsters by himself. Kyul understood that woman's feelings. Then Kyul approached Unseol to try to calm her down. Kyul said that he was very sure that Cha Shin-hyol's guildmaster was very strong, so Unseol didn't need to worry about it. Kyul was sure that Unseol must know her brother better than anyone else. Then Kyul suggested to Unseol to put a little trust in Shin-hyun. Instantly, Unseol's facial expression turned into annoyance after listening to Kyul's babble. It turned out that Unseol's worries were not what Kyul thought. Unseol was annoyed with her sneaky brother because her brother was devouring all the exp points by himself. Kyul misunderstood that because he thought Unseol was worried about her brother. Then Unseol said that there was no need to worry about her brother. Unseol thought that right now her brother should be very excited. At the scene. Shin-hyun looked so excited attacking the monsters that were there. His surroundings were enveloped by a very strong aura. Shin-hyun felt that this was quite useful. Although he ordered them to appear before him, it was unexpected that his range was this entire area. Domination telepathy was created by combining Sovereign and Mind Sword. If Shin-hyun used it properly, then he could make all the monsters in a dungeon to come to him by themselves. Raiding the dungeon would be much easier. Shin-hyun then activated Domination telepathy. Shin-hyun waited for all the monsters to come to him. He would kill them all. On the other side, there was Lee Ji-hye, who looked so surprised that she spilled some of her drink. The secretary thought that Lee Ji-hye was not feeling well, but Lee Ji-hye only felt like hearing the laughter of a madman. Hearing that made the secretary confused about what the woman meant. Then the chief secretary continued his report. He said that Twilight Guild Master Park Tae-han still hadn't left his residence. Then the Twilight Guild's hunters had also become very passive. As a result, the dungeon rights that their guild was fighting over were now in their hands without much effort. According to the chief secretary, for now it seemed like they didn't need to pay much attention to the Twilight Guild. Lee Ji-hye was silent for a moment. She thought that this seemed a little strange. She thought Park Tae-hoon's demeanor was too calm even after being humiliated at the Sun Festival. Lee Ji-hye was worried that Park Tae-hoon was planning something secretly again. After that, the chief secretary showed the clipboard to Lee Ji-hye. That was the big problem of Guild Dawn right now. Instantly, Lee Ji-hye widened her eyes in shock at the sight. Lee Ji-hye realized that it was a high-risk dungeon found on Taebaek Mountain. The risk level was 13. The hunters who wanted to enter it had to be at least level 60. Moreover, the climate in the dungeon was desert. It truly deserved to be called the hardest dungeon to ever appear. The risk level in the dungeon is 13. Hunters who wanted to enter it had to be at least level 60. Taebaek Dungeon had an extremely hot desert terrain. Then there was also a giant monster that was 10 stories tall. The monster was hiding under the sand and was approaching them at the moment. Although there weren't many of them, but one of them was strong enough to fight a high-ranking hunter. The chief secretary said that this information was accurate because Guildmaster Jeon Yunho had gotten this information himself. Ji-hye sighed. She didn't think this would be easy. It looked like the Guildmaster, Director, and Ji-hye would have to create a party to deal with them. Lee Ji-hye instantly thought of Shin-yeon. Lee Ji-hye thought that it would be better if Shin-yeon was here at this time. Then the chief secretary called Lee Ji-hye and snapped him out of his reverie. The chief secretary was curious what Lee Ji-hye was thinking about so deeply. He saw that Ji-hye didn't look well today and suggested going home early. Lee Ji-hye went straight to her work and said she was fine. But suddenly Lee Ji-hye accidentally nudged a glass of drink on her desk until it fell and broke. Lee Ji-hye thought that she had gone crazy. She wondered when Shin-hyun would be back soon. On the other side, Shin-hyun could be seen watching them fight. It had been half a month since they entered Cheju Dungeon. Shin-hyun had gotten used to controlling domination telepathy by using the skills Sovereign and Mind Sword simultaneously. Shin-hyun would lure monsters out while traveling around Cheju Dungeon. It could be said that Shin-hyun was carrying the Jeju and Unseo Island Guild Alliance. Unseo managed to give one shot and get one skill. Seeing that, Kyul praised her and said that it was an amazing thing. But Unseo felt offended by Kyul, who seemed to treat her as a child just because her level was lower than Kyul. Shin-hyun, who was watching them from afar, thought that Unseo seemed to be very excited. The Hunter Level Up system is a system where exp points are distributed according to the contribution made based on the damage each hunter lands on monsters. So it would be more efficient if Xinhyun didn't join the battle. But Xinhyun felt strange seeing what was happening in front of him. He couldn't believe how it was possible for a shield warrior to escape from a monster's pursuit like that. Because of that, Xinhyun felt he had no other choice but to intervene at times like this. Then Xinhyun activated his teleportation skill to take the man to another place and disappeared instantly from the monster's presence. Now they were up in the trees. The man was very grateful to Xinhyun for saving him. The man cried while holding Xinhyun's legs like a child. Xinhyun wondered if there was no way to increase the level of mental strength. Even though Xinhyun only GB'd them, it didn't mean that Xinhyun didn't get anything out of this. As they traveled around the dungeon, Xinhyun learned the teleport skill from Kim Kyul. Xinhyun had also gotten used to using the skill to impress Kyul. It seemed like it would take some time before Xinhyun reached the level of mastery he wanted, although Xinhyun did not want to teleport in this place. After a while, they finally came back and had a big meal together. Unseol told her brother that she finally understood something. Jeju Island's famous products are not black pig, sharp-toothed sea bass, or tangerines. But Jeju Island has an amazing dungeon. According to Unseol, it was a great place to level up. Cha Unseol was able to advance 3 levels because of that dungeon. Now Unseol is at level 38. Kyul also leveled up thanks to Xinhyun. They had really gotten addicted to raid dungeons. Seeing Unseol, who seemed to be enjoying this, Xinhyun felt relieved. Their coming to Jeju Island was also supposed to be a family trip of sorts, so Xinhyun was originally worried that Unseol would be disappointed that they had spent all this time just training. But now Xinhyun was grateful because it seemed like Unseol was satisfied with this trip. Xinhyun felt that the dungeon tour could also be a kind of memory. After that, Kyul saw that the next raid was a request from the Samdado Guild. The risk level was 11. There would be a monster known as Wolf Bat. The monster had the face of a wolf and the body of a bat. They were also known for their extremely fast skills and had sharp teeth that could easily tear through human flesh. Xinhyun instantly realized something after hearing that. Xinhyun guessed that the terrain was a cave because he heard that there were bat monsters. But based on the request of the Samdado Guild, they wanted to exclude Kyul and Unseol. They only wanted to be accompanied by Guildmaster Cha Xinhyun. Their reason was because the cave terrain was so dark that it made the range of vision narrow. So Unseol's arrows and also Kyul's teleport skill would be useless in there. Hearing that made Unseol become offended because it seemed to belittle her. Although it was a little suspicious, Xinhyun thought it was pretty good for them. Xinhyun suggested that the two of them should use this time to rest because they had both worked very hard. Xinhyun assured them both that he would be able to handle this as quickly as possible and return. Knowing that the dungeon was a cave, Xinhyun remembered something he didn't want to remember. The next day at a riverbank, Xinhyun came and met a man who was Lim Jonggok. He was Samdado's guildmaster and also the guide for this raid. Then Lim Jonggok immediately invited Xinhyun to enter his dungeon. There was a big hole which was the dungeon gate. They all walked together approaching the dungeon gate. When they arrived in front of the gate, Xinhyun felt hesitant. Just thinking that this was a cave dungeon, Xinhyun became very uncomfortable. But Xinhyun couldn't cancel this job just because of his personal feelings. He had to finish this as soon as possible anyway. Xinhyun didn't care what was in there. He was determined to finish this as soon as possible and return. There was a very dark atmosphere in the cave. Inside, there were many monsters called Wolf Bat, where the head was shaped like a wolf and the body was shaped like a bat. Xinhyun attacked those monsters so easily. Seeing that made the two men at the back panic. It went faster than their plan. It didn't take long. Finally, Xinhyun managed to kill all the monsters there. Then he asked the man behind what he should do next. Both of them were surprised. Then Lim Jonggok explained that next they would follow a path, and they could soon reach an unexplored area. Without further ado, Xinhyun invited them to hurry up. Lim Jonggok looked at Xinhyun, who looked strange, but Xinhyun was evasive and assured them that she was fine. However, the truth was that the emotions in his mind were raging. Even after so much time had passed, the horrible memory was so vivid as if it had just happened yesterday. Then Lim Jong-gok held Shin Hyun's shoulder and reminded him not to rush like that. Immediately, Shin Hyun looked back at him with a sharp look. Shin Hyun's expression looked so horrible that it scared Lim Jong-gok. Suddenly, Lim Jong-gok immediately pretended to care about him. Then Kim Jong-gok told him men to give him a bottle of tangerine potion. Shin Hyun's hands were clenched hard. He seemed to be holding back the emotions that were inside him. Shin Hyun felt he had to get out of this cave as soon as possible. If not, then Shin Hyun would probably kill them all. Lim Jong-gok explained that the path would become a little more complicated, starting from where they were now. But Lim Jong-gok said that Shin Hyun didn't need to worry because his party had already scouted the area to a certain extent. This time the Samdado Guild would take the lead. Lim Jong-gok would take the middle ground for them to explore. Shin Hyun realized their attitude looked very suspicious, but he would still follow them. They walked together through the very dark cave. On the way, Lim Jong-gok asked Shin Hyun if he had ever been to Seokguram Grotto on Jeju Island. It was completely different compared to this dark and humid cave. Lim Jong-gok wanted to take Shin Hyun around to different caves if he had the chance. Hesitantly, Shin Hyun replied that he wasn't interested in that. Suddenly, Shin Hyun was startled. He felt a strange feeling. Then Shin Hyun looked up at the top. It was a trap formation. It looked like an illusionary labyrinth trap formation. It wasn't fatal, but when someone got caught in it, they would lose their bearings and start spinning around. Shin Hyun realized that based on the energy flow, this trap formation seemed to be leading them somewhere. Shin Hyun felt confused as to why there was a trap formation from the Murim world in this place. He suspected that this was the work of someone returning from the Murim. In his mind, Shin Hyun clucked in annoyance. Whatever it was, he didn't want to experience anything related to the Murim in a cave again. Shin Hyun tried to calm himself down. That part of him was now a thing of the past. Then Shin Hyun stepped forward. He would fall into his trap and accept his invitation. Therefore, Shin Hyun had to see who was behind all of this. Meanwhile, on Mount Taebaek, in the desert dungeon, the sun began to set and produced a very beautiful twilight in the sky. There was a group of people from the Dawn Guild who were attacking monsters. In the front row was a guild master who led the fight. The monsters slowly retreated. However, a devastating attack suddenly appeared from above them. The guild master reminded them all to stay alert because it was the ultimate skill. In the end, they managed to gain the upper hand, and they couldn't retreat now. The guild master unleashed his immense strength to withstand the attack. Afterward, he gave the signal to Lee Ji-hye, who was at the back, to deliver the finishing blow. Swiftly, Lee Ji-hye sprang into action to destroy the monster in one strike. Eventually, they managed to defeat the monster. The men gave praise to Lee Ji-hye for being so great. The guild master was very proud of him. He thought that if they could continue like this, then defeating the monsters in this dungeon would be much easier than they expected. But that might only apply to her and Lee Ji-hye. They had worked so hard to defeat 3 monsters that their team was exhausted. Then Lee Ji-hye told his men to go find shelter and rest for 30 minutes. The guild master said that Lee Ji-hye must be sad about having to raid with him. He said that because lately Lee Ji-hye has been depending on Cha Shin-yeon a lot. There were rumors that the two of them were actually dating. Hearing that made Lee Ji-hye misbehave and embarrassed. Then Lee Ji-hye changed the subject. She asked the guildmaster why the other directors were not present. According to him, if they were both here, then this raid would be much easier. Then the guildmaster told her that director Kwon Oh-jung and director Yoon Sung-min had a meeting they had to attend today. Lee Ji-hye couldn't believe her ears. Meanwhile, outside the desert dungeon, there were 2 suspicious people who looked like they were about to do something. They were preparing to shoot arrows forward. In front of the desert dungeon gate, there were 2 men standing guard while talking and relaxing. The man said that Hunter Cha Shin-yeon was really strong at the Sun Festival event. His colleague who had watched the video also thought the same. He didn't expect Hunter Cha Shin-yeon to be able to do all that. Not long after came the chief secretary, who approached the two men. The chief secretary reminded them not to play around like that. However, the man reasoned that everyone who served as gate security was like that. There wasn't much they could do about it anyway. But the chief secretary reminded them to stay alert. Although Twilight had calmed down a bit recently, they didn't know when she would make a scene again. Suddenly, an attack came towards them. The attack ravaged the surrounding area. It was a shooter's skill, the meteor shot. The two male security guards were seen unconscious. Meanwhile, the chief secretary suffered serious injuries. The chief secretary wondered what exactly had happened. Today's dungeon raid had been kept secret, and only a few people in the guild knew about it. The chief secretary instantly thought that it was an attack from Twilight. Suddenly, someone emerged from the thick, dark fog ahead. The shadow slowly approached the chief secretary. It was Director Yoon Sung-min. Seeing him made the chief secretary relieved. Then he asked what had just happened. Director Yoon Sung-min said that it was a sneak attack from Twilight. Hearing that, the chief secretary immediately alerted his surroundings. It was still a few more hours until the guild master and deputy guild master finished their raid. The chief secretary planned to go into the dungeon and tell them, but the chief secretary realized how the director knew they were here because she heard that the director had some business. Suddenly, Director Yoon Sung-min stabbed the chief secretary's body sadistically. He killed Chief Secretary Oh Dong-hwan. After that, Director Yoon Sung-min contacted someone from behind his phone. He reported that he had solved the problem there. Director Kwon Oh-jung would be joining them later. There was a big smile from the person on the other end of Director Yoon Sung-min's phone. The man said that they had also just arrived. The man praised the good work of the Dawn Guild director. A few moments later, finally, the man named Park Tae-hoon had arrived at the location. Seeing his arrival, Director Yoon Sung-min immediately welcomed him. Park Tae-hoon looked at the situation around him. He looked happy because they were really doing well. Park Tae-hoon was very satisfied and felt happy to be working with Director Yoon Sung-min. Park Tae-hoon thinks that Ji-hye is too naive and stupid. Tae-hoon was sure that Ji-hye never imagined that there was betrayal among the chief executives. Ji-hye didn't even know that Park Tae-hoon had bribed them before the Sun Festival. Then Park Tae-hoon stepped forward and stepped on the dead secretary's body. He walked toward the dungeon gate in front of him. It had been 7 years since Park Tae-hoon had been in the same dungeon as Ji-hye. It was right after Tae-hoon returned from Murim and began his life as a hunter. Park Tae-hoon remembered his past. There were 3 people who came along with him and Ji-hye. Tae-hoon expressed his discomfort to Ji-hye that they had to keep taking care of those people. He thought that if it was like this, they would not be able to train and would only be trapped by them. Park Tae-hoon reminded Ji-hye that they should grow stronger as soon as possible. Then Park Tae-hoon showed the ancient jade he received from the Sky War God along with a message from him. Tae-hoon said that one's martial arts will improve greatly just by wearing it. Park Tae-hoon invites Ji-hye to serve the Sky War God. If they follow him, they can become stronger. But Ji-hye refuses and tells Tae-hoon to stop it. Ji-hye understands that Tae-hoon is uncomfortable and scared, but this isn't Murim. Ji-hye assures Tae-hoon that no one is after their lives and there's no reason to be stronger than anyone else. Just being with those people made Ji-hye feel good. So once again, Ji-hye told Tae-hoon to forget their painful moments in Murim. That made Tae-hoon emotional. He gripped the jade in his hand tightly. Tae-hoon believed that Ji-hye was the only person who could understand him because they had suffered the same pain. But Tae-hoon felt that he had always been the underdog in Ji-hye's life. He thought it was all because of those weak and stupid insects. From then on, Park Tae-hoon hated them all. Until one day, there was a tragedy when they were fighting monsters. They lost to such a weak monster. Meanwhile, the man in the back begged Tae-hoon to get Ju-hyun out of here as soon as possible, because Ju-hyun would be in greater danger if he stayed. But Tae-hoon was silent and didn't listen to him. Tae-hoon, who always worried about her and gave her his best, meant nothing to Lee Ji-hye. The only reason why he was ignored by others was because Lee Ji-hye was weak. It was because he had forgotten how desperate he was when he was in Murim. It's all because of those bugs. Park Tae-hoon was going to destroy and get rid of everything that made Lee Ji-hye weak. Tae-hoon thought that if he did that, then Lee Ji-hye would be able to understand him. Tae-hoon laughed creepily. He will plan to free Ji-hye and will start by killing all the weak people around him. Park Tae-hoon stood in front of the dungeon gate and stared ahead. Director Yoon Sung-min, who was behind him, was curious why Tae-hoon was acting like that. Then Park Tae-hoon's men reminded them to protect this place. He ordered the two of them to kill the Dawn members who escaped from the dungeon. Then the man caught up with Park Tae-hoon, who was in front. Then Park Tae-hoon asked him about the news of Cha Shin-hyun, who was on Jeju Island. The man told Park Tae-hoon not to worry about it because Gao Lin had already started moving. He was sure that no one would be able to escape from the trap that Gao Lin set. The man named Sung Yuk couldn't wait to kill Lee Ji-hye once he got into the dungeon. That was the agreement they had made. Hearing that, Park Tae-hoon was a little surprised, but immediately he smiled widely and said that he would keep his promise. Tae-hoon allowed Sung Yuk to do as he pleased, but in his mind, Tae-hoon was not sure if Sung Yuk could kill Ji-hye. Then Park Tae-hoon told them all to hurry up. It was time for them to work. Tae-hoon reminded them that a hunter is someone who hunts. Their prey today was the Dawn Guild. Meanwhile, inside the Goa dungeon, a confused Shin-hyun was seen looking around the place. Shin-hyun followed the illusionary labyrinth trap formation, but he didn't find anything here. Then Lim Jong-gok and his men were whispering behind Shin-hyun. Lim Jong-gok asked his men what had happened. Lim Jong-gok thought there would be someone waiting here. Shin-hyun, who heard this, immediately looked over and approached them. Then Shin-hyun asked them to tell him what they were planning. Suddenly, the two people became nervous and avoided Shin-hyun's words. They acted as if they didn't know anything. Shin-hyun suddenly grabbed Lim Jong-gok's face hard. The look in Shin-hyun's eyes was terrifying. He wasn't going to pretend he didn't know anything anymore. Shin-hyun told him that he had noticed something strange from the beginning. Then Shin-hyun threatened him to tell him about their plan, or else Shin-hyun would not hesitate to kill him. Instantly, one of the men who was there realized something was strange. Suddenly, Shin-hyun immediately turned around and was surprised to see what was in front of him. There came a man who had just arrived at a place where there were already many of his men waiting there. It was Gao Lin. One of his men told Gao Lin that the target had arrived at the destination. There was a red light in the crack in the rock. It was an explosive device that Gao Lin had deliberately placed there. Gao Lin's voice greeted Shin-hyun and asked him to say his last words. Seeing that did not make Shin-hyun panic. Instead, he looked relaxed and calm. Suddenly, there was a huge explosion. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lee Ji-hye was instantly shocked as she suddenly felt something strange in her heart. He had a bad feeling but didn't know what it was. She wondered if she was overthinking it. Then Lee Ji-hye tried to ignore it. From the top of the cliff, Lee Ji observed what was in front of her. There was one monster every 400 meters to the east, 400 meters to the west, and about 400 meters to the south of her. Ji-hye doubted she could hunt them all down in just one day. Suddenly, Lee Ji-hye saw an explosion behind her. It was the resting place of her party members. At the scene of the incident, there was a chaotic atmosphere. Flames were everywhere. The guildmaster was seen attacking the enemy with all their might. Meanwhile, they had been killed by the enemy. Then one of the men slashed his sword into the guildmaster's body. This was the worst situation for them. Facing Jang Sung-yuk was already difficult, and there was Ryu Seung-gun and Choi Ji-young too. Not only that, but Park Tae-hoon was there as well. The guildmaster felt overwhelmed and didn't know how to fight the monster.